Alright, let's return to it then. The timer has been and gone. It's time once more for EU5. Loving the game, loving my Horde, loving our astounding victory that we faced over Bohemia. Yes, my incredible powers of self-delusion allow me to write off those cheeky Czechs as a win for the Horde. I may not have made them into my subject, and on paper they may have won the war, but let's ask ourselves what the result really was, right? I went and enslaved a bunch of Czechs. In fact, we can come back to, they probably went to Sarai, right? We can look at our demographics, and we can see no Czechs here. Why no Czechs? Maybe they didn't come here. Well, where else would they have gone? They could have gone to Ishmael. I'm going to feel really sad if I don't actually find the Czechs. Where would they have gone? They go to Kursk? This will not stand. I will not. I refuse to believe that I didn't bring those Czechs back with me. That's because they're called Moravian scum. Okay, glad we got that one sorted. Yes, we do have the Moravians, and it seems we sent them up to our finest epicenter, Ryazan. There we go. They were only slaves. So yes, I've captured, a significant chunk of their population, looted them for money. I made tons of money. I'm sitting on 4.5 grand. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm the richest country in the world right now, at least in terms of the amount of my coffers. And I got extremely valuable experience and information. I thought I might be able to get by without having... No, not banking, we have that. Get by without professional armies. But the invention of gunpowder, for some bizarre reason, is turning the tide in the war against the Hordes. Couldn't really understand why, of course. So, we will soon get our hands on professional armies of our own. We will beeline down to gunpowder. And more than just that, we're going to get ourselves some cannons. I've learned that mercenaries suck. Maybe someday I can understand how they're not terrible. But we will get cannons of our own. Slave center. Oh, hold on. The slave center can actually be put in rural areas. Ooh. Not only that, but I can put this on other countries. If I have a stronger power projection, I could enslave the populace of another country and produce slaves there. I wonder if I get the money or if the owner gets the money. Well, no, it's not really money, is it? It's taxation. And they probably get the taxation from it. But this still goes to market, which could be useful. Anyway, getting ahead of myself here. I will have the cannons, and I will have gunpowder of my own. And I will probably make a strong core of handgunners for the center of my army. So that my archers on horseback can do what they do best, which is working on the flanks. Yes, very good. Such is the plan, at least. And then we're going to come knocking on Bohemia and demand rent. Enslavement. Monthly. Yeah, we already have that back home. But I'm quite certain we're not actually enslaving anybody in Sarai. So what are we doing until then? Well, we're going to work on our internals quite a bit. We have all this money. We need to invest it. But we need to invest it in such a way that we don't make too much money. Because the more money we make, the more money we actually have to pay. Because what I could do is just enable mass trading. And I would probably double my income. But I would more than double my expenses, and that would be a problem. Cost of court, cost of colonies, diplo spending, stability, all scale with the economic base. I've been scouring through the files trying to find exactly what economic base is. I don't trust tooltips. Tooltips can give you an idea, but until I see it in the game files and test it empirically, I'm not convinced. In any case, tax base and trades is fine, but it's this part, volume of trades. I think I even said I was going to test it, but I didn't test it. I need to find out exactly how that's calculated. Either way, we stick to low-value trades that are just enough to keep our buildings and our populations happy, instead of making vast sums of money through fully automated trades. Which, good, I do not have clicked here. Open and close buildings depending on profitability. I would rather choose that. I have no problem subsidizing. Want to check if there's anything important going on here. Some buildings are missing inputs, for example. I need dyes, iron, and tin in Sarai. Aren't the burghers meant to take care of this? I really wish that goods needed for buildings were automated. Currently, it looks like you can only automate for money. Because this is not stuff I want to sort out manually. Then again, if dyes are missing... rather than importing it, especially for the Sarai market. It looks like I could just make though. It doesn't look like it's missing. Supply and demand is about the same. Tin, however, like who's even demanding tin here? Naval supplies need tin. And I'm going to need tin for my cannons up in Sarai anyway, so maybe ahead of time. What we're going to do is we're going to go to Sarai, we're going to say import tin, and then we're going to notice that nobody has any tin whatsoever. What can be done about such a thing? I need to find some trade range. I thought I was working on that. Seems like I'm working on diplomatic range. Oh, so I can go and slaughter the Chinese. We already have trade range here. I'm going to want my dock. Aha, that's the trade range. It's probably more important than this kind of stuff so I can get my cannons and stuff, but I do want these as well. Bureaucracy, I love rag paper. Sadly, it's not as important as what we're trying to do right now, which is kill the cheeky Czechs. So let's get some trade so I can trade for tin. Still want that counting house. It will give me crown power, and I want to see exactly what the effect of that will be. Hopefully by the time we have that, we're going to have access to professional armies. Spreading agonizingly slowly, but once it's in our capital, it should do considerably better. Tin is extremely rare. Yeah, you don't say. I was scouring the map on RGO mode. I say, show me where the tinners are, and it says they're approximately nowhere. Certainly not within where I can get them. There is a little bit of tin made up on the border between Finland and Novgorod. And I could possibly get my fingers on some tin over here. Hold on. Don't think I didn't notice that. There's tin down here in the Samarkand trade. Why can I not trade with Samarkand? You telling me the Samarkand market is out of range of Sarai? I think that's exactly what you're saying. I wish it would give us... I think it would... I would really like it if it gave me more information about how this is calculated. Like, what is my range? How is it being calculated? It looks like I'm taking a path along here. So if I built a road along here, or a better road along here, then I guess we'd have better access. We get down to Kaffa, and then there's naval range to take into consideration, but we don't have a good amount of that. There is already a road that goes down here, and then we go by water, and then surely there's already a road that leads over to Samarkand. Surely. Yeah, these are all Silk Roaded up, aren't they? Yeah, I guess I just need more trade range, which is what I'm working on. Why build a road to Samarkand when it's perfectly in range for our horses to capture? I've already subjugated the Timurid Sultanate, so consider it captured. I just wish he would expand and become more powerful. There's another thought I've had. What if I made my subjects richer? So I've got 4.5 grand here, and I need to invest it accordingly. Making an army is a pretty good idea, considering how much I lack an army worthy of taking on Bohemia. But what I think I do is I'll keep all of my existing regiments of horse archers and support auxiliaries, and then the rest of my money is going to be put on the core. I'm going to make my own hand gunners to hold the center, because currently, what can I even do for holding a center? If I wanted to create a unit here, I have armored horsemen, and horse archers. Yeah, I am of the opinion that horse archers are the way forward here, right? Because they get massive boost to maximum strength, initiative, and morale damage. It's that initiative that allows them to just immediately butcher enemies. 4, 5, and 200. 4, 5, and 200. I'd love to be able to hold these up side by side to compare them, but I am convinced that horse archers are the superior one. Because they get maximum strength 100, and that gets boosted... yeah, I think it's 50 into 100. Anyway, terrific horse archers. Maybe some point they'll be less useful. But yes, I want to make my corps of hand gunners. Can you not do the trade through Astrakhan and get it from there to Sarai? So yeah, one thought is Astrakhan. I could import the tinners, right? Tin. Donk. So I could get it from Samarkand up to Astrakhan and then over to Sarai. But that sounds like a headache to maintain. I'd rather just have it directly thrown into Sarai where most of my production gets done, because it's where my glorious capital is. So this 4.5 grand, where are we going to chuck it onto? I would like to make sure that my goods, my local needs are taken care of. So I think what I'm going to do is anywhere that shows that it has a deficit and anywhere that I can expand RGOs, I will do so. And this is more for pop needs rather than money, because I don't want to make too much money, but I also want to keep my people working well. Because right now, what's going on here? Yeah, the needs of the peasants in Kaffa, they're crying out for grain. And the only source I can get it from is right here. So actually, why don't we just more or less max out the grain there? People always seem to be hungry for some reason. A lot of goods are not available, like lacquerware and rice. It's a shame I expose these people to rice ever, because they have all these demands for it. But there's things like iron. You know, I can't help but feel that I'm going to be needing a lot of iron down the line, although I already maxed that out. Good heavens. That's a thought. It is maxed out. Are they all fully extracting that? Well, I'll be diddled. Full employment here. From slaves. Okay, the slaves are put to good work over there. Slaves and laborers. Slaverers. Glad we got that one covered. Is there anything else that's kind of low? Right, sand is needed to keep those roads working, so I certainly want sand in abundance. And then we start getting to things that are overproduced, like stone. So I don't think we need to keep any more of that. How about Astrakhan? Doesn't the description from handgunners say they're bad at direct fighting? I suppose I didn't read it. I just assumed that they would be good. Let's double check that, shall we? Handgunners, handgunners. Wait, what do I need for a gunsmith, by the way? I can make weapons using lumber, iron, and tools to make a very small amount of firearms with wooden barrels. Or I can cast them using tin and copper. I'm not sure I get access to copper. Or we can do wrought iron barrels. The RGO method is left up to the AI to decide. But I feel like making them faster has got to be better. I have access to iron. Tools seem easy enough to make. And then there's ammunition method. Saltpeter. Saltpeter is made from livestock, isn't it? Yeah, it's livestock and something else. And I have access to lead as well. So actually, I could become a prime weapon exporter. Oh, I'm getting excited about that. Tell me more about weapons. Surprisingly low market price. Transport cost is standard. I'm getting excited about the idea of that. We exported the Black Death previously, now we can just export death. Cut out the middle rat. But anyway, the question was about handgunners. Handgunners wield a new type of gunpowder-filled thing, wreaking havoc on enemy lines. They need to be protected, as their handguns are slow to reload. So what is this? Combat speed and combat power, 1 and 1.5. The thing is, what other unit do I have access to? I don't think I have access to any infantry. Oh, wait, here, we've got men-at-arms, don't we? The ability to drill my army is there. Recruitment law is finally available. Remember when I said, huzzah, I've got peasant levies, and then I couldn't use it? It's here now. Expanded, noble, regulated. Interesting. Yeah, I had a men-at-arms fair. Boatman, armored, hand-to-hand weapon, men-at-arms, heavy melee. You can break through enemy formations. Combat speed and combat power are there. So why would I want handgunners over men-at-arms? Can you make slaves fight? No. I think some people can. I mean, the Ottomans can have their janissaries, but I've not figured a way to make my slaves fight. Trying to understand why you would want handgunners over men-at-arms. The men-at-arms have strictly better combat speed. They take less damage. What am I looking at here? Is there any difference in maintenance to care about? There's the fact that the handgunners need handguns. And weapons, of course. You're about 100 years too early for gunpowder weapons to be really effective. Well, I still need a core of my army. And I really want those cannons to speed things up. Because we got our arse kicked in battle. Maybe I can get away without the handgunners for now. Make some more horseback archers. fill up with the levies, and then we will go towards men-at-arms to the center. But yeah, handgunners, when... You want both. They're both infantry types. 200 strength, 200 strength. I am at a loss, right? So these ones do 10% morale damage. These guys do... Ah, I see, I see. These guys take less damage. These guys do more morale damage. Come on now. You want to tell me this. But that speed is low. The ability to move from the reserves into a section in battle. That might not be too relevant. Maybe I can get by with handgunners and... Nah, see, I want men-at-arms. I want the core to hold while the flanks do their thing. So yeah, I guess I want men-at-arms. The problem is that's a lot more research, right? I have to get here, 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 and here. At least the armory can finally give me some manpower that can scale, because I can put this in any town. And city, of course. Handgunners can be used to create demand for your handgun factories, naturally. Well, that is true. It's not untrue, but I still have to be the one that pays for those guns. And creating demand is just going to bring the price up. I want to export them. Gee, I wonder what weapons you want coming in the pike and shot era. What about these crossbowmen? They still count as an infantry type. These guys get decimated in fighting, it seems. Oh, is there something I didn't look at the far right bit? What do we have here? 100% secured flanks. They provide a defensive bonus when there are friendly troops in the neighboring section. If both are secure, the bonus is doubled. Handgunners, they do that as well. What about my horseback archers, curiously? And where are my horseback archers? Armored horsemen, horsemen. Oh, if I want to look at my horseback archers, I can just look at them at home. I'm being massively sidetracked once again, but so be it. The horseback archers don't get that defensive flanking bit, do they? They just do more damage, have more initiative, and aren't so good at holding the line. Interesting. Well, I'm going to want those men-at-arms and or handgunners to take on Bohemia. I suppose I could just build a massive army of horseback archers. As long as I have the tactics, I think I'll be fine. Does it show tactics on military here? Yeah, there we go. So they had more than a 10% bonus on tactics compared to me. And tactics is huge, reducing damage taken. Alright, well, as long as I have that, I think I'm fine to take on Bohemia if I just make more horseback archers. I'll want them to slaughter China anyway. Alright, we will build that up in the run-up to the fight with Bohemia. Alright, glad we got that covered. But we're still doing the research, aren't we? I haven't just queued it up yet. Alright, I was looking at things that I wanted to produce more of. Once again, wheat remains a problem. And once again, it is a problem we will solve. Not only do I want it made, I want it nice and cheap for my people. So overproducing to bring the prices low will surely aid satisfaction. Not actually sure if that's true for what it's worth. I'm just assuming that low prices are good for satisfaction. Maybe they don't really care and low prices are just good for attracting import and export business. Wait, stone is actually short in here? Well, stone I'd like a fair bunch of, thanks. And then we get some things where let's just have a cheeky little increase here and there. Sand is needed for roads, sure. Astrakhan, what do you lack? Lack that I can make, that is. You lack sturdy grains. And even though I have a button to make them, there's nowhere to actually... It disappeared. The button vanished after I clicked it. Nowhere I can make sturdy grains. Otherwise, Astrakhan seems okay. Kazan always seems to be struggling. For some reason, Kazan is lacking fish. Yeah, once again, no fish for you. Well, we have coasts up here. I wonder if we can ever do fishing up in... What do we call that sea? The Cold Sea, probably. Surprisingly, there are places to get beeswax out of. Your horse archers will fall off in the Age of Discovery when the enemy cavalry hits 200 men per unit. Your horse archers are essentially one age ahead of everyone else to begin with. Yeah, I'm open to the idea that I will fall behind, but by the time I fall behind, I will have a functional enough country that we can just take everything on. You know, we'll have the economic power to raise the units, and we'll have access to the units. It's just right now I'm starting to fall an age behind because institutions are being blocked by the massive black hole of knowledge that is Hungary, so we're having to kind of reach around for it and ask our subjects very nicely to spread it for us. Which they are doing, and we will get that. Yeah, functional. Try a fishing village. What are they going to fish out here? I do not know. Come to think of it, can you even get to the water here? Yeah, we could go up here for fish. Cool. I'm going to continue doing our expansion there. One other thing I want to drop a fat stack of money on is Sarai. Sarai is not a city. The fact that it is not a city means we're quickly hitting the population and buildings limit. Yeah, there's a limit to how many building levels you can have, and I think that affects attraction of the area, right? Yeah, unsupported building levels actually make people want to leave. Although I'm surprised I have some that are unsupported. Maybe I have some that are closed or something. In any case, let's go and make Sarai into a proper city. Costs a bundle of money, takes a long time, costs a lot of things. Negative lumber available on the market. Okay, well, that's fine. We can always import lumber as needed. Tell me about the lumber. Very surprised, actually, about this one here. Scriptorum, fiber pump, dye making. Yeah, wow, the lumber here is worth good money. That's fine, though. It's very easy for me to import lumber from, well, anywhere. It's cheapest over in Kazan, which stands to reason. There is an ungodly amount of lumber up there. But it's not like we need a ton of it, so just bring in, I don't know, like 4 or so. Tonk. We have market automation. Wait, I thought I disabled market automation. Because I don't want them automating trade. That's off-putting. Hold on. Trade is not automated. And if I go to here into trading, automation off, automation off, automation off. How did automation turn itself back on there? I know it's per market, but I'm certain I went to each of them and turned it off because I don't want trade automated right now. Disturbing. Very disturbing. Apparently this stuff is needed. Yeah, iron is needed in Sarai, as I expect it will. I have no problem sending that stuff over. And dyes as well? Yeah, sure, okay. Revenge on the Czechs for what? For defending their country? Yes. They are far too big and rich to be allowed to be independently thinking. And they will be put to sword for such. Oh, in the previous episode, I was being told to look for some interactions to improve culture and that. And for the life of me, I couldn't find it. I went into the files and checked. It turns out you need to be a settled country for that. And because our country is an army-based country, we don't get to do that. We also don't get to demand land from our subjects. I should be able to seize territory, but again, it's blocked for army-based countries for some reason. I have a feeling they put that in to block it for the non-landed countries like the Hansa, but then forgot to allow it for army countries like the Golden Horde. I don't know what they were thinking. Anyway, it still functions. Right, other places to sort out trade-related things for. Would you look at that? Ryazan want more fish. But can I even do fishing in Ryazan? No, I don't know why the button is available. Ryazan should know there's no fish to be had. Otherwise, there's not much I can do here. I don't really care that much about Kiev and the other ones. Yeah, whatever. Alright, that is fine. What do I want to do for my country, though? I've already spent a huge chunk of that change. One thought that I have been having, and yes, I do occasionally have thoughts, is that, see over here, these poor colonial nations of mine failing to do much. What if I were to help them out? Just a wee touch. Because what I could do is build... buildings, rather. What I could do is go and build some marketplaces for them. Except I can't because there's no glass there. The thought is if they get market capacity, then they'll be able to make more money by doing buying and selling around here. And hopefully I haven't... yeah, I still divert trade. Question is, would I still want to keep access to that trade? Do they have RGOs that I would really want? Because if I steal their trade, they don't get to make money on their own trade and then give that trade money to me. I think for me, and I will actually cancel diversion of trade. Because I don't think I need their RGOs. Although, then again, look at all that iron over here in Chimgi. Maybe in time I will want that. Maybe the Kazan market can expand into this stuff. Or maybe I'll even make my own special market up here. I haven't decided yet. I'm going to be generous and cancel the diversion of trade. Sadly, it costs a diplomat to cancel these things. And I guess what I will do is I will bring some glass over to you, since you need it so badly. Wait a second, if I just cancelled my trade here, then I won't be able to actually do that. Where does the glass come from? Kazan has a glut of glass. Kazan? Kazan does have a glut of glass. I just did a double take. I was surprised about that. Alright, so I can send it over to Chimi Watsits. I don't need to send them much, and I don't want to send them much, but there you go. Although sadly I can't quite reach the Sherlach market. Yeah, no can do. Oh well, I'm sure they'll live. Even so, when they get their glass, I want to be able to expand their marketplace stuff. The stream's title, The Czechs Flex on Jake. Oh yeah, last time was a bit humiliating, to be honest. Alright, is there anything I need to care about up here? Buildings missing employees is good. Same with RGOs. Truces is fine. I am purposely not trading. My children can have better education. Is that you? Because apparently you're intelligent. And you will probably be next in line after Dum Dum here. Yeah, it'd be nice to have a child that actually can rule the country well, so go have some expensive education. It's just cost of the court, and that's no big deal. Otherwise, levies is fine, and get rid of the entry. Jake, EU5 is clearly a hit. How's the overall tuning feeling at launch? Well, of course it's at launch, so it needs some better tuning. But I'm still happy and I'm having a good time, so let that speak for itself. Well, I'm going to continue to speak for it. I'm having such a good time with it. Laying in bed, just still thinking about the game. I can finally have boats. I should try having a galley and a cog and just see what happens. Maybe another galley. We love having boats, right? I'm trying to think what else to spend all that fat stacks of cash on. I want to build up my newly made cities, don't I? Yeah, look at all these people that are awaiting gainful employment. Because I decided we've got so much control around here that surely we want more cities, not fewer of them. But it's not much good if they don't pump out goods. So I need to question what exactly I want to do in terms of economy. Once I stop just relying on tributaries, and I think that I can make more money despite the increased costs if I go big on economy and trading, what do I want to do with that? And I do think working my way towards books is actually a great idea, because we have loads of we have loads of wool into cloth, cloth into paper, paper into books. I want to double check that one though. Let me talk about books for a beginning. Tell me about books. Books are used in, libraries. I like libraries. Oversee trading posts, my fun ducks. What are my fun ducks for? They give me good trade capacity. The burgers get to trade more as well. They give me trade advantage. They give me stockpile. Fun ducks sound good, and they don't empower the burgers either, which might be a problem down the line. But I guess that's the main use for books, unless other stuff comes along. Houses of Parliament, Admiralty. Yeah, besides... here's where we can see pop needs. People love books. Books are made in scriptorums, and those scriptorums need paper. And paper is wonderful because paper can be made from wool once I do the research for it. Although I would like to see the market prices for paper. This is showing me like all of the markets. How about markets that are just within trade range? Paper seems quite fine. Tell me about the books then. What does the book cost in the markets? Money. Salivating at the idea of all the book money that I can make. Finally, use for books that I agree with. Alright, I'd very much like that to be the case. In that case, this is wetland place up here. They've got some spinner guilds. We cannot build another spinners guild. We can only have a maximum of 1 in this location. Wait, maximum of 1? Is that because of the population issue? I'm going to assume yes, but I'd like to have a good number to check for that. There must be something that says maximum level of buildings. How do you feel about start date? Too early or just fine? Feels quite early. I mean, that might be golden age for my beloved hordes, but it feels like it takes a while for things to really take off. And I'm a bit dubious about some of the powers that you really want to see grow big and powerful, like the Ottomans, like Russia. Can they really handle it? Well, we'll need to play on and find out. Right, where do I find maximum level of buildings allowed? I mean, take this for example, the marketplace. I cannot build another marketplace. There can only be a maximum 11 here. Ah, here we go. Population does affect it, so does development. Population development. Right, so if I want to vastly improve my amount of numbers here, we're going to need a lot more people living here. Migrant attraction is there, but I wonder just how fast these will fill up, especially without slaves to suddenly throw into them. There is migration here. I think people just migrate within a market. But surely people are going to want to come for all the new opportunities I'm giving them around here. Even so. Buildings give me the scriptorium. And yeah, we can't have more of them, can we? In that case, give me the spinner. Let's say I didn't know that spinners are the ones that use it. Could I just look for wool? No. Could I look for cloth? Yes. Okay, so I can look for the output. I can go, right, we want spinner guilds in order to make more of that. Excellent. How about tailor guilds? Tailor guilds also make use of my my vast amounts of wool. Is there anything I can also do with all this? There's also the livestock, which I think get made into the saltpeter guilds. I'm anticipating a need for this down the line, so I want to get these built already. Yeah, of course I can't build it here, but I could certainly build it there. Saltpeter guilds take, funnily enough, pottery, and I wouldn't be surprised if I severely lack pottery in the market. Pottery within my beloved markets here are actually okay. But I can still see myself wanting more, so let's expand the pottery. Just making plans. But you know, man plans and God laughs. Potter. The pottery guild's actually quite lacking in number. I didn't make another town here that I'm neglecting, am I? That's not a town. Okay, so we got the 5 towns and the 2 cities around here. I may at some point want another one, but we'll see about that. There's the road situation. Jobs being available does entice people to move. Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to build them up. Just generally, I want my population, which is rising steadily, to just find good, gainful employment. I mean, I took over Tana. Surprisingly good control on Tana. Also lacking people working there, and also the demographics are messed up. With the control, I could actually religiously enrich Tana, but I think that cultural enrichment is better. Religion enrichment seems to mostly affect rebellion, but it's not entirely that, because it also affects the satisfaction of the population. I'm surprised at how high it is here. I mean, why is the one Venetian burger here so happy? I must be keeping some pops very happy. Some estates very happy. Yeah, okay, the happy traders seem to be boosting satisfaction a lot for my people. And I keep the Dhimmi very happy as well, don't I? Yeah, okay, happy estates, happy population. Sorry, I'm just not used to the idea of having happy populations. Yeah, Crimean Catholics. The Catholics hate me, and they lack a few goods. But keeping the Dhimmi happy is keeping them extremely happy. Excellent. It's weird to see no Burgundy with half of the country. Yeah, it's all very French, isn't it? Whoa. Franche-Comté is doing particularly well out there. The Italians are failing to glob together. Meissen doing surprisingly well. How's my beloved Lubeck? Just sitting back making money? That's what they know how to do. Keep clicking on the wrong things here. No tax base. I can only assume they're making mad dosh for themselves. How's the road network? Everyone asking me about my bleeding road network. We don't need roads where we're going. Although I could probably expand control around my capital if I just reached out a couple of provinces here and there. Roads are better than upstream rivers, for example. Yeah, I could stand to increase my roads. If it makes some people happy, then sure. For example, I only need to spend 200 building the road up to here. Sure. And I guess I could build a road south. Improve proximity around here as well. But yeah, I feel like roads are a big cost with a very, very poor payoff. At least at this stage. Will building level 1 roads now reduce the cost of level 2 later? I certainly hope so, but that is not something I currently know. Right, is there anything else I need to concern myself with? The colonies are coming along fine. I said I wanted to have about 5 tops, and 5 is indeed what I have. Whenever one completes, we'll go and do another one. What is my council doing? My cabinet are assimilating Astrakhan, which is good, integrating Kaffa, which is long and thankless, but will be done in a few years. Excellent. And the integration of Astrakhan, we just need to finish off assimilating these people. Can't believe I'm calling them people. But yes, once Ganyushkino is on my side, we will work on integrating more of our land. Starting to wonder if this expansion was a good idea. I'll want to own this land eventually, but it's more land that I am going to have incredible struggles to have any control over. There's no road in the world that will allow me to exert control over these places. And I guess, you know, a bailiff could be put down here and there if I wanted local control, but yeah, gives nobilities power without actually creating nobles. There is something that I should have considered about nobles that I passed by on too much. Nobles have an enormous amount of pop needs, so they can really drive up demands for goods. And I did find out where to check that. Thankfully, somebody pointed it to me in Discord. If I wanted to see noble demands, hey, look at how much they demand. Tons of things, and this is just 780 nobles. So many different goods they demand in reasonable quantities, and this is in my capital. Compare that to some laborers. Yeah, compare that to 15,000 laborers, and they demand far less of pretty much everything. And then we get to the real kicker. They were only slaves. Slaves demanding wine, liquor, and beer is rather amusing to me as well. Come to think of it, the trading of booze becomes an issue because I can't actually meet their needs. It might actually be a not too terrible idea to re-enable some of my boozy industries. See, it's level 2 winery. I think I will actually open and subsidize it, so we always have it available. Same with this level 2 brewery. And, oh, the beer continues to flow. Apparently, if you are Sunni, your demand for alcohol just disappears. I'm very suspicious about that. Are you not a pious Muslim nation? Yes, but we accept the needs of our lessers. We're here to help them. Trust me. I wanted only to be your ally. Really, I did. Okay, is there anything else to concern myself with, or can we just sit back, speed 4 our way into stronger, better nation? I think we can. God, I love money. Where does it all come from? Oh, that's right, I've been reinforcing my army, and once it's reinforced, I want you to keep paying for the reinforcements. Who would have thought? Our beloved Khan rules over the subjects of the Timurids, but they're an incompetent buffoon. Wait, what? Our beloved Bulgar Borjin Khan. What do you mean, our beloved? That's my dynasty head, apparently. Oh, but I could just kill you off. Maybe that means I'll get a new dynasty head on my side. The new Sultana of the... Wait, we're putting a lassie in charge again? You're not good enough. Replacements are needed. There we go. I hope that's not me. Narangel Katan... Okay, it is somebody else. Sorry. They all look indistinguishable. I'm still wondering about that dynasty head thing, though. Yeah, they still get the dynasty head. Why? Yeah. To be fair, I passed laws to make it possible to have women in charge just to avoid tribal succession crisis. But yeah, I don't know why you get to be the dynasty head. I also don't know what difference it makes being the head of the dynasty. Most prestigious and important character. Dialect of a dynasty is defined by that of its head of dynasty. You're not even the right culture. What about you? Yeah, now you've got the wrong culture. I don't know if I'm going to have some problems about having my dynasty over in the Timurids, but you might think same dynasty would lead to some bonus to relations, right? Societal, subject, tributary, insulted. Same dynasty, it's only plus 10. Strange. I don't entirely know what to make of it. No, the Timurids have a much lower great power ranking. They're 69. I'm at 11. Working my way up in the world. I imagine great power is 8 or better. Feels good. Whoa, the colonies have increased in size ever so slightly. It's like watching grass grow. I'm playing the long game here, right? I do want to own this, and I want to have better projection over Asia. But yeah, they do take some time, don't they? Got my usual laundry list of rebels. The golden slaves need to be put down eventually. I wonder if at this point I could just handle the slave uprising. It's not a lot of pops. And they've largely gone away from the core of my country, which is a big deal for me. It's nice not to keep having to destroy my nation through revoking privileges of the nobles. Although I do suspect at some point I'm going to deeply regret the power I gave the traders. They're not powerful now, but as we end up with more and more burghers, they're going to have all these modifiers stacked on top of them to make them a real threat to my crown power, which is why I want ways to expand my crown power. Sadly, I'm reducing it by having more uncontrollable lands. Turns out colonizing basically frostpunk conditions takes time. Nobody's denying that it makes sense. Alright, get you guys over to the capital. It'll be a while before I go and kick Bohemia's teeth in again. Excellent ministers for efficiency. You know what? Prestige is hard to come by. Give me that. Zealot pop conversion speed. That is nice. Always happy to see Sunni take roots, especially in Orthodox lands. Oh, the Orthodoxy. It's not that I hate them, it's that they hate me. And that is constantly crushing down on satisfaction. But we're overcoming it. That's quite nice. It says Ryazani peasants, but it doesn't mention their faith. But the Orthodox peasants are apparently different. Golden tolerance of Sunnism. Oh, so I guess if it doesn't say what type they are, they're your religion. That's actually quite nice. Saves us having superfluous additions here. And then couldn't help but notice that Georgia have been eating up even my tribes. Hang on, are they currently at war with my subject here? No. What's going on? My subject is attacking Georgia's subject, one way or another. Explain further. The Kopan-Tarki War. Tarki are fighting Kopa. So it's really just like a cockfight here. Who's going to win, my subject or yours? Tarki have done a lot for me, and it seems I've got you guys on the run. That's fine, I encourage healthy competition between the subjects. And I suppose I can't help them out in some way, can I? I don't have some kind of diplomatic action to invest in their war. Well, I can de-invest in their war. Crass, Casus Belli, artists, opinions, trust, maps. Yeah, none of that. None of that for me, thanks. I do need to consider what to do with all of my diplomats, though. I still don't have the ability to go and... hold on. Alright, there we go, much better. All these long streams and lots of talking, kind of ravaging my throat. I might have my, you know, cup of tea that I have a few times a year. Not right now, though. Yeah, too much throat singing. Yeah, I still want to be able to exert my influence over Asia, because if I'm going to find some rice, which my people bafflingly need, well, one only wonders where you can find some nicey ricey. Oh, everywhere in Asia. Funny that. Although the Anatolians cultivate some rice, and there's some rice not too far from the Samarkand trade node. But yeah, I might need to get my filthy mitts over here in order to bring the rice over. But again, I just wish that for pop needs and building needs, that could be more automated, because currently automation just focuses on money. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love money. Known hobby of mine, making and having money. When did this happen? Oh, right, I did this and I said it doesn't matter. Do I still believe that it doesn't matter? I could toss away the Mishars, remove their tolerated culture. A second cousin is dead, that's fine. All those unwanted lassies are going away. I have a lot of trouble in Parliament. Oh, I should have waited for the roads to expand the road network. Yeah, nobody ever gives me anything to do in Parliament, so maybe I shouldn't, because it just hits me for 7 stability and that's it. Unless I get some nice events. But yeah, I've been struggling a lot to figure out how to make Parliament work for me. I imagine what I need is an estate Parliament so that my clergy and my burghers can get involved. But the burghers would need to have enough power. Or I'd need to have a Parliament type of... Estate Parliament is allowed for the Golden Horde due to not having Supreme Authority. Supreme Authority is what exactly? What is Supreme Authority? That sounds like a reform. I sure don't see it here, though. Don't know where that comes from. Anyway, yeah, it seems like it'll be quite a while before I can get my filthy mitts on that. And none of the other options were available for my Parliament, were they? No, I could go for no Parliament. Just not have a Parliament anymore and the estates are unhappy. What do we currently have, by the way? We currently have Assembly. And the problem is that brings in the commoners. Yeah, I actually... Did I move to Assembly? Because if I did, that was probably a bad idea. Summoning all free people, determine the focus of our country. Regular council to get the clergy in and actually have more impact is probably a good thing. I don't know if I purposely went to Assembly, but it was probably a bad idea. I'm not sure I want to do this, but at least it only costs Horde Unity and not other stuff. Horde Unity goes up fast enough. Because the commoner demands they never get through anyway. I think you started as Assembly. You think so? I could have sworn I moved over here thinking that these were good things, and now I realize they're not so good things. Alright, let's go back to Council and see if maybe somehow we can have one of these work out for us. I would like to promote a slave religion. No, state religion. Alright, go on then. Still centralizes my court because I haven't figured out how to have parliament held somewhere else. It's probably a building that I need. But hey, look at that. I can just lessen levy obligations and we'll get it passed. That sounds really, really good. Although the chieftains won't like it. There we go. And I don't think there are any laws that I need to change in order to get this going. So huzzah, we can actually pass parliament now. Although I need to spend yet more money improving my Horde unity. That's okay, because again, it scales with the economic base. So I just make my subject... Oh no. I'm going to need that Horde unity back up above 60 on the double, or else we might face civil war. And then my crown-powered... Oh god, lots of things go down the toilet. Okay, well we have to hope that 5% doesn't trigger over the next few months. I can't think of any way to suddenly get 10 Horde stability. Ugh. Don't you dare Horde Civil War. Who are you? You're just a daughter of ours? We do get that diplomatic range. The question was, is that diplomatic range enough to go and terrorize China? And the answer is yes. Ooh. So we notice that these guys are insanely rich. Who is that again? That's Koke Temur. And you better believe they don't have the institution for professional armies. They do have meritocracy, though. And actually, maybe they would give that to me. The great Yuan dynasty, who love me and I love them. They just give us military access, right? Is there a way to check access rights? Because I thought I already had it. They give food access to the Golden Horde. Do I have to purchase it? What happens to just ask for military access? I mean, it's not a bad thing to just buy it, but I thought you could just ask for it. I could have sworn I asked for it from somebody else. I mean, take the Horde of Chobuwatsits. It's request, and it's 2 down. Ah, there we go. Request military access requires, is that favors? I think it is. Ah, there we go. Request military access. I don't have favors, so I'd have to curry favor if I wanted to save that. I think the diplomats are probably even worth more than the money here. Screw it, I'll just purchase military access. Yoink. And then it's time to build a spy network with you. And then I'm going to want that money. Because how much money is it? More than Bohemia, you say? Not only that, there are many millions of people there. Yes, there are forts, and I do hate forts. But just imagine what we could do to them. I should probably double check what kind of army they are toting. Don't think it mentions here, but I'm certain it mentions here. They have quite a few regulars. Regular infantry. Well, I guess I better start bolstering my army ahead of time then. Why are my army numbers kind of lowish? It's a weird number. Oh god, the cannons are still here. Can I get rid of those cannons? Oh, I was wondering why there wasn't a button for this, but look, there is. So I can just move all artillery over here, select you, and then... you cannot disband it, it belongs to the mercenaries. Okay, can I end my mercenary agreement? I mean, surely it's good for them to get everything back. Dismiss the mercenary. It costs me to dismiss him. Interesting, but I don't need him anymore. Get out of here. The fact that they never reinforce is so painful. And yet they still take normal attrition. Alright, get those out of here. We don't need them. Your Excellency, we've dismissed them. They have returned. Very good. That strange number goes away. And let's start preparing for excessive amounts of war. Hold the phone there. If I'm going to have them, let's have them spawn with more experience. $36 and 10, 46. Sounds fine by me. I have a feeling we're going to be playing A5 for a long time. That's certainly the plan. Unmarried children. Yeah, we don't really do anything with the Chobanids, and I have no intention of warring them anytime soon. Great power score of the Chobanids is 100. Okay, well, that's hardly my concern. Yeah, it's just free prestige, right? Surely nothing ill can come of this. It's just a random daughter. Alright, there we go. Still not sure if there's some things that I don't understand about marrying just yet. You know, obligations and whatnot. Right, so do I reckon I could take them on, despite their vast numbers here? It would certainly be easier if I had professional soldiers, which I don't, and we're still a ways away from the advance of. But I think we could take them on. It's just a question of, am I going to survive the long journey through Yuan? And I think I am. Right, where's their capital? That's important. It's over here. Now I have access through Yuan, so I could actually just snipe their capital. Amusing. Very amusing. Snipe the capital, get war score, kill anyone that comes around, but I still want to sweep through them and take slaves. Depends where the population is. Yeah, look at all these Chinese slaves we could have. Specifically, what kind of Chinese? Hijin. Sanjiao. No, that's the religion. Zhongzhuan is the culture there, and Jin is the culture here. Alright, well, you know, more population is just more people to maybe emancipate and maybe put to work. I just want more slaves, Your Majesty. And since Sarai is becoming a city, we're going to have more space to store all the slaves. Very good. Alright, such is the plan, as long as I don't die to tribal succession crisis here. I think the game is making a masterpiece. It only took me 5,000 hours to learn EU4, so I hope I get as much out of this. Yeah, I foresee a lot of effort on that front. I'm going to kindly need to ask you not to trigger that 5% for 4 more months. Oh, bollocks. The death of our previous ruler has left the Golden Horde in a precarious situation. The new Khatun might have assumed the Golden Throne, lacks the unity and support. A warlord within our borders is assembling. Bring me his head in a pike. Dissatisfied rule will join him, and I lose 20 stability. I'm already paying for my army, right? Yeah, good. We have a ruler. We need 90 Horde unity now, and more than 25 stability. Ah, jeez. I did so good to avoid this, and now just changing my parliament has caused this to happen. What a mistake for Jake to make. That said, we went relatively low Horde unity before and we didn't have this firing. Maybe something could prevent it, like being at war. Might this warlord be a better fit, given the current occupant? That's not unthinkable, actually, because my current ruler is a dum-dum, and it's mediocrity that's following up here. Usually the borders of the Golden Horde are regularly patrolled by our mounted scouts. There's chaos with undermining my border security. There's no way I'm losing that. Alright, sounds like it's just going to be lots of manpower and money loss events, but good thing I have... well, I've got plenty of manpower. And surprisingly, we actually managed to get through in Parliament. It's alright, I just need to not be spending all of my money for a change. Inflation is rising? Not on my watch, it doesn't. Might this warlord? Yeah, well... I guess we're at the mercy of events here. We certainly don't see anyone rising up, though. Even the golden slaves are having second thoughts. This is taking forever to enrich, but I do want that as a core. You know, the end of the Astrakhani's. It's always closer than you think. Yeah, just wiping them out and replacing them with Mongolians feels good. Although we've got way too many Muscovites in Sinai. That's what happens when you emancipate all the Russians. Ooh, look at that. We actually have migration. They're migrating to the nearby towns that I set up. That's really cool. Is that because we're near the capacity? Or is it because they have superior migration attraction? Yes! I like that. Oh, I love that we can suck up all the slaves to the capital and have them migrate around. But only after emancipated, right? Yeah, because peasants can move. Burghers can move. It's all good. I'm satisfied then. I mean, I'm deeply unsatisfied with this, but what can you do? No rebel is a pretender rebel. Wait a minute. You mean to say... wait, what pretender rebel? I'm not allowed to have any pretender rebels, but do... Apparently I do have a pretender rebel. Are you telling me any of these are pretenders? Slaves, Tengris, lots of patriots. There is the chieftains. Oh, this hurts estate satisfaction. Why are the chieftains even trying to rise up? They're happy. Ah, these rebels are working for a civil war. Huh. Well, there's barely any of you. There are 20... sorry, there are 34 of you. And you're in those 2 provinces. Yeah, couldn't I just park my units on top of you and then tell you to eat a fat one? Where were they again? Yeah, you're over in Obion. And there are some of you over in here. Let's see if that does anything. Could you show us the disaster screen? Oh, this screen? Rivaling Warlord, Pretender. Maybe this is it. Progress of the Rivaling Warlord thing. Base value, Rise of Horde. So maybe this is a separate kind of rebel screen? Yeah, maybe we can get him killed. But yeah, if we just waited a little bit longer, Horde Unity would have been fine and then this wouldn't have been an issue. But there has to be some downsides to hoarding, and one of them is this internal strife. Ew, very painful though. That instant smack to stability. That's a massive crown power hit. And discipline's down a lot as well. Dear oh dear. See, one thing I thought about making these colonies is it would instantly become cores, because in order to be filled up, you need to have a certain proportion of your culture to theirs. But it looks like we're just short on them, stopping them from being cores. And since they're not cores, their satisfaction is really low, and it's going to be very hard to bring them up to core. Well, I hope it's not too hard. But it might mean I need to spend some council time integrating these. Interesting. Anyway, I missed a province here, which has all the gold in it. So I think Utkus is absolutely somewhere that I want to be doing. Wait, it's already under... Oh, we're already working there. Working here, 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 and here. I could go up here and grab myself the wee fishies. I like the idea of going over to Obdursk, though. There we go. Get all the fat numbers of people out of my capital up there. And settle that virgin territory. You fell in rank to number 11, I know, it's unthinkable. Well, good thing this is happening now and not during the Bohemian War. That would be embarrassing. Oh, what's this? Whoa, that needs to be a lot more clear. I miss what happens up here because there are so many bleeding notifications. Called into a war. Could we make it that happens... What is that bringing up? Ah, it just turns it on or off. Gives me a lot more space for knowledge here. Anyway, keep it on. What's it called anyway? Call. When another country calls a jihad. Order the call. Arms. When we honor a call to arms, when a country... No, I would like this to be a massive pop-up in my face. Not just a tiny little flag up here that I'm going to miss. Guess it can't be a pop-up then? What if I open this? Yeah, this is what I want. I don't want it just hiding up there. Or maybe even a noise. Because I would have very easily not noticed that, and then it would have been a decline. Okay, accepting that though. Copper complaints. Really crappy copper, you say? Well, I do actually need some Horde unity right about now. But satisfaction is already a bit troublesome, aren't they? Make the commoners happy. And, you know, we're already traditional economy. I can't imagine I need to help you with that tiny little rebellion. They'll be fine. Alright, well, I'm still making money and I'm still planning my incursion into China. Hey, did these flags change? Why are they, like, rebel flags now? Alright, huzzah! Kaffa is now integrated. And now I have a cabinet member who needs a job to do. Well, about that Horde unity of ours. The impact is quite minimal, so I don't think it's worth it compared to... compared to what? Could Rebel crack down on the Golden Slaves? Can you Rebel crack down on the Pretenders, by the way? The rival warlord here. How much can you crack down on that? Cracking down on rebels really doesn't work on this. It's better to just let it fire, I think. The problem is that needs to go. And I can't think how to get rid of it. I mean, no matter what I do, how can I get over this plus 1%? Maybe I can kill you somehow. The Gimp dynasty. I mean, pretty good ruler, right? Pretty damn good ruler. How are your kids? Pretty good. Maybe I could just say... oh, wait. Ugh. Tibetan Buddhist. Still Mongolian. Plotting a rebellion. Yeah, maybe they can do me a favor and die. Oh well, we'll see how it runs along. We are here to learn, after all. But yeah, I don't think that's a good use for my my individual here. Instead, I want to see if I can assimilate to Mongolian some of these new places that we've got. Which ones are finished, by the way? Is this done? Unclear. Yeah, I think Kannada is done, but it didn't all integrate. So if I shove you over here... yeah, I need to get the Mongolians to be the majority. Otherwise this stuff won't be a core. And are you going to do it quickly? It looks like you're going to do it agonizingly slowly, but the population is low. So you don't actually do too many of them. Or we don't need you to do too many of them. Damn that spiritualism. Alright, we'll get on top of that then. Rebels and Czechs being an issue for the man who conquered the world from a small eastern island, single-handedly with nothing but a rubber duck? Hey now, I'm new to this game. There's a big difference here. When I was streaming EU4 for the first time, I had already played that game for at least 1,000 hours. Not only that, my experience with EU3 played a lot into it, because EU4 was really just like EU 3.5, right? A lot of knowledge could be brought over. On the other hand, I'm new to EU5, and I haven't played EU4 for, what, like 4 years or so? So yeah, I'm starting out from square one here. What is this? Hussite fanatics. Why do I care about Hussites? They must be the ones I brought over from Bohemia. They demand heretic prosecution, nothing but sacrilege. I don't care about the Hussites being happy. We do not negotiate with fools. Oh, more spiritualist. Anyway, sure. Kill the Hussites like we did before. No, it's the experience of EU3 being fresh in the mind, Resty. dear, oh dear. Well, we're working on that Horde unity, but stability is hurting. And I'm not sure how to get rid of this pretender rebel. Oh, here he is. He's on the list now. Looks like he's got a lot of support on his side. A disgusting amount of support on his side. That'll be all the unhappy people then. Fortunately, putting these units down did stop the chieftains from their funny ideas. Their equilibrium is quite low, but that's because of the war, right? Yeah, even so, I think I can bring you guys back. If a bribe needs to oil the cogs, then so be it, although I'm not drowning in money right now. Gosh, I'm distinctly unhappy with the situation at hand right now. It's much more fun watching you learn than some other streams that have already played before and know a lot. Well, if you say so. Personally, when I'm watching streams, I like to watch people that know what they're doing. But that's the fortunate thing. I don't need to choose for you. Yeah, every time I reorganize, it's like the leader has to be sent back out there. Maybe that's not actually the case. Maybe... Oh god, what was that thing I just dismissed? I was trying to close this and I dismissed a pop-up instead. I hope it was something like we got a core over here. Or over here. No, it wasn't. Okay, then it's anyone's guess what it was. Maybe this war ended. The power of the Alama. Good. Keep people happy in my distinctly unhappy country. Somebody didn't get the copper thing, so yeah, somebody received some really crappy copper thousands of years ago and wrote a tablet complaint about it, and now that is remembered as the first customer complaint of all time. God, it would be handy if I could just pop this guy into rebelling and then slaughter him. The Horde Unity's coming along nicely. The stability, on the other hand, is going to take a while. Oh, civil war. Standardized coins, minting threshold. Now, that's all very well and nice, but I'm still very much hoping for my professional soldiers, which we still don't know enough about. Institution me up. Not isn't. Institution me up. Sarai almost have professional soldiers. You say you like watching competent streamers, you get very amused by people bumbling around in Nancy Drew games. The things are not mutually exclusive. Nancy is a very specific kind of sick pleasure of mine. Hostile pirate. I mean, what can be done about that? I finally have a couple of boats. Can I do some kind of anti-piracy? Distributing food, mothballing, navy building. Maintenance cost is not insignificant, and this is just 2 bloody boats. Yeah, so what can be done about these? I'm making an assumption that is... Yeah, Kaffa Bay. Kaffa Bay is over here. They don't highlight, which is interesting. But what in the world do you want me to do about it? Probably have more than 2 boats for starters, but I don't know if I can make them do something. The bullseye in the top middle. Oh, this one perhaps. Repatriate. Patrol the seas. Increases maritime presence. I guess that's something. Patrol the entirety of the Black Sea? Wait, I could have them go to the Caspian Sea? But how? Alright, do the Black Sea for me. Just the Black Sea? We'll see if that aids things when it comes to maritime presence. Here's the problem. Privateers are here. I'm not sure that my 2 boats are going to handle that, but at least they have a job now. And now I can see that I have navy maintenance. And yeah, it's not insignificant. 2 boats costing me all that. Crazy. Which one's costing how much, though? Oh, they're both galleys. I thought I'd made my cog. But the cog is on its way. Every neighboring country becomes happier with me. I mean, that's a lot of countries. Sure. Although it does also remind me that my subjects need to be punched a little bit. I'm sitting here waiting on my rent, Georgia. Ah, good. They know what's what. I need the money for my upcoming civil war. But you're not allowed to know about my civil war. Right, sure. Got any more coming? Hungary. Hungary always there for me. God, I love that Hungarian money. Bulgaria. Yeah, Bulgaria's got some cash. Make them less happy, but that's not my problem, probably. Halich. Yeah, I don't know where Halich keep getting all this money from, but I'll take it. And then, quite importantly, Timmy. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Feeling better already. Funny how a fat stack of money can always improve my mood. I'm a bit of a babby learning EU5 with the Ottomans. Well, nothing wrong with that. If you're going to learn the game, learning it as a strong country makes a lot of sense. There's a reason I didn't immediately jump into playing the 600 population Bank of Italians or playing as one of the Ryukyuan miners. No, I'm in my comfort zone with the Golden Horde, although Horde Civil War feeling distinctly less comfy right now. It's going to take years for this guy to fire. Why don't you just attack me? Attrition? You're sitting in port. How are you facing attrition? Weather front has just passed? Or maybe that's the weather warning that I got. I don't know why that's in the game, right? What use is the weather to begin with? You can't affect it, it just happens. I certainly don't want a big clong going on about it. And by the way... Yeah, good, that's crown power right there, as it should be. Can only assume that I need to let this warlord rise up and then kill him and then put an end to this. But it's a little bit paralyzing, thanks to that -10 discipline. Even so, let's get on the case with a Casus Belli for making a tributary out of our friends down here. We bought the access to get down there. Give it a month. If Jake is still like EU5, we'll be sitting here watching World Conquest from a tribe in the Pacific Islands who murders everyone not called Steve. No, no, no. It's not called Slave. Easy mistake to make. I wonder what I can do to keep the the chieftains happier, because I've gone and made them permanently unhappy by revoking practically all of their allowances. The Dhimmi, on the other hand, are always really quite happy. Isn't there someone that has something around here that I don't want anyway? I think there was, and I already pulled it back, right? I could, for example, get rid of the hunting permits, and that would make the nobles slightly happier. But, the common people need a bit of a hand every now and then. Feels bad being at the mercy of events for the Horde Civil War, though. We're going to have that Horde unity in no time. That stability will take a few years. That's what I'm talking about. See, we colonize a place, it has majority Mongolian, and then it instantly becomes a core. That's what I've been wanting. Instead, if that doesn't happen, I've got to wait to rather annoyingly slowly get these assimilated. Unsure about that one. The Dhimmi really are the greatest estate. Very little power, even with a pop majority, and they pay a lot of taxes. My Dhimmi don't pay a lot of taxes. I could make them pay taxes, but it's really not a lot. I'd rather they just be happier and keep the vast number of wrong religion people out of my my rebel pool. The traders and the commoners, they pay the taxes. And they damn well better be happy for it. I'm now happy, though. We managed to genocide enough Astrakanis to secure this for ourselves. Good. In that case, I would like Astrakhan assimilation switched out for another assimilation. Running out of places with good control to assimilate into Mongolian, though. So I need somewhere that is not green, but also has some level of control. some level of control. I mean, there is down here, kind of. This province will be problematic. Hey, what about these guys? These guys are always a problem. There's just this little bit of tribal upstarts down here. The thing is, the land isn't really worth much to me, so I'm dubious about that. There is the idea that maybe I could settle some of these. Oh god, there's no control at all over there. No control. Ah, what about the places that I just took over? This was Crimean, but this was not. And Kaf is a big deal. The control isn't completely non-existent. That's a lot of Ligurians that I need to change out, though. Could actually try moving them over to Crimean, which might even be easier for us, but even so, let's try and... That's going to be a long journey for you, but do what you can here. Acquiring Mongolian. Acquiring. What a way to put it. Anyway, it's a big deal, right? Kaffa and Soldaya, big important cities. 30,000 and 59,000 down here. Vosporo also having 10,000. We'll see how happy they remain. That area in the south is still a problem for the Russian Federation by the time the 90s roll around. Yeah, well, it's hard to administer these mountain people. They follow some weird paganism. There's some culture we don't even know about. Honestly, I probably shouldn't even hold on to the land. Wait, wrong province. Still the same issue, though. Some Crimeans are around here. But the complete lack of control that I have here. They are unsatisfied, probably because they're not even in my market. They have to make do on Tbilisi. So, these two provinces are a liability. But that's all the more reason that I shouldn't even care about them. I mean, so what if they want to rise up a tiny bit? Their uprising would be similarly tiny and squished in mere moments. Yeah, okay. So just learn to not worry about it. I read a good quote. It was something like, learn to embrace the impossibility of controlling everywhere in your realm. And that's good, you know? Sometimes you just gotta let go. Sometimes you gotta learn to get stability because you really need it for your succession crisis. Which is a shame, because I really, really want that research. So do your boats just sit in port while supposedly doing their objective? Oh, maybe I didn't assign it. Patrol the seas, patrol the black... Ah, you need to select this. I think. I understand now. Look at them go. Man, boats are fast. And now, can I check my maritime presence? Whoa. Yeah, eat that, pirates. I guess just the moment you have access to boats, pirates come along, maybe even before that. That feels quite EU3-ish, doesn't it? Okay, so the Navy helps. And some provinces apparently help. I don't know what is happening in these provinces. The fishing villages, the harbour capacity... Ports help. The port helps a lot, in fact. More than my crappy little navy. I think it's worth paying that navy for what nothing they do. In that case, should I just tell you to go to Soldaya? Yeah, dock yourself in Soldaya, and then maybe I mothball you? Is there a mothball button? Detach, detach, balance, split in half, full retreat, distribute, gather, attach. Here we go, mothball. Get it to port, donk, mothball it. What does mothballing do in this game? They require little ducats, they're not kept combat ready. Fine by me. I'm curious how much less that is. Looks like it's a 50% reduction in cost. Good enough. Jake lost some cores after he stopped accepting cultures, but those were in lands he'd released as subjects. Yeah, I lost a lot of cores around here because they were Uzbeki. So instead I just released them as subjects. However, those subjects have largely replaced the Uzbek people with glorious Mongols, which is administration that I didn't have to do myself. So actually I think it wasn't too bad. Couldn't help but notice that the colonies are a lot better at doing it than the Republic fiefdom. And yes, it is still a Republic fiefdom somehow. Yeah, Republic of Surgut is a fiefdom in the Golden Horde, meaning I can integrate them. And I might eventually do that. But yeah, I've left it up to them to assimilate this into Mongolian Sunni. I can't re-annex this land. Now, is that going to be a problem or not? I don't know. But when I transform my economy, I might at some point just tell them to give me their trade ability, and I'll just suck their markets dry for dosh. I have options there, basically. It's a way to play with colonies without having to be in the New World, although I do also want to get to the New World, because I want things like tobacco and sugar over here. Patrolling your coast to defend against pirates brings back unpleasant memories. It brings back very pleasant memories for me. I quite liked a lot of the pirate implementation. Yeah, it was a pain in the arse, but it was great to use against others. And it was great to just permanently blockade people and steal their money. Right, seeing how good ports do for maritime presence, I'm curious about what I can do for making more ports. Why can't I make port? Is port not a specific building? It said port. There is fishing village, yes. Tell me more about the maritime stuff here. That's trade advantage. Where's my maritime presence? It says port. Maybe just the fact that it is there gives it the port. Ah, yes, yes, I see now. I understand. It's just having the province there is giving me this. Don't know how to destroy the pirates, though. Ah, you get rid of the pirates just by harassing them with nearby navies. I wonder if it counts my mothballed navy. Still don't understand what the pirates are doing, though. I mean, is there something that reduces pirates? Do they reduce control? I don't know the effect of piracy. I don't know. Well, maybe someday I'll figure it out. Just as I will figure out that I need a water break right now, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Observe my plummeting money? That doesn't seem right. Much better. I got no problem going long streams with minimal sleep and not enough food, but the water must flow. Ah, this freaking Parliament once again costing me. I can't believe how much this is costing me in terms of opportunity. I really want to go and destroy the Chinese. But as long as the warlord is breathing down my throat, that's not looking so possible. Worth keeping in mind though, right? It's a long game. What is this? Oh yeah, my artists. My artists keep making art. The Mongolian cultural tradition grows ever stronger. And I do want it to be a good, strong culture. Makes it easier to make others submit. I don't like the idea that Great Yuan is the dominant culture here. It will be me someday, but they have a lot more Mongolians than I do. Someday I might want to just go and take this off of Yuan, since they have so many of my Mongolians. But maybe I can just breed enough of them over here, and then we can overtake them. If I'm not mistaken, pirates and privateers, which will appear as pirates to other nations, reduce maritime presence in areas that they're active in. Lowered maritime presence means lowered control in the affected coastal provinces. Yeah, but we were looking at the control in one of these places, and it didn't seem to mention anything about maritime presence. I suppose it slows down the proximity to capital, but we don't have that over here anyway, so I don't think it's a big deal. Yeah, let's just assume it's not a big deal. Jeez, just rise up already, so I can beat your arse down into submission. That is a sizable uprising, though. And it's annoyingly spread out as well. Lack of control somehow giving him loads of money. United. Ooh, the Counting House. Counting House gives local crown power, and I'm really curious how much of an effect that is. We're going to build that immediately. And it can be built everywhere. That's quite cool. What does it demand? It demands books, gold, tools, and paper. Paper, books, gold, and tools. Well, that just means it drives demand for those things. Although it does also cost me, doesn't it? Also costs a huge amount to build. Oof. In that case, I suppose I really just want it in my massive populations. Currently, that's Ryazan, Astrakhan, and Sarai. Although, I wonder how that multiplies with control. It could be that I don't end up actually getting much from building it in Ryazan. Well, I certainly want it in my capital, and I most certainly want it over here. We'll see what effect that has. We should actually do a before and after. Crown power is currently 29%. Decked in because of Horde Civil War, but this is a more important number here. Is this going to go up? In fact, take a screenshot so I can compare before and afters, since I will most likely forget. I'm convinced that local crown power is a placebo stat, because you can't see it anywhere. Yeah, it's not really mentioned, is it? It is, however. Hold on. I could have sworn it was visible somewhere, and I was going to go, haha, it's here, but... I'm only fooling myself, aren't I? You can see the effect of lack of crown power due to control, though. You see control is here, and then you go, oh, look at that, local crown power is blip. But yeah, you don't actually see it locally, you only see it aggregated here, which is a shame. I really like the way cultural tradition versus cultural power work. Converting culture has tangible benefits in diplomacy, yeah. And also diplomacy has a tangible effect on converting culture. That's what I mean, this game feels so much more gratifying than the more arcadey effects that you see in EU4. This conversion is taking a long, long time. I know lack of control was always going to be hurting me here, but it's hurting a lot. Ugh. Yeah, as expected, it's just events that cost you heavily until all is said and done. Trade is collapsing, apparently. Usually, these steps within our horde are safe routes for the golden traders, but this upstart is not so tolerant of the situation. Oh, well, you've just given me an opportunity to buy stability, and that is something I will pay for. Quite happily, I might add. Thank you. This upstart's maybe not so bad. It says these people are starving, but I'm going to assure myself that they're not really starving. It's just that suddenly popped into existence, and it takes a moment to buy food, right? Of course. Yeah, see, these ones that are being created by our colonization efforts are immediately becoming our culture. Does that mean Besert is done now? Sure looks like it is. Oh, well, it was done a while back. I guess it just took some time to convert over to Mongolian without my involvement. Damn that Kaffa. Were those Mongolians there to begin with, or are we just that fast at bringing our people in here, I wonder? Oh, God, okay, I thought that was in my country. Heavens, no. Yeah, the mechanic's cool, it just should be shown a bit better. Showing all these different places. Oh, I didn't even notice it was this. This is a geopolitics maritime screen. Can I just have it show places that are adjacent to me? I'd have to filter it by market. Also interesting that it is by market. Yeah, so there's the Kaffa market, which does have pirates here. And it looks like they came back probably because you were mothballed, right? Yeah, so I need to harass them out of existence by actually paying for that. The question is, do I care? Do I really care about these pirates? I don't think they're actually having any tangible effect. Currently, at least. I'm not seeing anything like we're unsatisfied at the pirates here. I'll just let the pirates do what the pirates do, for now. How's a glorious golden road network? Everyone asking about my bleeding road network. Yes, it's small and sad. We did improve it a little bit. And again, I wish I'd taken a before and after to see how control is working. I bet this province wasn't 70 before, but the investment just doesn't seem right, right? I should connect these two places because they're important, but otherwise just accept that control outside of here isn't happening. The best I can get is roughly like 10 to 20, depending on satisfaction, if I can make it a core. Although towns are a little bit better. But yeah, road networking beyond here is a pipe dream. You know, you can have nicer, more consolidated countries with better stuff, but connecting all of this just ain't happening. What's the proximity loss downstream from the river? It's much better than gravel roads. Yes, downstream river is much better than most roads. Here's the proximity to capital thing. And you'll see down to here. Going downstream along a river is minus 30 off of the 40 cost. Whereas a gravel road is only minus 20 off of it. Going upstream, on the other hand, is minus 10. So a road is better than going upstream. So yeah, downstream flow is good. Because you can always piss in the water. And, you know, then Astrakhan has to drink your pissy water. And then you can exert control over them by saying, I won't piss in your water. But then you have people up in Kamishin taking number 2s in your water. And, you know, you can't piss upstream. So better to exert control down the river than up it. I hope that explains control quite well to you. Had to put it in a way that you'd understand. Yeah, hydraulic despotism, that's what we need. Getting some of those cores. Another second cousin is around. More stability. God, I'm losing all that research progress, but stability is needed to put an end to this. But yeah, I'm almost out of this if it just weren't for that rebel. So, am I really at the mercy of this guy just rising up? Because I have no way of getting rid of him. Unless there's some kind of nice event that lets me kill him. Wow, that was disgusting, but accurate. Alright, well, if I ever have spare diplomats, then it's always time to punch money out of my subjects. Seems like Hungary is always willing to pay the Golden Horde. Can't call ourselves Golden Horde if we don't have some real gold to live off of. Slurp, slurp, slurp. It's so wonderful. Just income that you get. There's no inflation. There's no increase of cost for state management. Just siphoning income is my future, which is why I'm a little bit tempted to boost up my subjects, you know, reinvest the money into them so they pay me more. But if I was going to do that, I'd probably do it to my colonies. Oh, that's right. I was going to build marketplaces after I brought glass over here, and I don't think I ever got around to that. Give me my marketplaces. And give my... Oh, God. I can't see nation borders here. It's here, right? I'm not sure if I'm even building right now. Marketplace. Oh, I was building. Right, yeah. Have a bunch of marketplaces. Is this your country as well? Yeah, this is outlining the market, but I'm having a hard time seeing my nation border. I think my nation border is along here. Alright then, here you go. Have a bunch of marketplaces. Glass doesn't flow over here, so I can't do that for you. But I bet I could build some market villages for my subjects, and that's almost as good. That gives them trade power and builds up their economy a bit. So you know what, maybe I should just do a mass building of little market villages around here. It surely can't hurt, right? A richer subject is a happier me. Is there a way to just make it so that we're just looking at non-owned locations? So then it's... Not sure if I can do it just by their places. Alright, I only want to look at rural settlements, which seems to be all of this. I want to sort it by country? No, I can't do that. Alright, I guess we just get clicking then. Giving all these rural people something to do. Because he would never be able to afford this on his own. I hope these market villages don't cost something in upkeep that my little subjects can't afford. That would be mortifying. I better evenly spread it around my beloved subjects. This is costing me a lot of money. Is this really my subject land as well? It's pretty hard to parse the information here. I feel like I'm actually building my own lands here. No, I'm not. I guess my subjects just hold more land than I thought. Alright, well, keep them coming. Okay, that's already spent more of my money than I really should be willing to spend. Back to it. But the hope is that they actually get some market access and then can actually do some trading themselves. And yeah, I know I steal half of your market stuff, but... Well, look at that. It just says country here. There is an unknown country inside Chimigiturga. I could embargo the unknown country. I think something might have broken with the update here. Something with the colonial nations that I made. How strange. You can control right-click and it'll build all in the region if you're mass building. In the region? Don't want to risk that when I'm out of money now. I'll try that next time though if I remember. Which I probably won't, I'm sad to say. They might have tried to stop the exploit. Didn't see anything in the patch notes about doing what I've done here. I believe what I've done was good and fair. I also believe that I shouldn't be paying my army right now. It's eating into my money. We'll save for that when the Uprising is on its way. Alright, but I'm pretty much in a position that I can put an end to the Civil War if this guy would just die. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm at the mercy of waiting a while. Yender, one more for the core. Is that your work? That is not your work. There seems to be something strange with the colonization. So some of them, they build up and I get the core. Some of them, they do not. And I don't know what's deciding that, because it's not meant to become my fully done colony. Unless... do we have an example here? Yeah, we do. Take you, for example. It's not meant to be done until we have a majority here. Oh, look at that. It only needs to be 47. Ah! My power projection is actually hurting here. Because it's saying, okay, colony's done, when in my eyes it's not done. That's a shame. Yeah, because I need this to be 50% to get the core. Instead it's capping out at 47. Meaning that my minister has to come along and finish the fight. Which makes me wonder why this one did do okay. It was already done, so I'm guessing we're just passively changing demographics enough. Yeah, I guess the Mongolians are taking over a little bit. Because this assimilation is taking bleeding forever. It will get done, though. I'll let it do its thing for now. Yeah, bloody natives. Would it not be better to give them back control and then retake it later when you want it? Give them back control. Give who back control? Oh, you mean of the trade? Yeah, I think I was trying to do that. I just didn't have the diplomats free at the time. Probably better if I go to managing all subjects through actions and then say... Ooh, I think it's stop, right? What's the one for stop taking all of their trade ability? Break knowledge sharing, asking vassals, cancel, sharing knowledge, support, tributary vassal, divert trade. Yeah, where's the one for stop divert trade? I'm pretty sure I'm still diverting trade on somebody's. Oh, I already did stop diverting trade on all of them. Excellent. Good job, me. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. How do I have trade power here? My trade capacity here is 1.36 because Omsk gives me that. Why does Omsk just give me that? Wait, where's my option to cancel siphoning their trade? What happened to that? Because I do think I am siphoning their trade. Colonies give you 30%, 33% of their trade base. Really? Because I could have sworn I wasn't getting any trade from them before. Wait, I bet the reason I wasn't getting trade from them before was because they didn't have any. Because they didn't have anything built up in them. Aha. Yeah, that makes sense. Revenge on the Czechs. What sort of blasphemy did they do to you? They forced me to give up this tiny little nobody as a subject. But worst of all, they stopped me from making them into a subject. And I will have my revenge, but I am at the mercy of waiting for professional armies, which is 17% in my country. So that means it must have spread in Sarai. No, I don't want that. I want institutions. Yeah, there we go. It's finally in Sarai. It still takes its sweet time spreading, but it will spread out and about, and it's still spreading through here, isn't it? Yes, we know about professional armies over here. And Kaffa even knows something else, right? The Renaissance. I can finally learn about the Renaissance. Oh, man, I've got a lot of research to catch up on, and I don't think my research speed is particularly good, is it? Literacy... Already embraced institutions. Disfavoring the Sufis. My liturgical language is here. What's my liturgical language again? Where's that shown? Primary religion. Ah, Arabic. But Arabic is surely good. Yeah, Arabic's got to be great for research. Okay, so we have some catching up to do with the Europeans, but the main thing is to catch up with my army and kill lots and lots of Czechs. Once we deal with the Horde Civil War, I'm going to go and ruin the days of the Chinese. You know what's funny, but not really funny? When this last dies, I'm going to go down in Horde Unity again, and then I might face Civil War again. It's kind of paralyzing when this is happening. Is there anybody that I could be doing anything with, like relations that need to be improved or similar? Perm, for some reason, hate my guts, so I'm going to spend some time improving relation, because currently my diplomats have nothing better to do. And I already did plenty with Hungary. God, all my subjects love me, you see. And my Ottomans are good friends. And Georgia, I suppose I could stand to do a bit more with. Just keep everybody on my good side so that we maximize the reduction in their liberty desire. Feels good. The fact that everything is so long-based makes it feel really good about making long-term decisions in this game. Since EU4 doesn't have that much longevity in your decisions, it's just blob, blob, blob. Okay, that's a gross simplification, but comparatively that's the case. I said I didn't mind Georgia taking Theodoro. Do I really not mind them taking Theodoro? There is something I could do to Georgia, and that is force them to be Sunni. Because the spread of orthodoxy is disgusting to me. The problem is that they would hate me for that. Is that really a problem, though? I mean, really a problem? Yeah, that would take forever to convert the lands, but eventually there'll probably be some conflict between me and Georgia. That said, I don't even want this land. I'm unsure about that one. I might actually try it. It's only one of my tributaries that I end up choosing off with this one, and I bet they don't know about professional armies either. They don't? Cool. Wait, do they? They almost do. Alright, how are we going to do this? It's nice to be able to exert some influence like this. Georgia aren't happy, but in about a year, please remind me to tell Georgia to submit to Sunni. I really just want to wipe out Orthodoxy. It's been a pain in my rump for quite a while. A mere moment of carelessness. Life was taken. What? My ruler dies, I lose stability. Please don't reduce Horde unity by 55. Because that's what happens on succession. Okay, phew. Phew. Maybe if it's done through assassination, you only lose the law 5 rather than the base 50 on succession. But at least the idiot is dead. And now we have another idiot. Okay. No child can be Khan is coming closer than I thought, and I'm not happy about that. Bad times for the Horde. Wait, what? With the sudden death of the Tatar overlord, the Golden Horde witnesses a quick chain of bloody succession. The rightful successor, but the captain is exploiting the chaos. It'll result in a civil war. We could start a civil war. Or we could accept that this really good... Oh, he's old. He's old as balls. He leaves the rivaling warlord thing. This would actually put an end to the civil war. He's a really good guy. But then we'd be into the Gimp dynasty. I think it might be better that we just kill him. Long live the crappy Khan. I hope your children are actually doing better than you, because I need some skills to pay my proverbial bills. The 9-year-old's coming along fine. I hope she increases these a bit more, though. We are paying for good education for her, after all. Yeah, no, you're gonna have to die, I'm afraid. Civil war, you say? Okay, well, let's do what we can do. Immediately take care of the places that are closest to us and having risen up. Oh god, Kursk is a fort. I'm gonna have to deal with that. Hopefully, the war just comes to an end when you've done enough damage. And I also hope I don't need to take each of these provinces one by one. Right, go and take care of them and take that back. This is the bigger problem. Oh, and Ryazan has a fort. Alright, give it your all. You are not happy there now, are you? This would be a marvelous time for my subjects to think, hey, the Golden Horde is weak, we should kill them. Thankfully, he hasn't taken my colonies from me. Oh, there's a fort on Kazan. Deary, deary me. I wonder if all of you together can do something about this place. And then I've got my main army, of course. The levies can work on Kazan. That's a bit of a trek. I need to figure out where his main army is, or will be. Did I just see our ruler in charge of the army? No, I think this is a graphical bug. They're not actually the ones in charge, it's this dude. I'm gonna need somebody else in charge around here. How about you, Timur? I suspect he's going to have his power base up here, but it's hard to know where exactly to go with all of this. I think I can actually get away with splitting up even more. So if we halve again, and halve again, and then just make sure that everybody has... Can we sort by estate? What if I search for crown? Aha! Alright. Does it show who's already assigned? Yeah, I think so. Yoink. And crown once again, please. There we go. Now you folks go out there and get to it. Where his army is, who's to say? But let's just hope that we don't have to deal with a lot of back and forthing on the occupations. I bet we will. I'm almost certain we will, but let's hope this works out to our advantage. Ooh. All this because I tried to give my people a voice in Parliament. Don't be making that mistake again. Kill them. Weren't they here? Where did they go? One is concerned. March your way up there. Make sure nothing bad is happening. You're going there, which is good. Kind of sad though, right? The Civil War... I can call the Ottomans in as my ally. Amazing. Kind of sad. They get a civil war, but... Oh, I was going to say sad because they don't get any units. I tell a lie. I got 2,000 units. The Golden Horde have lost? Unthinkable. I guess I see where they have a bunch of their army then. Yep, keep taking over. That's a lost fight for sure. Yeah, that is a problem. That is a problem that is not going to go away on its own. And some of these can't even do occupations, huh? Check your institutions. You should be able to take them. Oh, there's a thought, right? Since I lost a lot of my country that is not absorbing the institution, maybe now I can. Does that show as a pop-up here, by the way? Cassis, religious figure. Ooh, religious figures. Shono Shono. He'll make the peasants happier, but I don't like the fact that he hurts the efficiency of my cabinet. So I don't think so. Nothing here about this innovations, but what about here? You need at least 20%. You've only got 17.95. Hold on, that feels like it went down. Is that because of stuff going on over here? Yeah, because I think the institution was present in this stuff, so maybe I need to get it back so it's proportionately more on my side. Take Lusta et al. Back. And egads, it is province by province, is it? Say it ain't so. No, surely not. Not province by province, but location by location. Go and get their back there then, please. Tenderize those guys whilst taking the capital. You guys don't have much to do, and that's an area in itself. Is there anywhere that needs immediate backup? I don't trust down here. You folks are fine, just disband, get back to work. You guys are also fine, no need for it, get back to work. Work those fields, we'll take them in the north. It's hard not to call a location a province, yeah, but a location is a location, and a province is a lot of locations. It makes so much sense. Did I actually win there? Yeah, the armies still seem super bugged out for me. I can't make heads or tails of it. You chase them down. I don't know what they're getting up to, but I don't trust them. I'm not looking forward to having to siege this stuff down. Not at all. But go and take care of their army on Ryazan, please. Go and sufficiently back them up in Ryazan, please. You folks are just nothing. Get back to work. You guys are also just nothing. Oh god, I bet that means these guys rose up, right? Yeah, yeah. Stop hurting my progress over there. Resume work. Work hard. And then even all the way out here. Yep, and yep. Huh. See, it's not so bad when they actually rise up. But waiting on the rising up and not being able to taunt them into immediately attacking me is a royal pain. What is this? Laish is meant to be the capital here, but... Oh, of course, the fort's on Kazan. I won't be able to take Kazan with any particular speed. We have lost a core. We've been isolated from markets as well. I don't like the idea of losing a core. Yeah, I suppose that would happen if places revolt away and you had a core. It's no longer yours, so you lose the core. Aha. Yeah, especially when it's you had a core because of someone that you accepted and you no longer accept it. That is all the more reason that these could be really awful, these uprisings. Scary. Scary stuff. You can hasten the uprising by cheesing them off even more. Every satisfaction below 0 equates to more uprising progress. Yeah, there's downsides to cheesing people off, though. That's my issue. Chase them down and kill them. Keep those sieges going. I wonder at what point they give in. I'm pretty sure you don't have to 100% siege down a civil war. Well, I say fairly certain. What makes this man fairly certain? Because it would be daft. It would be beyond daft. Split in half and send half them over here. And then realize that I didn't tell these guys to balance out. Although they look fairly balanced. Looks like when they split it in half, they at least sensibly balance it. Are you guys actually there? Are other people having this issue? There must be people playing this game right now, and I haven't seen this issue like lambasted everywhere. So I cannot be... Either I'm the only person having it, or God knows what. Because these units, they're not where they say they are they? No, not at all. Like, what the heck? What does it all mean? I also find it frustrating. I have not had it, says Kitty. Right, is there anything in your settings that you might think are notably different from my own? Although I suppose you can't see my settings, can you? I had this happen, by the way, when I didn't have single units as the representation as well, though, so it isn't that. Alright, that's the capital over here. Strange that this stuff isn't... Oh, alright, Gila needs to be taken. I only play speed 5. Maybe that's different. I haven't had it either. Only play speed 5? You must be blazing on that pause key then. I found there's so much to keep up with. Speed 5 would be, well, stressful. Very stressful. There's a capital here that isn't taken. Where's the capital? Oh, it's over in Bulgar. A lot of places are right on the edge here, which can make it very difficult to tell what's what. Certainly is for me, at least. Alright, well, good to re-control my country. Or regain control of my country. There we go. Get the hell out of here. These guys can get back to work. Yeah, I'm glad I run my country as smoothly as I do. Could you imagine if you had to deal with this, like, every decade or so? I'd never be able to get anything done with this threat constantly breathing down my bits. Right, you go and get them killed. You guys, on the other hand, might run into a bit of trouble. I bet you could go and ruin their day. Or, better yet, you take care of the siege. You guys do that, and then take care of them. No, not whatever you just think I told you to do. You cannot give a shift command for chasing somebody down. Dang. I wanted them to go here and then track down and kill these people. As long as my... Wait, where did my levies go? The levies that I ordered to siege here, there they are. You guys take care of Kazan, please. Alright, sure looking forward to all these people being dead and me not being dead. Yeah, I think by highlighting the capital, it's really highlighting an issue where it's always on the edge of the province. Losing? I don't lose. Did I actually lose? I won't believe it. No, he's the bloody loser. Alright, you guys did good, and there's nothing else to worry about over here, so away you go. Same with you guys. Off you trot. Kursk is going to take some time, but that was always going to be the case. When you're done with your running away, maybe consider going to Kursk. You guys maybe consider... I mean, what? Oh, jeez. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised at this point, but I'm still disappointed. How was this never found? What is causing it? Keep kicking their ass. There's no call for peace, there's no ticking war score or anything like that. It's just go, go, go. Shows the attacker on the left. Sometimes you are not the attacker, but you still win. Some man wants to tell you about... Oh, hey, look at that! Costs me even more stability. But hang on, I need that stability to get out of the Civil War. We'll take it once we're done with this. Otherwise, I'm just going to prolong the Civil War. Even in EU5, we cannot escape the comets. At least it's nowhere near as bad as it was before, right? Losing 7 stability is virtually nothing compared to losing 1 stability when it goes from iddle to diddle. Still in a retreat path, that's fine. You guys don't even know what you're doing. I'll give you something to do. I still don't like sieges for some reason. Wish I could explain why, but sieges, they get my goat. You guys are on that Kazan siege, which is fine. You just cut them off. Maybe you can end the Civil War without having to worry about sieges, though. That would be cool. Yeah, sometimes you play the game and you just feel like the comets are constantly circling overhead. All this over Parliament, right? Country was going fine, and I said, maybe my people should have a word in Parliament. And just, no, how dare you give us representation? You must die. Oh, no, I was thinking my population went way down in this, but I'm getting it back from regaining this land. That is one big province. Okay, but they're largely dealt with. Why is this occupied by you? This should be occupied by me. That's more like it. I guess my colony popped over to aid a little bit, which I do appreciate. Yeah, so what ends a civil war? Switch controller immediately, that's all well and good, but I'm just curious if there's a way to win a civil war without having to de-siege truly everything. I don't think the number of people involved in a siege is all that important. At least I certainly hope not. How good is Serbia in EU5? They're pretty powerful, pretty chunky. Yeah, they put up a fight against me when I came in and told them that they had to submit to the Khan. Are we getting Balkan posting now? Good times. I mean, I gotta accept, I live in the Balkans now. It's only a matter of time before I begin Balkan posting myself. Is it time for Georgia to accept Sunni? No, 1 more year. January 1422. Let's try and remember that. You know, let's, as if it's your guys' responsibility. There's only one person in the stream who's expected to pay attention to everything going on, and it's yours truly. Oh, we got our core back. That's strange. I lost the core but got it back, and I certainly don't accept the Bashkiri people. Maybe it remembers cores and gives them back to them? Back to you? I have no idea. Ooh, trade range. So we're talking about how we might struggle to get tin up in Sarai. Can I get tin now? I want my tinners. There is tin in Baghdad and Damascus. Oh, whoa, that is a much nicer range for Sarai. I feel a lot less bad about sticking to my capital now. I mean, I was always feeling bad. It's a crap capital location, but and knowing that I can grab stuff here and I can avoid the Bosphorus Sound toll. All right, good. The tin question will have a good answer. Lurking is asking how I'm liking the game. I'm really, really enjoying EU5. It's bringing back this wonderful feeling of discovery that I have not felt since EU3. To those that might accept EU3 as a winning argument for something, is for me. Get over there before I forget everything. Wonder how long until they admit defeat. Come on, you've got nothing in my country. Just forts that I hate sieging down because I don't know what a cannon is. Just subjugate the Auto-Turk. You won't have to pay it down. No, I thought about it, and I certainly could subjugate the Auto-Turk, but I want to keep them around as a friend, and they might someday turn into my frenemy, and that I'm okay with that. It's part of the experience. Just have all of this taken care of. I'm assuming that siege is going to go fine and will pop for us in no time. After all, we are offensive. Yeah, I siege stuff twice as fast as I sieged in Bohemia. Our next job, of course, is going to slay the Chinese, because this civil war should be over soon. Gosh, I am really, really bad at integrating Konda or assimilating Konda. It is slow, yes, but I feel like we're just not bringing the Mongolian numbers above the 40-somethings. I'm starting to think that's a complete waste for my person to do, but I was really hoping that by colonizing these lands, I would actually get some... Ooh, integrated actually reduces assimilation here. So it stays at 0. But core... It is strange. It is very strange. Power projection actually hurting me on these things. I hope the Great Green Blob will grow at some point. Well, they're a bit busy. No current research. I will stock up my research in the hopes that I can use it for professional army things. Although that rag paper is really nice. And bureaucracy law? What kind of bureaucracy laws do you get? I can force decentralize my country, which I quite like the sound of. I mean, that's just free decentralization, which is more happy subjects. He likes the sound of it. But no, I need to save up my progress towards professional army, which we'll get at the end of the Civil War. You know, as long as we don't have even more stability hits. Got any more comets passing overhead for us? But yeah, it looks like there's no auto ending, especially if they still have forts. Does he have a capital then? Is there a capital of you? Your capital is Ryazan. Okay. It's a shame. Ryazan was a nice country for me. The Ottomans are once again calling a vote. They said they'd fix this. I see that the fix was a lie. Alright, huzzah. Kursk is finally down. That means you guys can Gingawa. You guys are kind of sitting around with nothing to do, but that's my proper army. Why are all my horse archers dead? They're not reinforcing. Full access to goods. Was I sieging and I didn't notice? It's mighty strange, isn't it? Maybe I should send you over to the Great Yuan's area real soon. For now, I will bring you guys together. They fixed it by introducing a different bug with the exact same effect, if I know paradox. That does sound very paradoxical. Right, I struggle greatly at passing anything in Parliament. Fort building cost, defensive? No, we like offense. Speed of integration. But that's only during the... Ooh, they want to integrate tuna for me. You know, I want Tuma integrated as well. It's a really, really slow burn to get that crappy little province integrated. I mean, only bringing it up by 20 seems really sad. Wait, did its integration status go away? Did Tuma revolt against me? Or was Tuma part of the revolt? I think it was. Did that kill all of its integration? Oh, that's bad. Bad news. I wonder what you can do to prevent that kind of thing from happening. Because it sure looks like that's what happened. Make the burghers happy. The important thing is not to lose even more stability here. I think I'll put off Parliament for a while in case I can't pass anything. The chatters are not making me hopeful that Japan will ever be playable in the game. Japan looks plenty playable to me. For some reason I was able to see them for a moment. Or I was imagining things. It doesn't look like any single one of them are coming together. Wait, is that all the same nation? That's an extremely fractured Ashina. There's Oda. The Sengoku Rants run? I don't know how I could really model rants in this. Look at those high populations, good lord. How does Japan not starve? Wow, those are all province. Oh, right, of course, everybody has a chunk of a location. Japan. No, Japan starts out completely unified. You just need to be better. Alright, speaking of being better, I'll be a lot better when these sieges are finally done, the civil war is put to an end. Maybe I get some stability for killing him, which would be very, very welcome. When will you annex Nagai? When I have a good reason to. Currently, I have no good reason to. I did force them to be Mongol, and they are converting to Mongol for me, which is great, because that'll make it a core. But here's the thing, what would I gain from annexing Nagai? I spat them out at game start because I foresaw this land as not being much use to me. It was not fully Sunni, although more Sunni than my lands. It was all Nagai culture, and it had zero control. Despite being this close to my capital, none of this had any control. So I purposely crapped this land out. They've helped me occasionally by bringing troops into a war, but mostly they're just here to administrate the land until I can do so. Bigger name. Okay, well, you've made a good point. I would sooner integrate Tver, I think, because at least the Muscovite are an accepted culture. But no, I see no good reason to do so, which is why I don't do so. Let's have you guys... Gingawa? Yeah, all these levies. Are you all levies? You're not, but you two are. Levies go away. Do you think I can take on China without levies, by the way? How much of a terror can I be without my levies backing me up? I like to hope I could really ruin their day. And they would attrition just the same as the rest of me. But the difference is the levies can do the sieges, whilst my units do not. So maybe I do bring in a bunch of my levies. It's certainly an idea. I'll bring on all the levies of these places that I barely control anyway. Wait, I think I just took some from my crappy little colonies. No, my crappy little colonies are over here. Alright. Prepare for a march on China, my levies. And good, you are reinforcing. Manpower trickling away from army reinforcements, so that's fine. It all serves a good purpose. Bring you together. So we have like three detachments of 1,000 units. The heck are you? You go and help out in Kazan. You're both independently led, but sure, whatever. Bring all my sizable armies over to begin the march on China. So take a long run over here. Wait, they're probably not going to be able to have the support there, are they? Ah, but I can always hang around in good old Yuan, can't I? And Yuan surely has lots of support for me. And we've learned that you don't get exiled if you're standing around in lands which have military access in nuclear war, which does happen in EU4, as I recall. How does this war keep going, right? You have one siege fort. Give it up. So you hear this noise? That kind of map back and forthing noise I'd really like to disable. I need to find where it is in the game files and get rid of it. Now here's a problem. I want all these guys coming with. But I specifically need to not bring you guys. It's going to be a long, atrocious march for you. Well, that's fine. I'm sure they're okay with attrition. A lot of lag, though. If you select a lot of units and move around the map, the game is not happy about that. But yeah, please don't drop that siege. You didn't drop the siege, did you? Because I'm sure Sugar not seeing the siege right now. Okay, phew. Do you not want to let your troops heal up before you send them? I thought they would have healed up along the march. We still need 487. Oh geez, it's going to be hard to locate which ones are my real troops, aren't they? Which other ones are real troops that need to heal up? Best change from before, no monthly coin sound check. There are other noises, but they're a bit more muted, aren't they? Now, these guys are fine. These guys are fine. These guys are fine-ish. And what's the other army? Oh gosh, who are the ones that need to reinforce? Don't they attrition on the march from home? Yeah, you're right. I could have them heal up around here, couldn't I? That's alright, we'll catch them as they go along. Oh wait, no, they're all going along. I'll have to find them one way or another. In that case, I can locate like so, can't I? Yeah, like you guys. Go and chill out over here. It's a mountain. I hope they don't get stuck in the mountain again. Armies cannot enter during normal winter or severe winter. Alright, in that case, maybe have them chill out in the not mountainous areas. Hills are fine. Yeah, all the army manipulating feels a lot clunkier. Now, I wonder if that's because I'm not so familiar with the game, or if it is just more clunky than EU4, and in a way EU3. Ooh. I really like that noise until you pointed it out. Now I can't unhear it, thanks. It bothers me. It bothers me quite a lot. Because I often do a lot of, zooming in to see where my armies are, and then zooming out to see the whole map, and it just keeps making this noise like you're unfolding a particularly leathery map. And I'm nae a fan. For the love of God, guys. I mean, there's the order of the assault button. Seems wasteful to throw away lives like that, though. Death. I mean, do I care about that? Unless they were a member of my cabinet, which they were not, I don't think I care. Whoa, God, we lost our ability to get that institution. So the Civil War did help us there, and now we've gone and unhelped it. Professional armies are back down to 18%. What a shame. Oh well, I think the game will warn me if I have too much stuff banked. Where do you see how much you have banked, by the way? I'm pretty certain there is a bank of research. But I don't see anything like that. Strange. Yeah, it is more clunky. I can't drag and drop all my troops, can I? It's always just as much as you can see in this one screen, and that's unfortunate. It will tell you if you're near the max. Okay, great. It won't tell me what it is or how close I am, but it'll tell me when I'm near it. Good to know. Alright, bloody Kazan, come on. How the Civil War can still wage on when he has one crappy little province left, I do not know. You would think they'd go, you've won 90%, let's just call it there. GG, you win. Absolutely no re. Yeah, I used to think GG no re meant no reviving. But no, it means no rematch, doesn't it? What happens if you don't take the call to arms? That's me being able to call in the Ottomans. Let's get rid of it since I don't plan on doing so. And I know I have an unintegrated province, and I know people want to kill me. And I know I lack commanders, and I know I'm over the cultural capacity limit. And I know my pops have needs. They simply do not understand. Getting quite a lot of bad events today, it seems. I know we're missing employees. I know RGOs miss employees. I better keep that around, that's good to know. Unprofitable buildings are fine. Don't know why a jeweler's guild would be unprofitable. Is gold just that expensive? Oh, that's right. I was locked out of my markets. I bet it reset all my imports and things. Maybe it didn't. It'd be nice if it didn't. Come on, Kazan, please. Early game sieges are so painful in this game. Funnily enough, so are late game sieges if the enemy has really good forts. Alright, there we go. It only took 100%. Long struggle against our enemy. Da-da-da-da-da. We gain horde unity. Useless. We gain stability. Useful. We gain prestige. Always useful. And that should put an end to the Civil War. There we go. Ooh. You know what that did? That was a net gain of stability. Wow, stability looking very good now. It won't be such a big deal to embrace that institution, and that's going to keep my estates happier. Sadly, positive stability doesn't give quite as much as negative stability takes away from it, but pop promotion's got to be good. Yeah, best disaster ever. And it's not like we were doing anything in that time, right? Of course not. I just hope there wasn't some unseen bad thing that happens from all of that. Disgusting levels of stability. Well, if it's so disgusting, I can actually reduce my stability investment and make more profit, but I feel pretty profiteering right now for some reason. Man, I do love coming here. Still keeping the Dhimmi very happy with my no taxation policy. This policy of no taxes is the least they could expect. I'm gonna have to do something about those golden slaves. I am deeply disappointed at the assimilation going on here, though. I just cannot get these Mongolians to be majority. 48, 48, 48. And why this of all of them didn't integrate? You know, most of them are integrating, but this one place did not. I guess I can live without that. It's kind of a waste of time for you to be assimilating that right now anyway. In that case, time to ass blast the rebels with a crackdown on... Now this is weird. Show only rebels belonging to your own country. Nothing. Remove that? I think that toggle is inverted. Now where are those golden slaves? Crack down on them. I dread to think how exactly we crack down on the slaves. They're already the bottom rung of society. But that's for them to concern themselves with. Right, you guys are fine, and you guys are fine. You know, what attrition did we even face on this journey, really? I don't want you... Oh, Christ, you weren't really there to begin with. Ah, Jesus. This freaking game sometimes. It's not even showing me where you're going. Why are you not moving? Are you even there? You guys are doing fine. And you guys are doing fine, but please all get over there. It doesn't want to show. No, I'm not telling you to go to Susan. I'm telling you to go to Abakansk. Something is so severely broken with the visuals on the armies. Oh well, they will get over there eventually. I've noticed that unpausing gets rid of a wrong location. No, it still looks like... Oh, so now they've decided they're going to move. Truly bizarre. I hope the Chinese don't magically put up a hell of a fight. I mean, I know there's 6 million of them, but... Can 6 million people really be wrong? Yes, yes they can. And I will show them how wrong. Ah, good. My trade income has completely shattered, but... Isn't it still needed for some buildings? Yeah, here we go. These goods have been shot. For example, books were needed. Sure, I can bring in some books. Not really sure I want to bring in Krakow's books, because that's particularly profitable. I think I'd rather keep it within my own markets. Well, my own market. Hey, you're expanding a bit more influence into my Astrakani market than I like, Georgia. That's not really allowed. Yeah, whatever. Just give me the cheapest thing. Maybe a little bit more. What else is needed? Yeah, the iron is right. I thought this would break my trades, and it absolutely did. This is why this needs to be automated. Absolutely, they need to add automation settings, like toggle whether or not you do pop needs, building needs, or profit. And if you do all of them, sort a priority between them, like fill all pop needs, then all building needs, then all profit needs, etc. Because as it stands, oh, it's a pain in the arse doing pop and building needs. Anyway, I get beside myself. We still need this iron in the Sarai market. And I want it for my own markets to drive up demand. And how much do I even need? Wait, it says I don't actually need any. Why is it telling me I need these? I don't need these. This is what I need, fruit. I want fruit from my own market, please. 1.63 of it. It's a tricky interface to work this. Also, if you double click on a plus button here, it doesn't go through on the second click for some reason. And then Uriazan is short some dyes and some books. Another thing would be nice is just, I don't know, like right click or something to set it to the amount of goods needed. There are a lot of little quality of life things here that would go a long way in my opinion. But I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of quality of life demands. And you always want to put them all in, you know? These all sound great, but if we spent all of our time doing it, we wouldn't get all the DLCs done for the Greater Paradox Slave Driver. Alright, is that all that we need here? He starts the DLC, he fuels the DLC. The Swede. Bring that in, and bring in some dyes, apparently. And yeah, if you're wondering why I'm not making these as profitable as possible, we want to run an inverted economy here. We want most of our money coming from diplomacy, because that stuff doesn't get taken into account for calculating costs, like stability cost and diplomatic costs. Again, I want Sarai. I mean, I own Sarai. I'll do Sarai. Gosh, we need a lot from Sarai. We need every last drop we can get here. And then some. Alright, sure. What market is this for? Yeah, Kazan. Kazan is always needing more. Are you telling me that my market presence or my market capacity in Kazan is pathetic? That's exactly what you're saying. And would you look at that? I've got tons of gold. I think we're going to build something that I should have built long ago. But didn't. We're going to build an incredibly powerful building. Which is not here. Still not here. That's because I was searching goods, not buildings. The Caravanserai. As long as you're in Khorasan, Xinjiang, Mongolia, or the Pontic Steppe, you can build this ridiculously powerful building. Without any downsides, it gives trade advantage and trade capacity. It does cost some fairly expensive goods, but that just drives up the demand for these goods, and I can make more money making it. And so if I had these over in Kazan, which not everywhere has access to, but enough of them do. So yeah, requirements not met because it's not in the right area, but these are. So I am going to give myself some market power in Kazan. There we go. I'd do this for my subjects if I could, but I can't. I could do it for Timmy. Wait a second, is that a good idea? Down the line, I would love Timmy... Wait, even now I would love Timmy to make more money. Do I dare give Timmy this incredible power? Timmy makes more money, I make more money off of Timmy, everybody wins, right? Let's test that theory. Let's actually make Timurid stronger. And this will make him a lot stronger. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 additional trade power in Samarkand. Timmy currently has... he's got a lot. He's got 40. But that comes with modifiers, right? So the amount that I'm giving him is also being given an extra 30%. That's pretty good, though. Won't Timmy rebel or something? I mean, he could. Everyone could rebel. I'm assuming that no one's going to rebel as long as their loyalty is above 50%. And it might even be 100%, at which point they rebel. I've not really tested the waters here. But sure enough, that'll make him more powerful, but it'll make him richer. And if he is richer, he gives me more money. And if he gives me more money, then he will give me even more money when I periodically siphon additional money. Speaking of siphoning additional money, Georgia... No, we're not doing Georgia. I meant to convert Georgia. Because I want to see if they can spread the Sunni faith for me. That's really dangerous, right? They could absolutely rebel against me. They might seek support and end up truly rebellious. But Tver eventually saw the funny side of being Sunni. And so did Perm. I think if I just do it one at a time and don't let them all band together, things will be okay-ish. But yeah, I have it in for the Orthodox. They need to die. This is a bit of a presence, isn't it? I wonder if the overall strength of a faith aids it in any way. Like having more of your faith on the planet. Does it help? There's religion, tolerance, holy sites. There are no Muslim holy sites, huh? Why do I feel unsure about that one? Ooh, so that's the effect of religious unity. Clergy estate satisfaction. I bet they'd get bored if everything was 100%. Seeing Emirate over Tver just feels wrong. It should be Principality or not exist at all. Oh, well, I'll see to that final point if you really insist. Don't like the fact that they made all these crappy little subjects. I do hope they integrate them. Yeah. Subject. No indication that they are annexing any of them. They've got a casus belli on Novgorod. Curiously, can I use their casus belli? No, I thought I could use subject casus belli. The Ottomans won't join my war against Novgorod, how dare they? Someday I'd like to finish off Novgorod, and knowing that they have access to tin makes me slightly more wanting to destroy them. But in the end, it's a horribly disgusting Novgorodian culture. Ugh, and Karelian, which I would have no real control over, which is why it's difficult for me to even think about expanding in that direction. However, what if Novgorod were also my subject? Is such a thing even possible? I mean, if I had my own little Novgorodian subject over here, administrating these lands, taking care of their market, and getting that tin down to me, would that not be beneficial? I could make my own emirate over there again. It's an idea. I wouldn't normally consider it, but it would be a nice buffer state against Sweden. And it would be very nice to have that tin within my location, because tin is just so agonizingly rare. Again, if we want to remind ourselves, where is all the tin? It's virtually nowhere. Ooh, not the tinned. I just want the tin. Yeah, it's certainly not within my domain, that's for sure. The best I can do is suck it out of Samarkand. But yeah, I would like to own, or at least have control over the tin myself. And if I can go to this tin and make it really nice and profitable. Oh god, not even 1,000 people live here. Might be a bit difficult extracting all that tin then. Although, I just need to make it a nicer place to live. And surely under my rule, this would all be a very nice place. Dig deep, you'll find some eventually. Molten metal tin. Strike the earth. I guess True Leveler would know exactly how to strike the earth for enough tin. Looks like we didn't need to worry about reinforcements at all, although winter is coming. Maybe I should hold off until winter is done before moving my troops around. Otherwise they're going to get stuck in mountains. But yeah, we're just going to ride our horses down to the core of China here. Have they lost some land? Stop losing land. Oh, they're still filthy rich and there's 6 million of them, so we'll go and take care of them. There is Wu, of course, but Wu is not as rich. In fact, why is Wu not so rich? God, they're incredibly poor despite having 30 million people. And they have the coast. How in the world is Wu not filthy rich? Well, whatever. Koke seems to know what's going on, so they're going to be our new subject. We look weak. What? We won that civil war. I guess the Czechs are going around telling people things that aren't true. Dies in Kiev are out. Okay, well, away it goes then. Ah, there we go. Looks like I am not getting my professional armies in time. Oh, it's 19% of my country. We're so close, but I gotta spend my stuff on something. Gotta be bureaucracy, right? How much did I have stored? It was like 18 or so, right? We'll have bureaucracy in no time then. I'm the number 9 power in the world, yeah, but I think to be a great power I need to be 8 or better. There's our winter attrition, which I hope we can restore. 0 will join each month because we lack goods. Is that because we lack goods in this market? I bet it is, isn't it? Something like no horses in the Berdsk market. I need to check the goods needed. That's interesting, though. I mean, it would be nice if that still applied in occupied land. They need leather. Do you guys feel the same way? What about my auxiliaries? The auxiliaries lack leather. Okay, but that is a solvable problem, right? I go to Berdsk, and I say leather, and they say, we don't even know what that is. And I say, let's import leather from your next door neighbor. Wouldn't that be cool? And they say, well, that sounds pretty cool. Just a modest amount. Donk. And then I end up with leather for reinforcement. The systems in this game are so cool. So unbelievably cool. It's all the good parts of Vicky. You still didn't reinforce for some reason. Now I'm going to assume that's just because the leather wasn't there. What's that? The leather stockpile. There's 0.1 there. I guess I don't bring in nearly enough, do I? How much do you even need? Maybe I should have brought over a lot of leather. 0.01. Give it another month and see what happens. Wait, they're still lacking the goods. Oh, okay, now they tell me about the weapons that they need. Huh, okay. I should have looked at everything they need. Weapons, horses, and leather. Am I okay taking about, what's that, 4% attrition here? Or do I actually want to bring over all those goods? I don't really have the power to bring over all those goods. Weapons. I mean, weapons, they... yeah, they don't really have, do they? Alright, bring over some weapons, and how about horses? Horses they do have. Alright, very good. So maybe they'll be okay. But we need to get moving real soon. Hey, they're reinforced. Wonderful. You guys struggled a bit on all of that, but that doesn't matter. I need you down here on the double. Onwards to Chaosheng. Hopefully no mountains get stuck on along the way, because that would be atrocious. What's my other council member doing, by the way? Cracking down and assimilating Kaffa. That Kaffa's a big assimilation job. Big job, but we are taking care of it. Hungarians. Yeah, okay, that's the dream, taking care of Kaffa. It's tempting to stick a fort around here, just to stop it all from being taken in a heartbeat. Do I care that much about it? I mean, forts embolden the local nobility. And I quite like the fact that the nobles are actually kicked out. The clergy have a surprising amount of power here. A lot of clerics for some reason. They must be working something around here. I couldn't help myself but to point out that as a resident Czech, I did warn Jake that Czechs do not lose to Tatars, but in his hubris he did not listen. I judged it as an excellent opportunity to learn more about my enemy, and I did. I learned a lot about my enemy. And now, next time I come knocking, you better believe those Czechs are going to be paying rent. June seems like a nice time to come on down through China. It's going to bring harrowing memories for the Chinese, no doubt. I didn't bring nearly as many levies as I thought. I hope I do have enough to terrorize them, because if they kick my arse and kick me out of their lands, I'm going to be very unhappy. Okay, it only costs money, not stability, but I do think I want monthly progress to decentralization. We are currently 66. And I don't think that's actually going to push it any further, but any movement towards decentralization will help there. Yeah, go for it. There will be a day when I want to centralize, probably. But maybe not. Maybe we can just stay decentralized. How's the Horde? Well, it depends on how good our invasion of China goes. We're good friends with our Mongol brethren in Great Yuan, who've just been chased north, really. And they're going to give us permission and food access to ride our horses right the way down into here. So we get to bypass the Great Wall of China. The Great Wall has been demolished, probably for financial reasons. The Ottomans continually revoting on this thing. Paradox, you said this bug was fixed. The lies that I get fed. The constant lies. Well, now I can try to pass things in the Parliament. Speed of integration goes up. Maybe it is worth trying to integrate that crummy province, but I want those slaves dealt with. Cracking down on rebels is working good on that. Forest exploitation is just... it's just free good stuff, right? Although it's more lumber that I absolutely don't need. On the other hand, a consensus pop growth and stability if this passes. Nobody wants to back it, but maybe we could pass this anyway. I like the idea of population growth. Give me that. I just wish I knew how to move my my parliament seat, or where we do this. All right, who wants to conduct a census with me? Wow. How do I get so much parliament support from the get-go? That was a crazy amount of support. I would expect, yeah, I'd expect a bit of base support from Crown Power, but wow, everybody loves me, it seems. Has he invented gunpowder? No, we're still trying to figure that one out. The chieftains won't like it, but I could do... loses a spiritual retreat. The spiritual retreat is just one of those clergy annoy you things. It's like the troll castles that the nobility put down. Being able to remove those for free actually sounds good. I don't know where Oil, Basra, and the other places, but the Ulema are really happy right now, aren't they? The Ulema, I think, actually get a double whammy, so they go down by 14%, but they're still happy enough. So I say we destroy those, remove any spiritual retreats that the nobility have had complaints about. Yeah, sounds good to me. And the Ulema go down to Yeah, as expected, they got a double whammy on that. That's okay, though. I don't even tax the Ulema, so they're fine. And that will pass it and get me even more stability. All right, finally, a nice stable time for our country. Had to happen eventually. And then the hordes have arrived. Tell me more about the layout of this area. I can't say I'm familiar with Chinese topography. Well, it just so happens the place that I care about is lovely and flat and not full of mountains. This is the capital that needs to fall. The capital does have a fort. I feel like a bunch of my army is missing here. What's taking you guys so long? I guess you're just slower than the average horse, right? One can only assume. Do we start the fight without them? It's tempting. Alright, anybody around here that's got lots of nice supply for us, just make our way down. And then jump on that fort immediately. Yeah, that's our crown power at work. I think it has gone down a bit. No, 32 sounds about right. Wait a second. It should have gone up because I built that thing in Sarai, and I didn't actually do a before and after check, like I said I was going to, because I got distracted by civil war. The problem is local crown power is not shown anywhere. It's only aggregated. So yeah, you get this local crown power, and I built this building. Where is it now? No, not the troll castle. We don't like those. Wish I could tear them down. There aren't any troll castles in Sarai, are there? No. Where is that building that I just made? It's not a burger building, is it? Looks like it is. Here we go. The counting house is here. And it gives me local crown power, but no indication of how much it actually is. I'm just pointing out you've brought all the 5,000 troops to beat the third richest country in the world. Yeah, maybe we can make it happen. Scipio says, hey, I sent you a Discord DM. Aha. I will get swatting then, once we're done here. What was I just looking at? Yeah, there was this number that I thought I should compare to the other thing, but now I have so many people that the check is going to be irrelevant, isn't it? Yeah, so it's hard to see if this building is actually making any difference, is it? That is unfortunate, because I would like to know. Inquiring minds would like to know. Because it's a very expensive thing to build with no feedback if it's doing anything. What the hell, build it anyway. Maybe somebody can yell at me right before July 1423 to check the difference in crown power. So yell at me in June or something and we'll see a before and after. Pretty please. More cores, Your Majesty. Just love seeing the growth of integration. Remember when I had virtually no cores? I remember. Spent like an hour looking at that thing, says Andarius. It's really annoying. Ain't it just? Alright. Get these units over here. And if I lose, you know... Oh, whoa, hold on, look what's here. Institution, finally. I can learn about professional armies. Wonderful. Armies have existed since before, ever since war was invested, rather. Invented. I got to admit, France is doing really good at consolidating power. England would never stand a chance. Except Aquitaine's still there. Not only that, England is holding on to Perpignan. And naturally, they hold Calais. Fascinating. Alright, that gives me some obvious things to focus on in the research screen. And there's nothing I'm currently working on. Good. Professional armies, tell me more. It's strange that although you embrace it, you still need to research this thing. Costs 28 to get you. But this is the important thing, tactics. It would be a very wise thing to delay this war until we already have tactics, but it's good for knowledge to know whether or not this is necessary. I really, really want my cannons. Although that slave raiding, 33% more Chinese and Czech slaves sounds so good, but I must have my cannons so I can deal with these blessed forts. Then I think we'll take our slave raiding. Integration speed 10%, that doesn't seem worth it compared to making my way down to probably men-at-arms. Although I do like the idea of creating a need for guns that I can fulfill by making guns. But yeah, let's get ourselves some men-at-arms, because they can... I think they'll hold the center ranks a lot better. Yeah, I want them to hold the center. And then my horse archers crush the flanks. A bit of the problem is my center actually gets crushed when it's just more horse archers. Hopefully that doesn't happen when fighting the Chinese. In fact, are you not currently at war? You're currently in 2 wars. A rebellion and some other thing. Don't like seeing this numbering at 128,000. They're not going to 10-to-1 stack wipe me, are they? Hmm. 10-to-1s are very real. And I think when I take some attrition, that's actually going to be 10-to-1 stack wiping. This might be an undertaking that just gets me killed. They're very rich for a reason. That's okay. I'm bringing over another 1,000 here. And it's not like they can do anything against me. Maybe we can just hold this and destroy them. And do what Timur couldn't. Humble Jake. Has to happen eventually, right? Sure, money is all yours. Take 5 whole ducats. Can't even support me. Useless. Why Timur rather than some other Chinese state? Well, Timur has all the money, and the point of making tributaries is to take their money. And I'd rather like to take their money. Damn, when I get the Renaissance, I also want to get my hands on additional diplomats. Chieftains demand just nebulous privileges. I don't mind giving that to them, right? The common people are happy enough in my country. Typical uppity nobles, though. Yeah, I would probably like all of my troops over here before we go balls to the wall. Did you forget to convert Georgia yet? I absolutely forgot, but I'm not going to do it when my army is all the way over in China. Sounds like a dangerous thing to do. At least make some extra troops back home so you don't collapse if the worst happens. That's a good idea, isn't it? We cannot recruit regiments here. We lack the infrastructure. So I actually can't have any more troops? But I don't have the technology to make more troops. I wasn't aware there was a maximum on the amount of troops you can have. It's June to check the counting house. Ain't done yet. In fact, I take that back. Not till November. I think they're waiting on some goods in the area. Ah, maybe this can't be built because we're lacking masonry and glass in Kazan. Wait, no, they have masonry. Is it really masonry they're lacking? Get me out of this. Wait, why has this been delayed then? Yeah, look at that. There's loads available. Maybe somebody just moved it in there, but there was a short delay for a wee while. Your capital can always make troops from its sergeantry, I believe. Otherwise, you need to build an armory, which gives extra manpower. Well, here's my capital. And here it is saying I can't build these. And I cannot build any more... Wait, can I? Says I can build one in Balashov? Is that even my province? Why can't I build one there? I'm marginally confused now. I thought this was only available in my capital. Yeah, it is a special Horde building, but it looks like I have a few of them scattered around. Monthly manpower... anywhere where I can build it. I can build a ton of these things, apparently. Really? Yeah, somebody told me that this is something I only get in my capital, and I immediately went, oh, okay, no, none of these then. But it looks like I'd have a lot of them. Symbol of the locals' authority serving as an arbitrary of important decisions. Mustering men for the army. Can be built anywhere. As long as I'm a steppe horde. Maybe I wasn't able to build them early on because I wasn't spreading my culture back then. The green tick shows the requirements. Dominant culture is my culture. I have the advance and I'm a steppe horde, so I can have a lot of these things. However, I still don't know why I can't make more units. I mean, absolutely, I want to build more of these around here. Let's see, they recruit... Oh, wow, they employ a ton of soldiers. Is that good? There's no way it can be bad, right? Maybe I should build one down in Astrakhan then. Places where I have a lot of people to throw around. Do I want more of them? I mean, they do give a healthy amount of manpower. More soldiers equals less workers. Is that really a problem? Astrakhan has certainly got a lot of people that can be thrown around. Putting it in a rural place, it would take forever to get those numbers. Although, if it would take forever, surely it's better to build it earlier rather than later. And I can't imagine control has any effect over this, right? It doesn't create money. It does create demand, which is kind of good. Make sure you build them where you have control. Well, that's part of the question, though. I didn't think control had any effect over the manpower that it gave. Soldiers are out of control. That's funny. Wait, apparently I have one over here. Was I reading that right? Tell me more. Yeah, I do have one here. Current manpower looks fine, and it doesn't look like that's getting affected by control. Oh, look at that. Yeah, monthly manpower is affected by control. Aha, right, so you do want these in high control areas. Well, the more you know. Right then. It's going to suck up a lot of my beloved people from these otherwise lovely towns in the making. Maybe that's okay? Yeah, they're high control places anyway. And it's a great building. Maybe I should just make it anyway. Ah, to hell with it. We're here to learn, right? I'm not learning anything if I don't build more of them. What were they called again? Like Kurtelis? Kurultais. There and there. Is that right? Yeah, that seems about right. And maybe build one over in Zamzani as well. Clerics, burghers, laborers, soldiers. Here, have a Kultari. The problem is getting to the soldier, unless the city promotion to rate with soldiers will be horribly slow. Yeah, but I'm still wondering where the limit on my units comes from. Or the limit on how many troops I can have. Why I can't recruit more. We're expected to have an army of 5,000 regulars. Okay, but we currently have 4,100 regulars. And if I want to make more, I cannot. You cannot recruit regiments here. It lacks the infrastructure. Okay, but if I try to do it over in Dobski... Oh, well, there we go. There we go. So there must be some kind of infrastructure that dictates how many units you can have. That's a castle. Wait a minute. I don't actually have it in the capital. Right, so the capital has an inherent amount that it can give you. Interesting. And tell me again, how many of those buildings did I already have? Apparently I got one here, one here, one here. So if I wanted more, we could recruit them. I mean, that's a weird place to be doing it. Over here, since I have the Kurultai, that means I can build up more units here. What's the limit then? As many as possible. Yeah, maybe not. There we go. Let's just have something in case it all collapses. Does that mean I should maybe consider building one in Sarai? Or was that not a possibility for some reason? Wait, am I building one in Sarai? No, this is Sarai. Losing all the information when you enter that map mode is very confusing. Suddenly I'm like, where is where? Maybe there's a setting to make the names still show here. Meant to show when you hover over. Maybe if I have names on a thing always it'll happen. But yeah, the requirements are not met because... Oh my gosh, I see it all now. Because of all those accursed Muscovites that I liberated, I can't have it on my capital. My question is, did I start with one and then it got destroyed because of the Muscovites being there? Because I must have started with something giving me all of that manpower. Was it because it was here? I would need to load and check the game in not 1444, whatever the start date is. If somebody has the game around, can you check the very start with the Golden Horde? Do they actually have that building there? Because maybe it does get murked when dominant culture changes. Golden Horde start with 4, but not one in Sarai. Okay, so then it stands to reason that there's one there, and wherever else. Okay, would be cool to have one back in my capital, but those Muscovites need to be culturally enriched. And currently they're not being culturally enriched at all. And I think it would take forever to do it with my my estate person, so we'll just leave them be. Okay, we learned a lot there. Wonderful. It was 100% there at the beginning. Okay, well I need to run some tests and see if they get destroyed by culture, dominant culture changes. Alright, let's get everybody together and lay siege to Kaifeng. General of an army just died. Well, let's hope that's not too much of a problem. Hey, they're raising units here. It's almost like they know what's coming. Damn right I get stability. Although, stability for my country that's about to die? I wonder about that. Alright, slow it down, let them be raised, and then let's see if I can't make them into a tributary. Probably not. I mean, that army is terrifying. But let's see just how terrifying. Get stuck in. What was the thing that makes them all march together, by the way? Yeah, attach around and go in there together. And then they're actually all going to arrive at the same time. Very good. Food access hopefully means we don't starve. Oh, okay, well, a humiliating loss, the first of many for the Cokes. Sadly, it takes me a long time to siege the province down, as is often the case. I don't have a very good leader here. He's inspirational, at least. Alright, so hopefully I can grab their capital and tick up the war score in order to make them mine. But once we have that, there are quite a few forts in the region. I wonder if I can go harass other places and then come back down. But their army is massive. It's probably not that simple. This is a almost delusional level of war. This thing still won't be ready until November, but it has everything neat. Days left plus 0. Is that actually going through? Hey, anybody else just noticed that the day only goes through daytime? 8 o'clock in the morning, and it goes through to 8 o'clock at night. The day is only 12 hours long. Ooh. Cursed knowledge. Was the number of forts a consideration when picking a target, or just the size of the purse? Just the size of the purse. I hate dealing with forts, but yeah, what can you do? Mongolian grasp over China is weakening even more. Oh no! How can this be? You only just noticed? That's right, Sid. I am probably going to notice that all of these armies need balancing. Is there like a balance all button? There certainly is not. but some of them are horribly imbalanced. This is ridiculous. Like, there should just be something to auto-balance all armies all the time. Well, add it to the quality of life list. Because otherwise you just get penalized to the maximum for going into a battle without organizing. Everyone's on one flank, they get double flanked, and then blip. Utterly destroyed in a fight that you could have otherwise won quite easily. Sarai does have one. Okay, now I've never lost control of Sarai, so maybe if culture changes, you can't have it. I'll need to test changing a culture then. Alright, good to see that some of my colonies have the wherewithal to auto-integrate. Some of them do not. How are we doing in the colonies, by the way? I've only got 4 going. And I would like more than 4 going. I'm interested if there are any RGOs out there that really, really should be mine. We're working on Utkus, so that gold will be mine. Stone. Wait, there's medicine out there? Interesting. I keep losing the map modes because they're all tucked so close together. Copper. Right, now there's a consideration. We're going to start needing copper before too long. I have some copper at my beck and call. Yeah, I got a copper mine. Wait, I say I have a copper mine. Who really has this copper mine? Nizhny Novgorod. Oh, that's my subject's copper. But we have the copper over here. Well, again, I have some copper. Perm has the rest. At least there's population for it. Okay, well, slowly but surely we'll get all this colonized. This stuff is coming together. I probably would like this stuff to come and touch. Send over those machete people. And keep those provinces growing. Yeah, as long as it's in the market, that's all we need. The thing is, I have a little bit more control over how big it can be. Oh no, I can pay to expand my subjects' RGOs. Whatever, I'd just rather have it than anybody else. That's why that tin, I think, is going to be a real problem. Hopefully the Mamluks are happy to export tons of it to me, but I can see the price of tin skyrocketing. I wonder if stacking one flank would be good for the horses. Well, you can only have so much frontage to begin with, so I think balance is better. Hover over the balance army button for a second. There's a star that appears. Maybe it's automation. You mean this? It just pins the action, although I don't really know what that is. Maybe it means if I, like, right-click on the army. Yeah, I thought maybe I could have it as a rebalance thing that we do here, but no, God knows what that does. Or do you need to unpause? Nope. Disband unit can be a start action. Please no. Please no. I think you lost it after the Civil War happened because it made the game recheck if you could have one. I'll check through my my saves at some point. Control the colony of Kamyshlov. And you're going to assume I know where that is? Okay. It shall remain mine. You know, this is as big as my colonies are allowed to be. But that also means I can make one more colony. Kamyshlov, Tominsk is still being worked on. I'm going over to Belowotsits. Am I even working on Kamyshlov? I'm not. What RGOs do you have available? Coal! Coal and iron and copper. Oh, sign me up, Buttercup. Give me all of that. One big yoink for me. Jake, check on the building. No, it got delayed. It needs to be checked in November, or rather just before November. June, July, August. In August, we'll check it before and after. Well, this siege sewer is going nowhere. We are likely to fail in an assault here. Okay, great. I hate sieging as a horde. Such a painful thing to do when you have no cannon. We're slowly researching our way towards cannon. We might have it someday, but not right now. Need to keep a lazy eye on this in case the enemy starts coming for me. If they defeat me and I have to pull back, then so be it. I guess I just have to peace out. Don't want to, though. I would really like these people to become my subject. I mean, they don't feel the same way, but we will make them feel the same way. Forced tributary. I wonder if this makes all of my tribute... Whoa, they got a lot of money to give me. 1,729 ducats. Let's not get too greedy now, right? We're far away from home and we cannot reinforce. Likely to feel seems to only look at morale, not killing every last garrisoned troop. Yeah, because sometimes a fort just had nobody in it, like it was recently built or something. We had that issue when fighting Timmy. He'd only just built a fort, it had like 4 people in it. We assaulted it and it just went away. And I bet it said we would have failed. I wonder if I should send over some nobody to lead an army here. Yeah, this amazing chieftain. I mean, you're going to take like a year to get over there, aren't you? That was only slightly a joke. He'll be there in over a year. Okay, oh, Godspeed. If that's relevant, then sure. But I should have done that ages ago. We need a better general for our fighting. Yeah, I need every advantage I can when we're fighting, what's like 8-1? And we're not the favorable one in that 8-1. However, he seems to be real busy with his civil war or whatever, so he's not dealing with me right now. Just in case things go absolutely Pete Tong, let's prepare ourselves with some additional money. Notably not from Georgia. I want to do horrible things to them later. But there's always time for siphoning some money off of Timmy, especially after I gave him loads of market strength. Kiev. Yeah, Kiev is made to give money, although they're also made to give knowledge. Oh man, both are good. Take the money for now. Somebody remind me to go and get the knowledge later, please. Bulgaria. Bulgaria frightening close to not being happy with me. And again, so are Hungary. Yeah, in case I get my arse kicked, I don't want to be too weak compared to these people. Not too weak. Yeah, I'm fairly stacking up how much they don't like me. Current country strength compared to their... This is going to be a real problematic number if I tributize these guys. Especially if I also tributize Bohemia. I need to become stronger, a lot stronger. Maybe I really do need a significantly larger army. We are working our way towards men-at-arms, but it couldn't hurt to have just even more units, could it? Where's the other place that I'm allowed to make units from? Military, recruit regulars... So what's the problem here? I go to the general recruit army screen. I want horse archers. Ah, we got a new create army screen. Right, does this tell me how many I can have, though? I know it costs manpower. I expect it to cost manpower. I can't see any indication of the maximum, which is what I'd really, really like to know. Really, really like to know. Maybe I should just build as many and then see where it takes us. It takes me to the wonderful world of being poor. I'll just make a couple here and there. Larger army and economy is how relative number is defined. Yeah, it might be that in order to keep them as my subjects, I have to transform my economy into, well, somewhere that can trade better. That could hurt me, but it could also set me on a trajectory to make me even stronger. So yeah, if that ends up becoming something that's a very clear problem, we will do what we have to do. Which is start trading. And if I'm going to be trading, I'm going to want a lot more of my caravansees around, which is going to necessitate some upfront money. There's no maximum, it's up for you to determine. Yeah, but it won't let me build any more in Sarai. Wait a minute, the reason it won't let me build them is because I don't have the bleeding building, right? Yeah, oh, okay, that's what happened. The Civil War almost certainly destroyed my building there, because I know we built them recently, right before the Civil War. Damn those Muscovites. Who could have thought there'd be a downside to them? Good thing for China, they have a bunch of money for up front. Yeah, well, hopefully I can get it. Sieges are so painful. Why is this one so slow? I meant to be offensive. They are defensive. They've got arduous terrain. They've got literate soldiers. Offensive just does not deal with defensive, does it? Or maybe I just don't have much offense. No, I've got a lot of offensive. It's just siege ability plus 10 is nothing compared to fort defense plus 50. Actually, I'm starting to think that defensive is much, much better than offensive. Because 50% fort defense is huge. Combat speed is also kind of handy, right? Fort limit and maintenance, whatever. Army movement speeds, But yeah, defensive seems much better than offensive based on this. Alright, we got a breach, but I think we're still waiting a fair whack of time. Oh no, not 39. Well, I was going to say pitchfork wielders, but he does bring a spear. Probably brought that spear from home. Maybe it's so temperate here that we don't get winter problems. That would be nice. Tell me about the climate condition. Cold and arid. Oh, okay. But at worst, we can have a mild winter. And maybe we won't even have the winter, right? I recall full offensive absolutely killing your forts in EU3. In EU3, my problem was that I was pagan. And pagan had minus 50% fort defense, which would stack with other things. So yeah, forts could be taken near instantly. What? All that way? He doesn't want to go all that way. Alright, good to see things continuing on nicely up here. Maybe I should give them some more jobs, but wild game is hardly worth it. Fur is decent, though. Fur has 2 value and gives food, so it's a really nice trade good. Although we have tons of it, who would have thought? But hey, when I transform my economy, all these goods I can send to faraway regions with my vast amount of trade power and make billions of ducats. And with all my RGOs, we'll be getting them nice and cheaply. I'm looking forward to it already. You don't have any forts and you hate sieging. Yeah, but when I take someone else's fort, it still applies, right? I get my minus 50% fort defense on it, so they can re-siege much faster than I can take another fort. So actually, defensive is better for being offensive. Who would have thought? I don't like seeing that. They just declared peace. I suddenly have a very, very large army coming down on me. Hope I can take the capital before that becomes a problem. Then at the very least I could force them to take the river crossing rather than me. Oh, wetlands is also an attacker penalty. Wetlands is surely not good for horses, right? I'm just assuming that the horses fight worse in wetlands, but I think I've checked and still not seen anything to indicate that. Is there anything about preferable terrain? Oh, here we go. Yeah, they fight worse and move worse in wetlands, but they fight a lot better in grasslands. But is this a grassy wetland? No, that's farmlands. That is grassland. Why is that? Why is this wider than the game? Remember that counting house, Jake? Oh, thank you. Is it done? I hope it's not done, because I need to check it before and after. Oh, it is done. And I don't notice anything about the political power. Although maybe it won't take effect until after the end of... Wait, where is it? Here you are. Can I disable... Ooh, how about this? No, that's a library. I thought maybe I could disable it and re-enable it. How about that? 44724. That if I know I can close it and reopen it, we'll do a separate test for that later on. But I need to focus on this war in case that massive army of Chinese come out of somewhere and I need to put them to sword. But yeah, if they're going to come, I want them to come after I hold this fort so that I can have a slight bit of die advantage. How do you rate the AI? People are saying it basically does nothing. It's quite passive. But it's a long game, so I don't mind that too much. I mean, France is consolidating fine. Hungary is expanded. Poland does things. It's not like they do nothing, but it is a long game. It's not like EU4 at all. In EU4, you expect things to happen more or less immediately. It's 10 years' time, and Ottomans haven't taken Constantinople. What is this? What kind of game am I playing? So no, I'm not too disappointed with it just yet. Give it time, though. Jasmine Owl, 3.3 metric years here. 44,724 cheers for you, Jake. Okay, great. I can hear the Chinese coming from a mile away. All 40 of them are on my border. Why can't I see into there, though? Is it because it is a hill or something? It's a wetland. Oh, I can see into there. It's just suspiciously dark. It's kind of difficult to see where you can and cannot see. Penny should have dropped that there was an army there that I could see, though, but the penny wasn't dropping fast for me. Oh, man, I love sieging. Sieging makes me so happy. Tell you who else makes me happy. It's the damn Ottomans constantly wanting to change our mutual defensive pact. It's my biggest regret of taking it. That and they were absolutely no use in the Bohemia War. Because they couldn't get military access. Through my own subjects, which I thought they would have. Forts in disrepair. I'm not really sure I care about that. In fact, that would help me in a civil war. Yeah, and I need that army tradition for this fight right now. Let the forts fall. We're all about defense around here. Currently sieging with cannons in Italy, and it's about as much fun. I will have a lot of cannons, though. As many as I can afford. What's the maximum amount of cannons to get the cannon advantage, though? Artillery gives a bonus to siege. The bonus depends on the amount of regiments and their artillery barrage compared to the level of fort. That doesn't tell me enough. In EU4 it was double. You got +1 if it was there, plus an extra 1 for every double the fort level that you had, as I recall. Alright, army maintenance. Hey, who knows? Maybe this war can go on long enough that we will actually benefit from having gunpowder. According to this, it should be mine in a couple of years. Which is all the more reason I should have delayed this bleeding war. I would stomp all over the Chinese if I had gunpowder and they don't. Which is weird. We're taking the gunpowder from where? Jesus. Somebody said watching my colonies is like watching paint dry. What about these what about sieging these forts? How's that paint feeling now? Particularly murky and wet. The U5 wiki is there, but it's mostly not full. I don't know who works on it. It used to be Meneth, right? Meneth owned the Paradox wikis. But then he was brought in-house, and he actually worked. I think he worked as a programmer. Yeah, I think so. Aristocrats warned us of the secret societies of the golden politics. We chose not to listen. They predicted that we might well have to pay with our lives. Conspiracies turned against us. Nothing quite so dramatic has happened. One of our close advisors has made very dubious decisions. You're my not very good, suspiciously Shinto cabinet member, but you are a member of the crown. Disloyalty must be punished. How can I join? That might actually be good. I need this research done as soon as possible. And although that only saves me 2 months of it at the expense of half a year of stability. Killing him might not be bad, though, because then I might be able to get a better cabinet member. He's really not very good, but switching cabinet members out costs stability. Do I have anyone better that's still a member of the crown, though? At this point, maybe ability is better. This guy will die soon enough, right? Oh, but he's not good at military, and it is a military job, right? No, assimilating is a diplomatic job. Well, you know what? I think disloyalty must be punished. Who are you? My third cousin? Off you go. Bong. And now I can actually appoint somebody with some ability. Not sure about that admin part, but yeah, you're old. Can't believe I have to pay for the privilege. And you will get this done better. I do not like the fact that it's going to hit my crown power, but surely it's not going to be that bad, right? We'll give the chieftains more power. What does it do to mine? Might not see until the turn of the month, though. Come on, come on, come on. 35%. Someday. Someday we'll know how to defeat the Chinese. I mean, I'm surprised they're not here already, with their massive army. Okay, I didn't... Oh, lord, that actually affected us largely. Well, all the more reason to always keep crown members in parliament. And it's not like you're that much better at assimilation. Unsupported, accepted cultures and tolerated culture. Yeah, that's okay. I know what I'm doing there, I think. Yeah, that crown power took a big hit from no longer being on the cabinet. I will need to keep that in mind. A less effective cabinet, I think, is fine if it makes my crown power better. Really worried about him building up an army and coming to kick my rear end in, though. At least this should take this whole place. And he doesn't have a fort here, so we'll take this, and we'll work on this fort. And then maybe when I have 2 forts, I can ignore the other forts and start sieging the northern lands. Southern lands also seem to be a pain. But if I have his capital, we'll get ticking war score, and that's an important thing in this. The war taking a while isn't necessarily bad. I mentioned this during the Czech war, but that was with the understanding that I was going to win that war, which I didn't. Because war enthusiasm takes a while to tickle away. So if we're in the war for a while, then it will naturally be going down. I'm not expecting a short war here. Let's be honest about that. But I am hoping to win the war. Ah, finally. There we go. Right, the rest of this will be taken over. I don't trust these people not to die. Let's go and move on this together. They all move together as one. So it seems. So it seems. Hey, we move nice and fast as well. Alright, well, Changche wants to fall to my menacing memorandums, and that's good. Just take the cities, and if they want to try and retake that, then I can move in and get the defender advantage. And I imagine they are going to want to do that. No winter! Wow, that's so much nicer than being in Europe. No winter, no attrition on these unless we get disease outbreak on the siege. Does even this take longer to siege with defensive? Yeah! Damn. Offensive sucks, man. Defensive all the way. It's like I'm really playing EU4 again. Jake, are there any new music? I've got a playlist of 100 songs lasting over 5.5 hours. But I only took a couple of songs from EU5. I don't actually like the new playlist. Kaifeng was the capital here, yes, so it was. By the way, did I actually take slaves in that? Correct me if I'm incorrect, but I didn't see a pop-up of taking slaves. What? No, no, and more no. I think I know why. It's because we're in another continent and they're my colonial nation here. But that's getting in the way of my slave taking. That is unacceptable. Trying to open the siege here. I guess this is all it shows. Are they at least getting the slaves? Surely not, because they don't take slaves. They're not a... Which colony was it, by the way? I think it was Suzun. Surely if we got them, we'd see a lot of Chinese around here, and I'm sure not seeing a lot of them in their capital of all places. Oh, wow. Someone said it was Sarzuk, actually. Sarisu? Sarisu? No slaves, my lord. Well, just the ones that are normally here. Ugyrs. Wow, that was brutal, man. My slaves. Yeah, there was a lot of slaves to be had here. Population 100,000? Oh, man. And that's going to happen here as well, isn't it? No slaves, Your Majesty. Is there a setting for this or something? Because that's horrifying. The whole point of raiding this is to take slaves. Well, not the whole point, but it's certainly an attractive part of it. I have been confounded here. Okay, good. This is open grasslands. That's where we want to be. Imagine if it spreads control and the control also goes to my subject. I'd be in pieces. Mongols killed whole cities of Chinese instead of enslaving them to teach a lesson. Just a repeat of that. No, but I want them taken back to Sarai. in chains. Make the message. That's horrifying, though. Well, let's hope this actually goes my way. That's more like it. More slaves, Your Majesty. Gonna have to open a Chinese downtown in Sarai. Because that's a fair number of them. It's going to boost the population quite high. Fortunately, we made it a city with this in mind. But yeah, there we go. Holy moly. Who are the new slaves here? Are they even in this list? Come to think of it, it says we got... Ah, here we go. The new one is plus 12,000. I don't think they're in the list until the turn of the month, though. But yeah, that's a fair way to add additional population, isn't it? But not taking the capital slaves, that's the worst, because that's where most of the population is. Thrice the amount that I get out of Weishi. Total pop went up by like 30k. Yeah, not enough. More slaves. It's like more horses, but they're Chinese slaves adapting to new life in the steppes. Yeah, some of them went to Ryazan as well. We'll check at the turn of the month, which I think it's already been. No, it has not. Time moves slower than I thought. Where are all their units, by the way? Don't tell me they're stuck. He's got full access around his whole country, unless some of this is inaccessible land. It looks perfectly accessible. Okay. Defender is still ticking. Oh, but it'll tick until I take Fenghui. Once Fenghui is mine... And wow, that is slow to tick. Then I'll control the whole province, and then we'll get ticking war score. Konda, that's good. Good to see that the colonization efforts are going well. Maybe I could stand to speed 4 for a bit. It's so tragically slow. No cannons either, and I sincerely doubt I could buy any Chinese mercenary cannons. And even if you could, you can't do them in occupied land, can you? That's a shame. You know, if you're going to be able to hire mercs, it would be nice to be able to hire them when you're on the war march. But the fact that you can only get them back home, drag them over, they take attrition while they're dragging, and you cannot reinforce them at all. I really think mercs are quite useless. Has anybody managed to use mercs in a meaningful way in this game? Yeah, once you get cannons, it'll get better. A lot better. Because even just having the first tick be already done for you is good. Look how long this is taking me. I don't think I gave you permission to live. Gotta start getting that war score, I guess. You're gonna have to detach. Unless, I think I can have you detach. Go and chase them down and rip them to shreds and then come back here for safety. Because, yeah, otherwise he would just take this land. I'm also keen to get some war score from actual battles. Provinces are starving. Ignore that. That's just a newly colonized area. Okay, I did actually balance my unit ahead of time. I'm impressed with myself. Is that Mulan? Why is it so red? No, it's not. It's Mixi something or other. Get back there and then reattach. I mean, it's clever, the AI, to go around you and do these kinds of desieging, but it does get a bit tedious in the wars. I think it's all down to how bloody slow the sieges are. I need my cannons, I need my tin. I need my tinners. How's Sarai doing, by the way? There's our sweet new demographics. Pagan slaves, Christian slaves, Catholic slaves, Komi slaves. Wait a second, where are the new Chinese ones I brought in? They didn't immediately promote, did they? Where'd they go? Greek, is it these people? No. Now, forgive me for not knowing all of my Chinese subcultures, but where are the thousands of people I brought over? I know some of them went to Ryazan. Yeah, that seems a lot more Chinesey. Zhonghuan Sanzhou slaves. And look, they're happy! They're happy to be here! Because unlike the Orthodox, they don't hate Sunnis. And that's a huge part in this. I should have been enslaving the Chinese from day one. Is there really no tin at all in Siberia? I don't know if there are dynamic events to change the goods. Wait, no, we're not looking for the policies of tin. We're looking for this kind of tin. I'm sure not seeing any tin up there. There's tin right under the armpit of Finland. And there's tin... Well, unless there's tin hiding around here. Tin in Siberia is just not a thing. So yeah, maybe there are events to find tin. I could imagine that when tin becomes more necessary for cannons, people do everything they can to find more of it. Yeah, this might... 50% chance of anything happening? I don't even think it's that high. And this is still taking an aeon to siege over. Should I detach a small regiment just to take it over? It's a little dangerous because God knows what's up there, but this does need to fall to me so I get ticking war score going. And take you lads and get on that. The problem is I don't get the slaves from it, but I think it's more important to start getting the ticking war score. Very, very dangerous detachment here, because God, I really have no idea where their army is. Well, I know where some of their army is now. Tactical genius. Oh, thank you. Glad to see the game is understanding my my approaches here. Wait, that's suspicious. How did that one suddenly go over to me? Oh, hold on. It's Weimar Fort is probably preventing that. And I wonder if Weimar Fort would retake it. Surely not, right? But why did that go over to my control? Weimar, is this... We're up in Yuan Shao's territory, aren't we? Where's Guandu? Weimar has fallen. Guan Yu has forced Yan Liang to flee. Oh yeah, I guess it was a back and forth between the forts there, but having that taken means war score will now tick on my favor. It's a long way away from him wanting to be my tributary, but grabbing a couple of forts here and then rampaging through his lands is probably going to be a good start. I just don't like the idea of the rampage giving those provinces over to my subject. Ooh, a breach already. Positive. The 2 battles barely doing anything for me. Yeah, Cao Cao. I'm more of a Yuan Shao man, though. It's practically my spirit animal of the 3 kingdoms. You know what would be really, really funny? He's actually taking his army and he's marching on my land. I say funny. Do I actually mean funny or do I mean sad? I think he has military access through Yuan, so he could go up and around here. Hopefully he would die to attrition on the march, and then I could take him in favorable conditions. Yeah, 100,000 Chinese storming through the steppes is not something anybody really wanted to see in their life. Think of the attrition you'll take. Well, think of the forts I don't have here. Because I don't have forts, period. I wonder if paying for forts also attributes to the fort defensiveness of the forts I capture here. Not willing to take the risk while at war, though. Does military access even matter? They just march wherever the hell they want in my game, says Plo. Yeah, it matters. It's the reason the Ottomans couldn't help me in Bohemia. No military access through allied subjects is weird, but it's what happened to us. Alright, let's continue watching the paint dry. I want these Chinese subjugated and paying me all of their money. Oh, and I think we found them. Okay. It's okay to do a bit of back and forth, though. Absolutely okay. The important thing is that I hold the capital. Assured defense. I don't see the Ottomans coming to my aid here. So yeah, the sooner I get this, the better. Bad reputation. I think I can live with that. Just going to retake some of this. I hope he goes for the fort, but I'm also worried that he's going to de-siege the fort faster than I can deal with this. Yeah, look at that again. He has a... What? I see we have a problem. Is it because there was nobody in that fort? Or did he just go for an immediate breach, just immediately go for a siege? Huh, that's a problem. Do I abandon this and go and hunt him down and try and take that back before it gets its numbers back? If I abandon this, then these numbers are likely going to... How about I take you? You're not attached to begin with, right? How about I take the rest of you and march over here? I'm fort locked. No, not again. Okay, this is a problem. That's a real problem. I think he assaulted and got overrun. I saw the word pop up over him. Yeah, that's a real problem if he can just assault to take these back. Because there goes my ticking war score. In fact, he goes back to getting defender ticking war score. Looks like we're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way, through killing them. But again, I don't have the numbers to keep killing. So these 6,000 are all we've got. Do I just need to park myself in the capital? I think I do. Ooh, that's bad. That's really quite bad, because all these months ticking, but oh my god, he's already got his numbers back. Alright. War is a big problem here. I can't believe a land war in Asia's backfiring. I underestimated the sheer number of Chinese, it seemed. Alright, so I reckon I take this fort, I stand on the capital, and I defend this fort through attacking, and then we just hold this area. Hopefully we don't die to attrition, and even more hopefully... Oh god, it's wetland there. Again, I'm not happy being in wetland. Okay, well, we got to do this siege again. It was fun last time, so it'll be fun again. I don't like that view. They may have taken the fort. At least they didn't take the Tactical Genius title. Well, I wish the Blue Dragon were here to help me. Maybe it still is. Wonder if it's been 10 years since the Blue Dragon power. You need to refill the garrisons with your own troops when you take it. Yeah, but I don't want to spend my own good fighting troops. Not like I have crappy footmen to spare here. Maybe you can get prisoners and use them to refill. But yeah, I think I need my troops for killing. Besides, if we're close enough, you know, if they retake, I can just insta-siege it back, surely. Surely. Come on, come on, come on. Sadly not. Part of the problem is that it caps, right? There's only so much siege progress you can make. And it won't keep going above that, so 35's your lot until you have cannons. Maybe watch this fort when you take it, see how long it takes to fill up. Probably. What is he up to? He's probably feeling pretty cocky and self-sure of himself after that. Mercs? No, we can't do mercs over here. The mercs have to be raised in your own land. Notably, none of my own land over here in Asia. Well, not this part of Asia, at least. Gonna be terrified if he actually starts invading me. I love watching paint dry. Some of the army from home. This is the army. Oh, but that's a big one. Okay, now I feel considerably more confident about fighting him. The gunpowder is mine. Did I actually queue up other advances? Yes, I did. The dream is, of course, getting down to men-at-arms, and then Bohemia is going to have to die. Upgrading a town to a city in front of your face? That's how confident he is. Yeah, we didn't bring enough arrows to the amount of Chinese we need to kill over here. Maybe in time his provinces will no longer be looted and I can loot them again. Jeez, yeah, we gotta get this going. His defender ticking is bad news for me. Well, this siege is bad news for me. Come on, come on. 35%. Every time. But again, it went over to my bleeding subject. Maybe my subject has better defensiveness than me. And maybe he should hold on to it. Did you consider that? Well, he is offensive, but not as offensive as me. I still want it because it spreads out control, whereas it doesn't seem to spread out control for him. But once I have control, maybe I could give it back to someone with more defensiveness. It's a consideration. Actually, I should probably just stand on this and let it get some of its numbers back, right? How fast does it reinforce? Maybe stand here for a bit, like siege us down while we keep it in our within earshot and eyeshot. Is it actually reinforcing at all? Terrifying consideration. I don't think it's reinforcing at all. And levies won't cut the mustard here. This is still going over to my colony. This is daft. I might get fort locked if I move over to his capital, but I do need to retake the capital. What if we send you over to the capital, you siege it. Is everybody attached to you or something? Why is that moving everybody? Please don't all move. Right. I just want you to move. Attachments are not allowed. But you're taking the whole bleeding army with you. Please don't do that. What in the world is going on here? Why are you taking everybody with you? I want to leave the army here so I can jump on this if somebody comes over, but I want to keep this going as well. I just want this army. Just this army. Okay, there we go. That did it. So enabling and disabling attachments seems to have done the trick. And then the rest of you, you're all working independently. That's all right. If there's something to jump on, I will reevaluate. Oh god, they were able to be re-enslaved. Unexpected. Alright, get attached. And now... hopefully you're all going to move as one. You're fort locked. What? Why? No! Okay, now you're not fort locked. Oh, Christ. There are some bugs here, to be sure. Fort locked and not able to move into Guansheng is terrifyingly bad. Although I'm a little worried that I sent too many people over here. Well, it's just enough not to be 10 to 1 if the army arrives too fast for me. Your careful explanation of different concepts in the game has helped me tremendously. It's helped me as well. I am helping myself first and foremost because I want to learn this game better. But I'm glad it works for you too. It's time for another charter. Quite like the idea of going up and along here, although it's far, far away from home. We'll never have control. But I do also like the idea of connecting all of these. Alright, let's do Volkaire's Nightmare then. They seem to be going at different speeds, which is a really nice thing. In fact, the whole colonization in this game is so much more intriguing than what we've seen in EU3 or 4. Although I like that little whistling tune that you got from EU3 colonization. Made this nice little tune when your colonist arrived. Not fort locked. Good. I dare not do any changes with you guys in case you get fort locked. But yeah, we'll take this back. We'll get our ticking war score going once again. And again, it's not all that bad. The war is taking longer and that kills enthusiasm. Look at that. It starts out at 50 or so. So it's not too bad that we're taking forever on this. It would be very bad if he was emerging into my lands. Maybe he can't see my lands. I don't know how far the Chinese visual grasp goes. There's a joke to be made there, but I'm sure it's offensive enough not to be something I should say on Twitch. Alright, alright. Just take it easy. Just have another year and a half of watching this siege. But we need to believe it'll all be worth it. I'll always miss Uncle Adolf. Yeah, Adolf Johann Sandals is a Speedy Gonzales guy. Not facing attrition during these sieges is really nice. Gosh, Europe is getting the raw end of a deal here. You need to be in whatever temperate location this is. The fort continues to not reinforce, which is why my army is stationed nearby. And I'm assuming that's an overseas thing, because we have seen forts reinforce in our own continent. Watching sieges is the riveting stuff. Hold your tongue there. It is riveting, and that's perhaps the problem. He's going to be there all too soon. He died from a common cold. What a sad, sad situation. I want you over there and out of there, and if I lose this battle, I probably lose the war. What's important is that you all arrive at the same time. Everyone's going 1627th. That's after he gets there. I hope he doesn't actually manage to take the fort before we can deal with him. In that case, maybe... Well, let's see what happens first. Wait, oh god, he's going up there. I didn't notice that. Yeah, well, I couldn't see the name of this province, so I just made assumptions, and those assumptions hurt. Oh, well, as long as we're back here, this is where we need to be. Who's yelling? Quit your yelling. It's really bad if he takes a fight here in the capital, though, because wetlands are not to my advantage. Oh, he's coming from here. And that is to my advantage. Oh, god, this is also wetlands. Ah, jeez. It can also be winter at times. He thinks he can take me. They have a bigger army with more morale. How do they get more morale? Well, I'm pretty sure everybody is balanced for this fight, although I can't see overall formation, can I? No, I cannot. But I can be safely assured that we'll surely be fine. Yeah, he's got a river crossing into wetlands, so at least the dice rolls will be generally on our side. Oh, lord. If he brings all that together, though, then it's 10-1 territory, and I'm not happy with that. Also, he could take this distraction to go and attack in the capital, which would also be very bad for me. Thankfully, initiative ensures that my men are on the edge before his, but couldn't help but notice, look at this. The number's only 694. I think that's because my soldiers kind of project more strength than they are, but even so. Never quite understood this number. So, I mean, they got their levies of 940 here. That's strength. I guess their numbers kind of group up, and then surely we flank them. I don't know if this even counts as a flank. Does this hitting into here count as a flank? Who's to say? I just really, really hope that this army is not going for their capital, because if it is, there's not much I can do about it. I could retreat out of the capital, but I would hate to lose what little progress I have made. So I'm in a way hoping he reinforces this battle, but even that's bad news. Jeez, it's all bad. Oh well, let's see how it goes. Well, the fact that I'm 10-1ing him is a good start. But that's in the early phase before all of his units get involved. The losses are getting a little too even for my liking. I might really, really need to go and aid here. Just leave behind some peasant levy to keep the siege going. And then get my reinforcements in here. And then back out. Numbers are looking way too even here. Where are my numbers? Flank's about to die, you know. We can't sustain these. Good lord, I am losing a whole lot. I think my idea that I could take on the richest, strongest country in the world might have been a little bit too ambitious. Yeah, because now he's absolutely pummeling us. Who would have thought his 6,000 to my 60 could do that? My mid's about to go as well. Yeah, I think it's time to admit that this is not a war we're winning. Out we go. GG, well played. Very well played, my friend. Hopefully you'll be fine enough just taking some money. That war enthusiasm will change pretty swiftly, surely. Why is there still a fight going on? Crumbs. Yeah, those guys are just dead then. Yeah, his war enthusiasm, has gone back to normal. Alright, curiously, what does he even want out of this? Yeah, it seems that there is a number point at which I cannot overcome my foes. This is why I need a real core of not just horse archers. Wait, he wants to, force tributize me? Oh, that's a bad thing. There has to be something else he wants. He feels indifferent. He would like something else. Okay. He won't take any land. And I'm certainly unwilling to give him passive money. Well, we've got a load of subjects that we can get rid of. Oh, whoa. Hold on. I could actually get rid of my colonies, allowing me to re-annex them. Now that they're all nice and Mongolian. The ultra big-brained move. Have I once again won a war without realizing it? Yeah, that's how I can reintegrate this land if I want to. Question, of course, is do I want to? But the fact that they are largely Mongolian does make that quite good. I wonder, would he actually get a portion of your diplomatic income or just your economic base? Hopefully not the diplomatic income. I like that stuff. Jesus, the amount of copium. It is there. Yeah, and sorely tempted to do that. Especially the ones that have majority Mongolian. Let me reconsider. Like Turgay, for example, is virtually all Mongolian, apart from this little Uzbeki lad here. It's also not worth that much in the peace deal, but it is something. I lost, but I won, really. What I'm scared of is the fact that even with the military tactics, I got bodied there. Now, they don't have professional soldiers there. At least I certainly hope they don't. I guess in the end, right, I was fighting essentially, what was I, 4,000, and they brought in 20-something thousand? Yeah, they don't know about professional armies. But yeah, who would have thought we can't take on 10-to-1s? Maybe meritocracy gives them military stuff. Yeah, I probably should have looked at their army stats during the fighting. Okay, well, I will need to give something up in this war. The question is what I'm willing to give up. And I think in the end, yeah, dropping the colonies is a good-ish idea. Especially if I can take them over and kind of connect all this land. I am looking at Omsk, but Omsk have not Mongolified their land enough. But I could do these two rather happily. I could do Zarkol and Turgay. You be satisfied with that, my friend? Oh, you've beaten me so hard. I'll have to give you Turgay and Zarkol. Oh, Lord, I can't believe you've bested me as well as you have. Now, ready up the CB. And I do have Horde expansion because I do border you. It does cut me off entirely, though, in terms of access and food access until I colonize this, though. Which is funny in its own way. Alright, very well. We've learned valuable lessons once again. You know, I went to go and get some money. I ended up not with money. Ended up with anti-money. But we got experience, valuable experience. We cannot take on a nation of 68,000. So steady yourself. Set yourself with a realistic goal, like taking on a nation of 39,000. And that is a real goal. I am going to build an army that can smash Bohemia. I just got to build it first, of course. For some reason, this disband all levies button just doesn't work, but you can disband levies. I get these guys together and auto refill not allowed. Well, not that it matters. Yeah, because you're all levies. Oh, but you're busy moving, so you can't do anything, huh? All right, could everybody just get out to friendly Chinese land, and then we will organize you again? They won't disband as they're moving, which is really annoying. Yeah, no kidding. But I swear, even when they're not moving... Wait, where the heck are they going? Okay. You want to go over to... Woodle? Then sure. This stuff has got to be fixed. Someday. Also got to keep in mind, we enslaved a whole lot of people there. That population's not growing for nothing. Look at these fancy new people that we've got. 0.5% of our people are now Zhongwangs. Always wanted a whole load of Wangs. Right, what are we doing? Disband anything that's a levy. This wasn't a levy? Oh, so it wasn't. Can you guys just kind of stop moving? No, I think you're shattered retreating. And you guys are... levies which need to go. Go home. They'll figure out how to go home. I guess they looked at the system in EU, in CK3, and just figured it's really, really annoying, the whole transportation X months cost. And then they made it a lot better. Alright, lick your wounds and get home. You know, it was a good fight. We learned a lot. Yeah, it's going to be a fair whack to figure out how to get back. And these beautiful republics are my future food. Now, there is a truce, of course, right? Truce until 31. Okay, I'll wait a bit before putting down my Casus Belli on them then. Just a bit, though. I don't think I've noticed any innovation with retreats in EU5. Yeah, well, it does seem the same as it's always been in EU, doesn't it? Well, sometimes they just retreat one province. And the AI loves to retreat and cause you to do a lot of ping-ponging. Right, apparently books are out. But during that time we also made fat stacks of cash, and I like the idea of fat stacks of cash. Maybe it's time to deal with Georgia now. Alright, Georgia, I know you're not going to like this. That's a lot of income I could keep siphoning from them. Do I really want to turn them into Sunni? Why did I want to turn them into Sunni in the first place? There must have been a reason. And it's not just I hate orthodoxy, is it? No, I do hate orthodoxy, so let's force them. Enforce religion. Boom. Their souls can be saved. Yeah, they're also extremely rebellious. I probably should have supported some loyalists before I did that, because then it would be significantly less rebellious. But over time, they'll see the funny side. I just hope they don't band together with others and oust me one way or another. Let's put some more beautiful crown people in charge. There's so many members of the aristocracy that want to lead my armies. And there's some loser here. It doesn't show what they belong to here. In fact, I can't even select them for some reason. Oh, whatever. Figure out how to get home and then we'll deal with you. Education for children, but I think I'm already trying to educate my most promising specimen. She's 14 and she's, well, better than we've seen before. Hopefully she can squeeze out a bit more from that expensive education before being of age. Ew, the Sultanate of Georgia. Just like the Emirate of Tver. I need to expand my influence one way or another, though. Man, painful fighting. Feels good, though. Oh god, my cabinet member did die. That golden slave uprising needs to still be put in its place. Astrakani Patriots, there are not many left of those. We're still working on assimilations to get rid of them. Right, before that, cabinet member. And we have learned that we really want the crown in charge. So continue squishing my slave rebellion, please. I wonder how to ever get rid of the slave rebellion. They always seem very unhappy with their lot. Although events seems to be causing a big surge in it for some reason. What's that 2-0 versus nations that actually fight back? Oh yeah. I don't know. I feel like I deserve big win for defeating Hungary and Poland together during the whole crisis of Moldavia. And that was a pretty big crisis. Bohemia will fall when I have real men to fight with. Lithuania is still a possibility for enslaving, but I actually feel at this point if I make too many more additional subjects, they are really going to start thinking they are bigger than they are. Bohemia is the final prize that I should be looking towards. The Chinese can just feel good about beating back Mongol hordes. Whose vassal's Moldava? Moldava is Hungary's vassal. Oh, I see what you're getting at. This was on purpose. I could have continued to take Moldava, but instead I decided I wanted Hungary for real. And now Hungary is the one that continues to crap out golden eggs for me. Speaking of, as long as it doesn't push anybody dangerously close to the edge, I could do with more money. Do I actually support loyalists? Yeah, I do. Good. That's all the more reason I can keep siphoning huge buckets of ducats out of Hungary. How's Serbia doing on the ducat bucket situation? Not well enough. In fact, they're in debt, and they ask if I can pay it off. Orthodoxy. Making Kiev another Sunni nation is quite tempting. Lose 12 stability! The game is richly rewarding my latest conquests, I see. Bleeding hell. Right, I need a victory to make myself feel better about my situation. There is always Novgorod, but the only thing I want out of them is that tin, and I can't make good use of that tin. Such sad music playing now. What could it all mean? Don't worry, it's all part of his genius plan. They'll be complacent after destroying him the first time, and they'll stop progressing. I definitely will have my revenge on Bohemia. Still Hussite, but the nation is Catholic. I should have struck them when they were fully Hussite and deep in Hussite war, but you know, other things were going on. Oh lord, they've now built up an enormous regular army. I think I need to prepare my economy for the army to be. Which is a really cool thing to have to even consider. If I want these soldiers, I'm going to need to equip the soldiers. So men-at-arms need a maintenance of leather and weapons, and to make they need weapons, tools, and leather. Tools, weapons, leather. And it's mostly going to be in the Sarai market, but Astrakhan... Well, Sarai's the place I should make sure it's all available in. So, tell me about weapons. We overproduce weapons, making them marginally cheaper. Tell me about leather. Leather is good as well. Tell me about the other thing, tools. Tools, not so good. Let's see, there's a demand for tools, but it's just not made enough. In fact, the burghers are importing tools to help us out here. So we should make tools. Now, how does one make tools in this game? There's no tool RGO, that would be silly. Market villages could make them, but they tend to busy themselves by making jewelry, which is cheap, just uses stone. We need a tools guild. Well, I can make a tools guild here. That is Sarai, right? This place has not enough people, right? If I get rid of the peasants available, we can see it still can be done. Available levels? Under building limit? Why is nothing... Oh, it's a different market, of course. Whatever, I'm still going to build these up. And I think in the Kazan market... It's useful if I can see the price of tools over there. The price of tools seems rather high. Yes, the Sarai... Sorry, not Kazan, the Astrakhan market. Probably also worth checking out. It's fairly even Steven. I still think it's worth building some more tool guilding. And it didn't want to do it here, did it? How much was that tool guild to build? I feel like it was expensive. No, it's not expensive, not at all. Build one here as well, regardless. Do you want to have a lot of new people available after China? It's not that many new people available. I wish I'd taken more slaves. Wait, where do they even go? My best place to check is probably people, cultures. Can I just look for Chinese? No, that would be horrifically not right. Well, maybe I can. Look in the right place for once. No, no. Search by culture. What was the name of that culture? It had a Z in it, right? Xinghuan, right? Ah. The Xinghuan people were all kindly marched over to Ryazan, which is such a hodgepodge. It's also overcapacity, causing demotion and lack of a migration. So, do I want to make Ryazan into a city? I think I will. I believe being a city also makes you have more control, right? Found city, upgrades to city. City has possible control, plus 10%. Go for it then. No Chinese sultanates, you say? No, not yet. Funnily enough, I could destroy Yuan, but I doubt he has much to offer. Because I don't think I can enslave Mongols. Yeah. And also it would do weird occupation things with my colony. All the more reason to get rid of these colonies. I should just use them as fodder in peace out situations. And then re-annex them. Yeah, like seeing all that Mongolian around here, so these two are going to have to die. No, I wasn't fighting Yuan. I had access through Yuan to fight Kok Temur, who is great power number 7. Couldn't help but notice I'm number 12 now for some reason. And they were the richest country in the world. They are no longer the richest country in the world. France has overtaken them, and France is terrifying. And France has even more units and tons of regulars. Good lord. 6 million people as well. Makes me feel a bit sad about my lack of regulars, but if I could just get men-at-arms, surely everything will be better. By the way, that leather. Leather requires... I just want to make sure I have tons of this stuff available for my massive army I'm planning on making. Leather. A forest village would make leather out in the boonies. What does it require? Tar. Is tar even in my market? I don't know how to read this. Tar is a produced good. Tell me about the tar situation in Sarai. We don't know what tar is. And tar would have to be made in a kiln, but the tar kiln can be done anywhere. And it requires lumber. Huh, I could make rather a lot of tar incredibly cheaply in places. Ignoring the Sarai market. Wait, why can't I make any here? Do you require it to be in a certain kind of province? Woods, jungle, or whatever. Okay, so I could make quite a bit of tar up in the Kazan market. What is the Kazani marketplace tar situation? The burghers are importing it for me. You know what, let's get in on this tar market, shall we? It's going to be incredibly cheap up in Kazan anyway. Show me the tar kiln. And it can be done rurally, so it's maybe a good way to keep these people gainfully employed. And, oh right, a lot of that is perm, isn't it? Let's ignore perm for a moment. I wish it defaulted to owned locations. Because of the lack of lack of control, not much of this is going to make me much money. At this point, I think I'm okay with making a bit more money now, though. Because it's probably not too long before I have to transform myself into somewhere that actually has money coming from the inside instead of outside. But I still like making my money from outside, especially while the colonies are going. Columbian Exchange in 1426. Oh, that's a good one. Hey, they got their flag back. There was an issue with them having a rebel flag. And Suzun got their flag back as well. Weird things going on. Whoever Vyatka is, Vyatka have insulted us. Insulted me? If I knew what I could do with you... Wait, why do you say Pskov? What? Well, the Republic of Vyatka declare war. Enemy leader Pskov. Explain further, Pskov. Is that a fiefdom of yours or something? What? Yeah, where do they get the balls to insult me? We've been through a bit of a licking here. Must be their ally. I'm not seeing an alliance here. What's the relation between you and the Republic of Vyatka? Yet to cut our inside the diplomatic range of the Golden Horde. Why is diplomacy showing me these? What in the world is your relation here? Rival of Perm, enemy. They have a royal marriage. Ah, there we go. You're a vassal of Novgorod. And Novgorod is a vassal of Pskov. Wow. James, how the mighty have fallen. Interesting. I suppose that's where they get the balls to insult me from. They're hiding behind 2 layers of overlordship. It's cool that that's possible. It's not so cool how much I had to dig through to find that. What does insulted even get you? More cost for conquest and subjugation, so I'm better off using my own Casus Belli. Yeah, no need for the war right now. Kiev's going through some troubles. Unfortunately, that makes their subject loyalty fall with me. I think that was in the recent patch. Yeah, there we go. In war without Overlord, -10 subject loyalty. Bizarre, but it is there. Right, well, we need to ask ourselves where we're going from here. Continuing to build up our nation is fine and all, but as soon as I have access to those soldiers, I want a lot of those soldiers. And we're going to march on Bohemia again. Because I'm so confident that we could kill them. We just needed, you know, twice the army we had, maybe more. You've only 10 years left until the next age starts. You have to catch up on institutions again. That's all right. The institutions will take a while to spread. And maybe all the institutions won't be Eurocentric this time. Well, that reminds me. I didn't intentionally have it on, but I wanted the institutions to be dynamic. Is that how they are normally? I think it's flavor, right? Institution spawn is indeed dynamic. Excellent. Then that must be how it is by default. Okay, very good. So who knows? Maybe we could spawn an institution. What's happening in the Age of Discovery? Age of Discovery ends on 1537. Age of Renaissance ends in 10 years. Troubling for me, isn't it? The New World. Yeah, I doubt that's going to appear in my place. I don't know if it tells you... Ah, here we go. City. If historical in Sevilla. Western Africa. North Africa, Western Europe. Okay, so obviously not going to be us. The printing press. Could we possibly spawn that? Have city. Just being a city allows it? Oh, right. The rule is random city. We need to check the dynamic rule here. So the dynamic rule for you is... You must be in Western Europe or Northern Africa. Well, we're certainly not that. What about the dynamic rule for the printing press? Produce more than 5 paper. Have the Renaissance. Oh, that we might struggle on that part. Burghers, university, and traditional. That's a shame because I'm innovative. Wait, what? Has greater than 20 traditional versus innovative? You'd think you'd want to be innovative for the printing press, not traditional. Maybe it's 20 rather than -20, because -20 would be traditional. Don't know how to read that. Maybe I should build a university in the hopes that I could create the printing press. Pike and shot. Have professional armies. Be in Europe, which I am. Have army tradition, which I do. Have gunpowder, professional armies, manpower, and land. Ah, yeah, there's the negative. So we could actually create pike and shot. As long as I have gunpowder and professional armies. And I believe I have... Yeah, I've got gunpowder and professional armies. This is possible. I mean, there have to be a lot of countries that fill this role, but it could be us. As for the printing press, I am innovative. Do I even know how to build a university? We don't have the Renaissance, but hopefully within the next 10 years it might want to spread to us. But yeah, we have a lot of burghers there. Produces greater than 5 paper in... Could I check my goods produced? I mean, is there something like goods? How do I check the amount produced in a province or in a location? Well, I think the fact that I have a level 7 papermaker guild producing 8.2 puts me on that foot. Alright, so tell me about a university. There's not a lot you can tell me about universities. Maybe it's under... Oh god, I don't know what all these are going to be doing for me. Urban parliament seat, counting house, embassy. Don't need more embassies, but I might want to consider it later on. Inmains. Inmains is for the historical part. We need to read the dynamic part of it. I'll show you once again. This is for printing press, right? There you are. If we have the rule of historical, it needs to be mains, but we're not doing historical or random. We're doing dynamic. So I need the Renaissance, and I need a university. How are we doing on either of those? Institutions, Sarai. Sarai is working on the Renaissance. Somehow. The location size makes the Renaissance harder to get? And it's not spreading? That can't be right. It must be spreading somehow. Well, there's a Renaissance here. How did it ever spread to begin with, then? Are we getting this from our subjects or something? Well, it's has, not embraced, so at least we have that going for us. But the university continues to baffle me. Where does one find a university? University is locked behind Renaissance. A long way behind Renaissance. Oh dear. Let's hope that Pike and Shot... let's hope that the printing press will wait for us. How's the institution spread compared to EU4? Quite similar. More organic. It's not like you develop your province for it. But yeah, we might not get the printing press because of that university thing, but... Where are we working for in our current stuff? Yeah, unfortunately, this whole movement thing is putting us way behind on research. But I need my men-at-arms, and I need my cannons, so... May have to wait on that front. Yeah, and it spreading via trade is extremely feel-good. As feel-good as seeing Sultanate of Georgia and Emirate of Tver. Alright, I'm not too unhappy with how things are going. 2 bunches of Astrakani Patriots want to rise up. You know, couldn't I just completely delete them? There are not many Astrakanis left in existence. If they wanted to rise up, they should have done it before the genocide. There we go. Gosh, getting my arse kicked is an ongoing theme in this campaign, but don't worry, it's all part of the greater plan. Can't wait for my army to return home. I just wish you didn't need to be on a certain zoom level to see them. Oh, you're stuck because of these guys, aren't you? Yeah, alright, on you go. Find your way through no man's land. And that was me pressing escape to remove some things in my way, but I believe I got rid of some important pop-up. You're still assimilating Kaffa. How's that going, by the way? I can't believe it. You actually did Kaffa well and truly. Soldaya is probably still worth the investment, though. Slow and painful as it may be to get this cord. Yeah, because Soldaya has a lot of people in there. Yeah, a bit of control here would go a long way. Quite nice to see Kaffa submitted to our rule nice and easily, though, because that's the city in the region. Sweet. Alright, and there's still more to integrate, though. But the problem remains that control is an issue. Right, not too fussed. If it spreads via trade, is your strategy of minimizing trade income hurting the spread of it, or is it more abstract? I think it's more like it spreads along trade routes. At least I hope that's the case. Maybe I should look a little bit closer into the numbers in institution. For example, Renaissance is spreading here by... Oh, Christ, the freaking map mode issue. I can't actually see this because of the water. If I zoom in really close, though... No, you need to be zoomed out a certain level to get it. Ah, that's painful. The water is stopping me from seeing this tooltip. I need to position it so that the tooltip is actually over land. Import from locations with the Renaissance is causing that. Interesting. So if I import a lot of goods to Sarai on my capital, maybe we can get it a bit faster. And it doesn't have to be profitable, does it? What I could do is import something for a pop need. I mean, look at that. There's a severe lack of gold around here for some reason. The counting house needs gold. Interesting. So what if I were to import gold from... does Bursa have the Renaissance? Which of those symbols is the Renaissance? The money symbol? I don't think so. Once again, the water's getting in my way here. You there, tell me. That's the Renaissance. Sadly, I don't have the trade range with Serbia. It's kind of in there. But even so, Bursa... No, Bursa does have gold for me. What if I just go and drag in lots and lots of gold? We'll see if that actually spreads the institution for me. I think it takes a month for that to spread. Also, we could intervene against Poland. Clicking on that instantly does that. I've made that mistake before. Try and figure out what's going on first. I don't think I want to intervene in that tiny little war, though. Institution, I feel like, should be favorited, so I don't keep looking it up. But this map mode interface is way too tiny. Hey, it's being brought in a little bit. Import locations with the Renaissance. And that'll be exactly how it spread to Kaffa in the first place. Are you dragging it into Sarai or into Kaffa? Doesn't Kaffa already have it? Or was it no longer spreading in Kaffa? Mechanically, this is fascinating. It's already spreading in there due to some existing trade, but it's very, very slow. Yeah, receiving knowledge doesn't do much for me if the Renaissance doesn't want to spread there already. Why are you not combining your markets? Because distance from market is a thing. Let's take this province. It's quite far away from Sarai. So it has market access 48%. What does that do? That impacts goods produced. Although that's not really interesting in these places that don't really produce anything. Where do I have somewhere that stuff is made? I've got to have some industry somewhere around here. The bridge is not an applicable thing here. Struggling to find a place where things are made. Hey, things are made here. 95% market access in Vosporo. The goods produced here is multiplied by that market access. Market access times 0.95. So if I had this thing with only 50% market access, I'm only producing 50% of the goods. So you actually want lots of smaller markets. Having one large market is probably good for pop access, but it's not so good for everything else. And you can make more money moving things around between more markets anyway. I actually think the optimal way is one market for every province, but that's not quite so possible. Make the spread of Kaffa faster and then spread it from Kaffa to Sarai. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Because Sarai's having a hard time getting it. All right, Kaffa, what can you bring in? What are you struggling on that I can reasonably bring in? Books, pearls, pepper. Strangely enough, you lack fur. Don't tell me I can RGO fur. Pest does not have it, but we have learned that... Oh, hang on. Look, the Naples market would surely have plenty of it. What's the name of that market? It's called the Napule market. Although I can't imagine there's a lot of fur down in Naples. Well, there's enough. Whatever, let's just do it. See what happens. I'm going to build a lot of caravanserai at the end of this. I am tempted to actually transform my economy. Hey, they're no longer rebellious. Now they're only disloyal. Gunsmith. Alright, I do want to start building guns, although the question is how in demand are these? There is not a lot of demand for guns. There will be. Paris is actually producing a whole heap of guns. In time I will make those guns then. Right, I'm curious if that changed things for Kaffa. What was it at before? I think that's what it was at before. Maybe we need the turn of the month. Oh yeah, there we go. Crivens. Yeah, get that import going. That's the way forward. Trade expenses. Wait, trade expenses plus? I want to investigate if negative trade expenses can lead to you lowering your net economic base, allowing you to actually make money through expenses. Huh. I shouldn't voice my exploit thoughts before actually doing them. That loses the punch of actually executing it. I'm sure you know what I'm about. The entire Horde needs fortification stuff. Nah. Well, it's a long fight in order to get access to these institutions, but what bothers me is just how slow my research is. I'm not sure what I can do to really bump this up. There's average literacy, of course, but universities I think are needed. Wait, libraries can help. Did I ever look into making loads of libraries? Yeah, libraries increase local literacy by a decent amount. But they do have ongoing needs for paper and books. But that just means it drives up the need for such things. You can only have one, huh? Alright then, all markets and show me all of my own provinces. Oh geez, I'm very limited on how many of these I can have. And we need books in the market to even make them. Jeez, right, my desire to get my book economy going faces struggles at every turns. Because I don't think I ever actually researched that nice way of making cloth paper, did I? Did I? Or is it? Also, encourage urbanization. What is that? Oh, it's a cabinet action. Never mind then. Where is that paper that I wanted? Yeah, I never got my bleeding rag paper, and I do want it. Because that's my secret to making loads and loads of books on the cheap. Yeah, I still want that. But it's a long way down the list, and I still want to subjugate Bohemia. Oh well, such is life. I'm tempted, since my stability is now good, I think I will try and transform my economy. I want a lot of caravanserai so I can do tons of trading. And then the idea is that although all my costs go up, I don't need to keep paying into stability. Stability is good now. And that'll allow me to bank a lot of additional money. I mean, look at it. What am I paying all this money for? Nothing, frankly. I should just have it stabilize around... They'll stabilize at like 35, maybe? High stability isn't good unless you want to spend it on something, because this effect is quite small. Okay, promotion is good, but estate's less so. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know. The more... Oh! What do you mean I'm normal power? What does it take to be great power? Oh man, oh man. Well, maybe making loads of money will help. Encourage urbanization is a great action. It turbo speeds promotion. Great. I will think about that when I have more than 2 cabinet members. Besides, promotion is not a big deal. I will claim that promotion is not a big deal. Alright. Let's do something then. I want to look at all the possible places that I can have a caravancy within my own country. Boy, this is one lagging interface. It's like I'm really playing Vicky. I wonder what this gets like in the late game. Probably quite painful. Some places it cannot be made because... Yeah, I don't know why it tells me about places I can't make them. How about only show... Yeah, why is it showing me places that I can't make them? I don't care about where I can't make them. I care about where I can. Oh well, in the end, I won't be able to afford all of these, can I? They're quite... not too expensive, but it's not like I'm drowning in money. Point is, build me up caravancy in all of my markets. So this is one market that I absolutely want. And control won't matter. Control does not change market share or whatever it's called. So I can just slam all these down here. I can care about the markets that I really care about, which is my central one right here and here. That's already half my gold gone. Where's the cutoff for Sarai? This is Sarai. I guess they need to employ people. What gets employed here? Okay, it's only 250 labourers, then we can absolutely do it in the Bed, Bath and Beyond. If anything, I should only be doing this in rural settlements rather than eating up precious precious town people. That's not an unthinkable line of logic, actually. There's also the ones up north that I would quite like. Interesting, I could actually fork my way into the Kiev market a bit better. And I'm interested in that. Alright, there we go. I will definitely make more of these in the not-too-distant future. What makes the game struggle more as time goes on? It's not like a game in the Renaissance is significantly more complex than the medieval period. Yeah, more things to calculate. You know, what makes the UPS drop in Factorio later on in the game compared to earlier? There's just more. Interesting, the Astrakhani still want to be rising up. And it's still just in those two provinces, right? No. I don't see those provinces highlighting. Where in the world are you trying to rise up? In these two provinces now. I suppose that's not a big deal for me to deal with. It's over here, right? And over... I lost the other province. Over there, okay. Name of that is Astrakhani Patriots. Novo something or other. Alright, are you guys still clinging to each other? Please stop that. Goodness, this is confusing to look at and to deal with. How about I just merge you all together? Make sure you're in control of a good crown individual. Because, yeah, leading the armies is important for crown power. Split you in half. Get the other half also in control of a crown guy. Could do with some filters here. Ah, there we go. I wonder if you can make it remember that filter. Because that's very important for me here. Okay, very good. And then head over here. And head over to Novo Whatsits. Novo Whatsits? Novo Whatsits. Like, subjects have not been very generous lately. Yeah, the problem is I kicked a lot of money out of Georgia, and that made them quite unhappy, so I've been very gingerly stepping around, not having them all gang up on me. But sure enough, there's always more money that can be sent my way. It's just proportionally that money isn't so much compared to what I make. I make bank these days. Oh, Bulgaria, when did you get so rich? Anybody thinking Sultanate of Bulgaria sometime soon? Okay, they can pay to have that not happen. Wasn't I meant to take knowledge off of somebody? Somebody somehow managed to get knowledge that I wanted. And I said, please remind me of this. And, maybe it was Kiev. Please share your knowledge with me. The Timurids can share their knowledge with me. Maybe that was the country. Come on, come on. I know you got that money for me. Give me another month of my own hard-earned money here. Actually, Kiev is receiving knowledge from you. Is that true? Did I give them knowledge? We will stop them sharing our knowledge of institutions with... We will stop them sharing our knowledge of institution with them. What? Oh, whatever. Give me your money. Wait, I didn't actually check and see if they were loyal enough for that. They were. Okay, no problem then. I should check these things before I do them, shouldn't I? Astrakani Patriots are down on their luck. But there are still 500 pops that think they want to join in. Nichni lol. I really wonder if paying my army actually makes a difference in suppressing rebels. I checked before and I've, of course, forgotten. But let's re-find out. Man, those expenses are so low. But I really think they're going to shoot up if I start doing trade. I'm torn. The thing about doing the trade is that I can always back away. If I do trade, and then suddenly my expenses become astronomically high, I can always back off and go back to how it was before. You still get an institution growth bonus when sharing with subjects. Oh, that's very cool. We're all learning about each other. Don't you think the Mongol homelands would be better under new management? Taking over a new land that I just have no control over seems like a poor idea. That said, I mean, I'm taking over this. The difference is these don't need to be integrated. They're just instantly my cores, provided the colonies don't shut off early, which some of them do. Hey, these guys actually assimilated on their own. Cool. I was working on trying to make the Mongolians superior in number, but it seems that they've just done that without my oversight. Oh, life is good. God, I love these systems so much. Delayed gratification, perhaps, but it's such a good feeling gratification. I think Perm like me plenty as is. And I believe somebody was going to give me some money. Hmm? Didn't I just do this? Maybe I have a pop-up for that for some reason. Serbia and Halik. It almost feels not worth it punching them for extra money, doesn't it? But yeah, here's a nice thing. As the time has gone on, my subjects have ended up making more and more and more money, and that more and more money still comes towards me. Right, that's my heir. She ended up not bad. Not bad at all. But now we need to marry somebody who can hopefully give us good children. I wonder if the skill of the parents actually has an effect on how good the kids are. In that case, could I give you the gammy old chieftain? No, because the best thing to have is diplomatic ability. No, these days admin is really good. Oh, it's all really good. I'm still tempted to give you this gammy old 50. Ah, how about this chieftain? 46 is a fine young breeding age. Yeah, you helped me in the Chinese War. You didn't win, but that's good enough. But what is there a way to see fertility? I'm not sure if fertility is chosen. Also, he already has kids. He's a babbling buffoon. I can see that. All right, maybe somebody who's skilled but also young. Is that a man? Well, the symbol says one thing, but my eyes tell me something else. All right, go on then. Wait, what's that religion of yours? You're a shamanist. Is that relevant? You're not going to pass that down to the kids, are you? I hope religion is taken from the more important parent and not just the father. Otherwise, that could be a real problem. Lots of shamanists around here. Oh well, let's give it a go. See what happens. We're here to learn, after all, and if we learn a lot easier through our mistakes and failures. It's the level of cope I'll give myself. They're still in Pavlovo, and yeah, there's some kind of event that made all of these Astrakani peasants really unhappy. Where were they? The existing pops are in Nichny Lomov. I'm not going to claim to know where that is. Nolov? Nichny? I'm not saying it's not here. I'm just saying I don't see it. There you are. Wait, Astrakani's all the way up here? How does this happen? Astrakani peasants up here, for some reason very unhappy. Well, I guess I could spare some of my army up there, but this is getting a bit much. And I've lost sight of it again. Nichni, no, maybe it will show up on my Patriot thing here. No, see, they don't highlight because it's not growing. But even so, that massive hit from the events is still causing them to be an issue. Nichny means lower. Ah, see, we're getting all the important Russian lessons here. And then finally, there are a handful of laborers over in Pavlovo, even further up. And maybe I can spare half of you guys to take care of lower lower or not so lower Pavlovo. Okay, let's hope that that gets rid of the Astrakani Patriots. There are only so many rebellions I'm willing to put up with around here. Although with high stability, a lot of these are less of an issue. Yeah, look at them. A lot of them are barely growing. What is this event, though? A lot of them claiming some event lately made them very unhappy. God, with all this money, I'm looking forward to building more buildings. Maybe one of these will allow me to build more buildings. Farming estates, making subjects happier, always welcome. Exploiting those forests. The road network. No, I'm not into building more roads. I like the state religion. I like supporting the state, but yeah, state religion to make more Sunnism. Let's develop the interior. More land focus. Now let's get more religious. If you find where that event is, I'd love to know, because I also have some minus 60% event calls, and I don't know. Maybe some other country managed to do it to us. Let's get that state religion growing. Surprising amount of support in Parliament. And if I do not push towards aristocracy. Oh, but even less do I want to give this privilege. So let's hope we get a couple of events to push this up. Conversion of clerics blocked. No way. I suppose we actually push towards plutocracy. So this is just setting us back a few years of plutocracy. Yeah, quite a few years. So this is conceivable, but let's see what the events give us first. Because I'm certainly not giving a whatever that thing was. A privilege. They're not that privileged in my country. Right, I'm loving all these caravanserai. Let's really transform our economy today. In that case, we want to know what our economy was beforehand. Now, let's assume a very small amount of stability payment. Actually, let's assume... Nah, forget it. Assume no stability payment. The amount of money that we make is 128 ducats a month. That is... Why is it so much? What? My economy growing without me even noticing. Making practically double our diplomacy money. Better make a screenshot. We like this. Oh, wait. Trade expenses? Why is trade expenses positive when I'm actually losing? Most of that loss is from a trade that I do to bring gold from Bursa to Sarai. But it says I'm making money. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70... 170, 210, yeah, so this is the income. But my trade expenses are killing, let's see, 14, 40, 45, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, and... Yeah, so my trade expenses are reducing my expenses. The real thing is, am I actually losing money on that deal in Sarai? If I am, then we've discovered that negative trade makes money, and that's pretty nice. Probably a bug. The trade expenses should appear in red. And yet the money flows. Maybe I should check that that money is actually flowing, but it doesn't give you the exact number here. I could always spend enough money to show it. Right, so that trade is losing money. Yeah, because we buy for this much, we sell for this much. So this is a trade that's costing us money. But it shows positive here. If our money actually increases by 128 per month, then negative trades make money. Yeah, what could Joanne have meant by this? Okay. Let's not get too excited. But infinite money right around the corner. This is how my EU4 vast conquest started, by the way. How did it work again? Let's take a trip down memory lane, and it is my memories being taxed here from when I was a young, spirited 43-year-old back when I did my EU4 conquests. There was a mission to build up your coffers, which gave you a lump sum money bonus. But you could trigger it by having low money, which you could do by queuing up recruiting units. So you had to make sure you had manpower for it, or mercs, because you had to worry about time with mercs because they're too fast. But the amount that reward gave you scaled on your economy. But looting contributed towards economy. And looting could be performed by exiled units. So I exiled as many units as I could, shoved them throughout Ming, looted all of it. And then that mission would give me something like 500 ducats every 2 or 3 days, as often as I could trigger it. And I yo-yoed between that and the replenish our manpower, which we could get from cancelling all the troops that we put up. Yeah, that was the original exploit that allowed me to do the 3 mountains in EU4, which was not my first 3 mountains. My first 3 mountains was done by collapsing into a horde as Ryukyu. Because in EU3, you auto-conquered lands when you occupied them. Pretty beautiful. If you hover over expenses minus 88, does it show the trade expenses? It does show trade expenses here as a negative, but it doesn't add up if you count that. I mean, I've already counted, but let me open up a calculator right now. We've got 14 expenses, 23 expenses, 1 expense, 3 expense, 14 expense, 18 expense, 35, we'll call it 36 for all the rounding we've done, and another 13 on buildings and 2 or 3 on subsidies. So I should have expenses of 125 just based on these. So you'd think this trade expense would be added to it, but instead it's taken away from it, bringing us down to 88 or so. It's beautiful. How far could you push this? Now, if I get a lot of trade and I just make the most awful, awful trades? 1, would it give us more money? 2, would it lower the game's idea of my economic base? Economic base is based on volume of trade, so I'm not too sure about that. That diplomatic spending is huge. Okay, first thing, how much money are we actually making off of this? We'll wait till near the end of the month, so it's easier to track. I'll build up a load of caravasses and whatnot. That's right, we're live exploit hunting here. I want my in everywhere caravanses. Kuchunk. Quite like the idea of suckling onto the Kiev market, actually, so I'll build up along his border just to intimidate him a bit. I want to get my money down to the point where I can read it fully. Caravansary is good, perhaps even overpowered. Oh wait, I have access to this market? Marginally? Cool. This is in my own provinces, right? I will have to assume so. Does it even mention the owner here? I probably own it. I love my home market. Alright, so here's the real ticket. Are we actually gaining this money? 548 going up by 128. So if it ends up in the 660 region, then we're in the right place. Negative expenses make money. Negative trade expenses. Okay, so make less money on trade. Oh god, I'm losing support in the parliament. Oh, that's not very good. How's the importing of the Renaissance going? The Renaissance is a second figure to what we're getting onto here. But if you must know, we almost have it in Kaffa. Maybe that's why Hungary doesn't get this stuff. They don't want to trade like I do. Well then, if I have all this trade power, how low can we get our trading expense, and does it hurt diplomatic spending? Let's do this in two parts, shall we? First of all, this massive loss-making trade that I'm doing, let's cancel it. And then suddenly my expected money goes away, but I'm also curious, does that affect my economic base? It was about 340 last time. So if I get rid of that negative trade, does it go up or down? Yeah, it's accounting negative expense as positive income. Good times. Economic base does take into account losses through trade. That is actually bad for exploiting, because it means trade, whether it's good or bad, adds to economic base. So see, my diplomatic spending went down because I was no longer having a massive economic base from my losses. So does that mean that lossy trading is irrelevant compared to positive trading? If it all just... I guess in the end you don't want both, they'd cancel each other out. So the question is it easier to make a loss or a gain on trade? I think it's much easier to make a gain, so I'm not entirely sure this works out in any way. It would work out amazingly if negative trade money actually caused your economic base to go down. Tricky. There's a lot to digest here, but I'm not going to bother thinking about it right now. What I was curious about was, are we willing to transform our economy? I think I am. Let's do it. I don't want to think about it, so we'll just tell the game to automate our trade. And I believe that turned on automation in all markets. And I think they fixed the bug where it wasn't actually taking all of the automated trade power. We have power in Kiev now, be sure to take it. But don't breathe that. This would actually make it worth taking the trade power out of my subjects again for what it's worth. So stopping the bad trade reduced your income by 31 ducats or so? Exactly. But it also shifted down my expenses because my economic base was much lower. Anyway, let's try doing some actual trading. We'll let the automated trades have a month or so to figure it out. They'll also have new Karavassanis to figure out what to trade. How much money was I making per month when expenses were also taken into account previously? Inquiring minds would like to know. I feel like it wasn't too far off. Oh, the trading income... Oh god, no one wants me to win in Parliament. How dare they? I think we got rid of the rebellion, didn't we? Yes we did. Excellent. Not sure I care about these smaller rebellions, so let's just get everyone back to Parliament. Around 130 ducats. Well, we're still around 130, but here's the thing, Wait, why has my economic base gone down again? I'm going to assume we need another... Yeah, I'll take research progress. Ooh, cannon building is available. Now that I want, because making cannons is a huge thing. Let's take a short break to consider how one makes cannon. Yes, cannon. Yeah, well, Sarai Market is almost certainly where I'm going to need them, so we need some cannon makers. Cannon makers require... Well, they don't need tin, do they? They could do wrought iron barrels. Which needs a lot of iron, like a ton of iron. Fortunately, I think I have a ton of iron nearby-ish. But yeah, cannons are needed. I'll just have a bunch of markets make cannons. Even here, which market do you belong to? You're still in Sarai. Yeah, go on then. Couldn't hurt. Actually, if you're in Sarai, it could hurt. Your market access must be not very good. 70%. Better to have much better market access and make as many cannons as possible. So yeah, good to produce goods right in the center of the market. It's still not better than letting the tributes hold the trade so they can give you more money that doesn't affect your costs. You are right, but clicking on them constantly to take their money out is really tedious. And I imagine that the trade income is going to scale better. Because, yeah, this is what we're making now. Imagine when all these caravanses are done, and when the next load of caravanses are done, and when I increase my RGO capacity to trade the goods even more. I think this is the point where we start leveraging what we have. Our growth has been too linear till now. We're also not taking full advantage of our crown power unless we start doing this. Which we lost to the chieftains because I put one of them in a cabinet. What a mistake that was. Huzzah, welcome home. All get under the mighty command of the crown. Why are the chieftains trying to rise up again? I didn't think they were unhappy. They're just always trying to insurge against me. Well, a cheeky little bribe would keep them out of my face, but a cheeky little bribe to the chieftains is a lot of money these days. Kind of crazy how angry some of the people get. Well, people are just dying and dying, and we couldn't promote our religion. What a shame. Oh well, we tried. Jake's new addiction, I see. Oh, you better believe it. Even when I'm not playing this game, I'm just thinking about playing this game. Alright, begin with the cannons. And we should actually take a look at how those trades are doing. I think I can spend 23 ducats to aid the colony, but back before that cost like 7 ducats. Events that take into account the amount of money you make are going to hurt me as well. And I think there are a lot more events that hurt you than help you. Monetarily, at least. Damn, all these people wanting rice. I can't get you rice. Live with it. Alright, still making dosh. Although that trade income's not nearly as high as I would have expected it to be. I wonder if what I should be doing... Oh, right, here's another thought. Did my relative power to my subjects grow? Considerably. This was minus 20, now it's minus 13. And I don't think that was down to losing Bryansk or whoever they were. Now, here's a question. Do I want all of Hungary or half of Hungary's power in Pest? Pash. Let's consider how much we could make on that. Hungary make 3, 6, 9, 10, a little over 10 ducats here on their trades with their power of 16. That's kind of sad. I could actually build them up, but then they would consider themselves more powerful. I'd rather build up people like my soon-to-be-absorbed colonies over here. Also, it's minus 33 on how much they fear and respect me, so I'm thinking that's probably not worth it. Especially after I've kicked so much money out of them. Maybe it is, right? Once this goes away, it might be worth it. But hold on, hold the phone. Remember when I built up all those caravanserais in Samarkand to give Timmy loads of power? Yeah, Timmy, you're not allowed that money. That money is golden money. Alright, we found our new pay pig. Timurid Sultanate, I need to sponsor loyalists in you, and then I need to demand all of your money. This will actively cost me diplomats, but this is a great way to liquidate diplomats into even more money for me. Initial thoughts, Jake, is it an improvement over EU4? Yes. It's like all the good parts of Vicky, some bad parts from Crusader Kings, and all of the excitement of Europa Universalis 3. And yeah, that is a compliment. Alright, I'm going to divert your trade now. 50% trade advantage and trade capacity to Golden Horde. Yes, please. And now, all that trade in Samarkand belong to Horde. To be sure, this is automated, right? Yes, it's all automated. So ordinarily we're just bringing some sturdy grains from Samarkand to Astrakhan. What a weird trade to do. Given all the nice things in Samarkand, why waste your time on grains? But now I have 28 capacity here. And let's see what the auto trade thinks is the right thing to do here. I won't question its wisdom. But I will spend my money building even more Caravasanis. Where are my trades? Shikatanai. Where are my trades? I have all this power. Aha! There we go. Lossy trades, how bizarre. I'm not convinced this guy's making as much money as I could figure out how to make. Trade route maintenance is rather high, getting this over to Sherlac, but it's still money for me. Yeah, total profit of 5 duckety-doos is still something there. I feel like there's a Horde game where you only have a small parcel of land in, say, Anatolia or Crimea. You trade for institutions, but build absurdly massive armies and vassals. The armies and vassals would eventually think they're stronger than you if you stayed small, I think. Not so sure about that one. That was less money than I was hoping for, given, you know, it's freaking Samarkand. However, if I build up more RGOs and more economy stuff... Oh, God, I want that paper made out of cloth even more now. Why does research progress have to be so agonizingly slow? Get cannons. Maybe I shouldn't get men-at-arms, but the whole idea is that I want to subjugate Bohemia. And I don't think I'm going to be doing any particularly good fighting until I have a core of men-at-arms, so... Oh, slave rate efficiency. Could have done with that for the Chinese. Maybe China Invasion 2.0 is on the cards when we get that sorted. Give them a proper taste of horse archery. You build the army to make the vassals. Yeah, that's true. RGOs and zero control land. Yes, they still make stuff. Take a Kodak here. Control only 11%, but the Leguimes are still fully made. Somebody told me that that market distance affects RGO production. I'm not convinced. I'm very not convinced. More caravanserai. I should probably just have these everywhere. But you'd think my capital is the top-notch place to completely fill up with them. And I can do it like market by market, because we can still import from other markets to here. There we go. Make me more money. I saw that. It went negative for a moment there. Does the profit go to the pops and make them fat like in Vicky? The estates actually spend money on buildings, which can be good or bad. If they hate you, they'll build really annoying things like these troll castles, which do nothing but make the nobility fatter. Well, as you said. Notably, it does create more nobles, and that could be considered good because nobles have enormous demands. So they're going to drink up all the goods in the market, causing the prices for them to rise. And that's going to spend their estate money without making them do more of those bad things. Of course, I was just saying that the bad thing maybe isn't so bad. Still so many goods that we don't have access to. I really, really wish trade automation would see to pop needs. Like, I do not want to have to manually move wheat over here, especially when we have this trade automation button, but I can't imagine it's going to remain that way in the game. Surely they'll fix that. But I'm torn between wanting more trade and more RGOs, but yeah, right now we're just turbo building our money, our country with all this money. But like I said, our costs are going way up. Look at that diplomatic spending. The cost of this is doubled, which is essentially just using my trade income for that. The colony cost goes up, this goes up, the cost of the court goes up. That means if I were to actually spend on stability, I'd be making less money than I made before this economic transformation. But I'm sure it's okay. Because this will leverage. Oh, I'm hoping it leverages. More RGOs, more money, more good. Assigning priority auto trade between pop and dosh seems like a good place for a slider. I'd rather it was a priority list, like number 1, deal with my building needs. Number 2, fulfill all pop needs that you can, then go for profit. Because happy pops give more control, which gives more profit anyway. But as it stands, it seems like the automated trade completely ignores pop needs and just goes for the highest profit. I suppose if you eventually have enough power, then those pop needs are something that will be fulfilled. Yeah, I like getting my cannons. Okay, very good. Very good. Now that we know how to make a cannon, surely the next step is to cry over the lack of ability to build units in my capital, but that's okay. We can build them elsewhere, right? Wait, here's a question. All those soldiers, where are they coming from? Well, manpower isn't soldiers, I suppose. Quite happy to see that my manpower is doing well. But yeah, what does it take for these cannons? We need tin. Wait, I need tin to actually just make the cannon? Oh, okay. So, the big question of how I get my tin is now raised. Need our tinners, so we do. Fortunately, it's profitable to bring it in from Damask. Unfortunately, it seems that it takes quite a lot of... Is tin something that has a very inefficient movement thing? Where can I see tin? Here you are. Yeah, look at that. Trade capacity is doubled for the movement of tin. And I don't have access to bring it from up here, so it seems. Or do I? Well, I do, it's just I don't really have much of it. Bursa has some, but then I... Yeah, nah, get it from Damask. I think I will free up quite a bit, because I'm going to want a lot of tin in my market. And like I say, it's still somewhat profitable. Bring over a fat lot of tin, please. Automate the rest. I can always reduce it if I think I have enough tin. And then when the tin arrives... The cannons are ready. The cogs are oiled. Costs a lot of money, but... Now I finally have cannons. Check your Diplo capacity. Do your subjects feel weaker compared to you now that you've recognized game income? They do. We checked this before. Previously they felt about 20 relative strength compared to me. Now it's 13. So yeah, the game recognizes my true economic strength. I don't think it was really recognizing diplomatic income, which makes sense because... I take your money, you think I'm mightier, allowing me to take you more money. It's too much of a self-feeding loop. I got tax income going up, though. We need, obviously, more caravanserais. Oh no, come on. In a fight between our subjects, I want my subjects to do better. The Mongolian grasp over China weakens yet further. I'm not surprised. Is there a different production mechanism for the cannon? Not as a unit, but as cannons that I make as a trade good... Here we go. Here's my cannon maker, and it looks like they prefer to use tin. I'm surprised they don't want to use iron. Oh god, iron is expensive in Sarai. Tin I've just made less expensive. I still think this is the better one. They need copper, though. Are you telling me copper is achievable? This is all the more reason to make more RGOs, so all the goods get cheaper, so the production gets cheaper, so that the profits are higher. And you might say, but Jake, you make less money on the RGO taxes. And I say, well, I've got low control anyway, so I'm making... well, look, take this random province. It's a core. And they make a staggering, 3/4 of a ducat, of which I'm able to tax 3% of a ducat. Be still my beating heart. And that's even with the commoners having huge power here. Comparatively so. Wait, something isn't right here. Something is really not right here. Why are the commoners getting 64% of the share? I thought money was divided based on this. Estate power. What is this? Why? The chieftains get this from tax base because they're 26% of the total tax base. What? Commoners get this amount from the tax base. It represents 64%, but why are they getting 64%? Does anybody know this one? I was convinced that this was a division of income in a province, but it's not. It's this. Is it control? No, control is what I lose from this number before it gets taxed. There's 64% of the pops, no? No, I mean, the nobles are never going to be a high percentage of the pop. There's 24 of them compared to the population of 10,000 here. But that's still enough for them to get 26% of the share. I'm just really wondering why it's so high for the commoners. 64% of the population are commoner. No, it's not. Hover over the wheel graph on the tooltip. The tax base of a location is distributed among the estates according to their relative population. Nobles get a much better share per capita. Okay, so it is population, but it's balanced per whatever value this is. Does that mean we can extrapolate how much a noble is worth compared to the other? We could, but I don't want to bother about it. Anyway, that's actually good news, because I don't tax my nobles, and I tax pretty heavily my commoners. What does that mean for the likes of Sarai? Burghers are in charge here. I do tax my burghers a fair bit. There's a lot of dhimmi here. Maybe I should consider taxing the dhimmi. I don't tax them because... Wait, how do they get so much? Is it really all those slaves? No, it's all those orthodoxes, which were formerly slaves. Interesting, but I still don't think it's worth taxing the dhimmi over. Yeah, I'd rather have happy dhimmi and do something about the revolts than make pennies on the pound from them. And the ulema as well, it's not worth it. Just tax the burghers and the commoners, let other people feel good about what they do. Anyway, I was getting a bit distracted there, and I've completely forgotten what I was meant to be doing. Somebody was asking about roads. Someone always asks about bloody roads. We don't do a lot of roads around here. Just enough to get a bit of control around the capital, and this little bit bridges us towards our coast, which is kind of good for a Zoc. But otherwise, control being better than this is a bit of a pipe dream until we get better roads. And then, of course, we have to invest in the roads. But for now, we're investing in RGOs and trade. I hope I don't accidentally click on that Form a New Country button. Permanent city? Is that what we even want these days? I don't want to centralize, actually. Yeah, we don't want to centralize. I do, however, want more colonies. For the colony. We try to have 5 going at once. Oh, I don't have money. How could this happen? Wait, do I know somebody that wants to give me money? I'm sitting on a lot of diplomats, so surely I do. Hey, Serbia, you've been pretty rich these days. No, he was in debt. Bulgaria has been pretty rich these days. Give me money. And Hungary, what did I decide about taking your trade or not? Given what I've seen, I think I do better just periodically punching Hungary for money. But, you know, they're really unhappy with me. Well, you know, I just need to let them chill out for a bit. Kiev. Kiev's always got money. God, I love the money. How could I not? And the Sultanate of Georgia are slowly forgiving me for forcing them to be Sunni. They're seeing the better side of life now that they abandon orthodox ways. This is what's called soft power. And how's Tver doing these days? 1/3 Sunni followers in Tver. It's only a matter of time before Moskva feels the same way. 10% of the very, very depleted population of Moscow. I wonder what happened. What could drive the forces for Moskva to be completely depopulated? And why does Ryazan have 173,000 people living there? They're not even only slaves, although there are a lot of slaves here. It's a crime against history. Well, good. Alright, we gained yet more cores, and I believe that's from more colony making. Excellent. But now do I have the money to start that next colony? Yeah, get me over to Nadim. I do think doing all these colonies is bad for me in the short term, because it's creating more low control areas. Let's look at control around here. 7, 0, 0. It's not very good. I think it would be improved if I gave them their own market. Oh god, this is now a market held by my enemy. Right, we need to start building up a spy network on these guys. Hopefully they don't make any alliances that get in my way. Because yeah, I think it's time to reintegrate these into Greater Mongolia. They've done great work turning it into almost entirely Mongol Sunni lands. Which was the point, right? I didn't want to have to do that, but they did, and now I'll have it. Does getting a direct link with your colonies change them? No, I just wanted to make sure that I always had food access over to Asia for, you know, when we tried to destroy the Chinese again. We tried and failed. We will try again. We will not fail again. Same could be said about the Bohemians. I will not rest until I'm sleeping on a pyramid of Czech skulls. Okay, maybe I'll rest a little bit. No need to pay all this stuff. We're not currently at war. We're enjoying a golden age of peace within the Golden Horde. They insulted us. Yeah, I know they did. I know. Still investing in caravanserais, but I think after a couple rounds of that investment, I'm going to invest in RGOs. Don't know which RGOs, because... Actually, maybe I shouldn't do RGOs. Maybe I should be doing more buildings, because I can support a lot more buildings in my places here. In fact, look at that. We actually have people available for employment in these cities. Oh, then I absolutely need to be making more. What would Sarai like to make more of for mad stacks of cash? Funnily enough, the pottery. There's never enough bleeding pottery. If only I could make lacquerware. Does anyone know how to make lacquerware? It can be done in a Lacquerzan Artisan Guild, which, heaven help me how you managed to unlock that. And tea is another thing that's RGO only, and we will not see that for a good long time. Same with rice. Dyes are always in demand. And we know we can make dye from just lumber, and lumber is cheaply available in Kazan. So maybe I should make it in Kazan and bring it down to Sarai. It's just that I lack control in Kazan. How does Kazan feel about dye these days? They could actually do with some dye themselves, so maybe I just make it in Kazan and have it brought over to Sarai. Or maybe, just maybe, I should think about those books. You can't drag and drop these things, can you? No, you cannot. I want that rag paper so badly. That's going to finally do something with all my wool, and we're going to make tons of books. Yeah, okay, I'm actually going to prioritize that. Bizarre as it may seem. Don't know how I can switch these things. It would be nice to add priority. If this costs me getting printing press, then so be it. At least we'll never know. But I do want my rag paper. And then I want... Slave raid is so tempting, but I really can't be distracted by that when what I need are men-at-arms. Then I could do slaving. Wait, no, not that, not that. It was slave efficiency. You. Not the slave center. Very different thing. Did you use partial research when cancelling? What was I researching? It was this, right? I don't know. Good question. Well, I certainly hope not. Wait, we can check, can't we? Because I can undo. Uh-oh. I think we did lose it. Look at it, it's a 0 again. It still has 28.75% research progress. No, I don't think so. That's the amount that it costs. Pretty sure it was the same percentage. No, I'm pretty sure this was more than that. We'll spend a month on it and double check, right? Slavery before death, 0. And then we pass a month. And now it's like 6%. Now we cancel it. And then we research it. I'll let that be a warning for you. Do not cancel something in progress. I thought you'd keep the progress. But it seems I thought wrong. We're all learning together, though. Like I said, because of that sting of loss, I will always remember that. Men-at-arms. Men-at-arms are pretty vital. Then we can slave efficient raid. I wonder if Sarai's getting institutions with auto-trade. Damn, I was thinking the Ottomans haven't called that vote for quite some time, and now they do. There we go. On auto-trade, it does a whole lot of importing. I suppose that's good for me. We must have assured defense. Auto scum, please stop calling a vote on that. God, I love this trade income. So that means I want to get ahead of the curve and start making my books and things. I already have some paper making, but if I think paper is so good, then I should make tons of paper. So where is our... And ignore this, please. Where's our paper making guild? Okay, good. These have gotten large enough that I can at least make another one here. I want as many as I can have on the capital. And as many as I can have on Astrakhan. We're going to be the paper economy, whether people like it or not. Kaffa will soon outpopulate Soldaya, which I'm happy about because this is where all my Mongols are. Starting to wonder if it's even worth going for the core on Soldaya. I mean, it's a really, really nice province, but it is taking a long time to convert these Mongolians, or convert 2 Mongolians. I suppose it gets Vosporo as well, so I just have to accept there's an inherent investment needed to convert that. I don't want to accept it, but I suppose I will. These Tengri zealots might even burn out before they can even rise up. Although if they do rise up, at least we're finally done with them. And I could maybe consider stopping with the Golden Slave Uprising suppression, at least for now. Crack down on the Golden Slave Uprising. Yeah, no need for that. Now is the time for possibly more assimilation. I would like this taken care of, if you could be so kind. Oh, this is partially done, and this is partially way out of my control range. Do the partially done first. You're losing stability. I'm barely losing stability. And that's just decay. It'll kind of hover around 30, and that is fine. Because the alternative is losing tons of money. And I'd rather only do that when I need to. High stability isn't that great, right? Good for promotion, but otherwise it doesn't help you as much as low stability hurts you. So instead, let's have that money and invest it into our country. I love that. I just love the internal investment. I have a slight concern that it makes the game less streamable. I mean, I don't really care what you guys think about the game, but when there is a game about that's more ponderous, it tends to be something that I want to play more in my own time. But the difference is this game has good payoff. You know, after all the ponderous stuff, we can go and crush, and the ponderous stuff gives us a downtime between those high highs. The high highs like watching my vassal beat up your vassal, Sultanate of Georgia. What do you mean? It's a perfect streamer game. You get to scroll up and down for 20 minutes without unpausing and yap. This freaking guy. Plo's always on my case about yapping. Just because I crushed his weekly one-shot and showed off how god-awful a game it is. I'm sure that's not the only reason. We watched Patrician 4, didn't we? Oh, but Patrician 4 was heart-pounding action. Love me, Patty. The merchants are spread thin. I support my merchants, though. We can ignore Europe. What's the bird market? Where the heck is that? You know, I have a funny feeling I don't do much in this market. Just a slight suspicion. Sod Asia. Unless this market is even... No, I love Kazan. 9 years of loss of advantage there is hardly going to make me lose sleep at night. This colonization is so good. It's so much better than EU4s. It's unreal. And let's not talk about EU3s. EU4 was actually a head above EU3 in terms of colonization. I'll give it that for free. Right, I also want to be able to make books out of all this paper that I'm making. So the next thing I'm looking up is how to produce with my scriptorums. Scriptorums take dye, paper, and wood. It's all the more reason that I need to make more dye, isn't it? More scriptorum. Yeah, just loads and loads of books. Time to be absolute freaking nerds around here. I think the clergy work in scriptorums, if I'm not mistaken. But I would also like to make sure that we're making plenty of dye. Notably short on dye makers, and if I have all my lumber up in Kazan, why not build it there? Oh, that's a good reason. I have no money. No EU3 colonization jingle, system discarded. I wonder if you can mod on-action sound. Also, why are the nobility making more of their troll castles? I thought they liked me. Yeah, they're happy. Is it because they have an insurgency? Well, I guess some of them are unhappy. Where are they building this anyway? I mean, they're building it in the middle of nowhere, which isn't so bad. But are these unhappy nobles? Maybe it is when they have an insurgency rather than when they're unhappy. I still don't know why they have an insurgency. Oh, well, we see this event thing. What the hell was this event? I don't recall clicking an event that gave me minus 50% happiness with the chieftains. Because I generally don't take things that give me lots of unhappiness with population. Because I've got enough rebel problems as it is. Circassian rebels. Wish they would just die away, but we need them to be happy. But hey, we're working on happiness. Well, maybe they'll be even more happy when they have jobs. Like to eat their big dinners and make more of themselves. Well, they're doing plenty of that in my country. They build it because it's good for their power. Yeah, but when they're happy, they should build nice things. Look at this. Oh, wait, no, that is bad. Spiritual retreat. I should probably be taxing these people harder then. But some of them make nice things. Look at this, a windmill. A windmill increases wheat, grain, and rice output, although we don't have a rice output to speak of. Ooh, another wee horde down here wants to marry us. That's our daughter, but not our heir, right? Right? Yeah, we already married our heir, and our heir has already had another freaking daughter. I want to be done with the women here. And they became shamanist. Oh, that's unacceptable. Oh, that is entirely unacceptable. So they take the father's religion. Yeah, where's my matriarchy? The baby is heathen, I can tell by the look on him. Wonder what can be done about that. Can't just execute the father. And he's young, so he'll probably live long and prosper. I mean, there's the thing. It keeps the female's dynasty. Why in the world did it take the father's religion? Maybe it's a 50-50. Our laws forbid a wrong religion heir. Is there any talk about how religion is passed down? Religion, same religion group, heretic, heathen. I have no idea. No idea why it took the fathers instead of the vastly more important heiress mother. What a betrayal. What was I doing right before that? I was looking at marriage, right? The hoi-hois can marry whoever this guy is. Free prestige after all. In that case, when you pop your clogs and you have no eligible children, it's probably going to pass over to another child. It's going to be very interesting where the succession is going to end up. This is why I don't like this in EU at all. This belongs in CK, because in CK it's all about the characters, so the game is very geared towards it. Here it's so bolted on and clunky compared to everything else. I don't want to care about this, just name, maybe dynasty, how they do, that's all I need to know. Royal marriages could be as abstract as you want. I really think this is out of place in the game. But that is just an opinion. Maybe some people like there to be dolls in their Sims game. I shouldn't be that underhanded. I just don't like it, though. Could it have been that there was a religion event targeting the heir? Well, if there was, it certainly didn't pass it by me. The 3D model, they're not that bad. Jinx, you should have seen the CK3 character models in development. They were like uncanny wax dolls. Ugh. And improved significantly. In my headcanon, the Siberian colonies don't expect any profit. It's just a punishment. Well, they're going to make me RGOs, which can be brought into markets, and markets make money. One thing worth noting is that I can't have my caravanserai up here. So if I want to trade, I have to do it through marketplaces and market villages. And the caravanserai can only be done in certain regions, which is not Western Siberia. It's Pontic Steppe, Khorasan, Xinjiang, and Mongolia. Khorasan, you say? Well, I do have colonies over there. Soon the colonies will return unto the fold. I'm disappointed here, though. You've done a very poor job of converting these Uzbeks to glorious Mongolian. And it's not even that many of them, Jesus. It's going to be difficult to convert places like that when it's far away from my capital. Difficult, perhaps even impossible, unless I put 2 people on it, one to increase control and one to do the conversion. The truce is over your former colonies. I'm waiting for the spy network. I need to do Horde expansion, and I will just full annex them. It's actually really useful, so once again, the war was good for me. Didn't cost me anything. I knew I was on the right track all along. Do you plan to integrate Nagai back into the fold? Someday, but there's no reason to do it right now. Currently, they are very helpfully converting the land to Mongolian for me. It's a slow progress, but it's already Sunni for me, which is good. And then there's the likes of Perm. Perm have been converting their land. Oh, it's majority Sunni and a bunch of it now. That's beautiful. I wonder if I will also force Perm to be Mongolian, and after that integrate it. There's no hurry though, right? We haven't even passed 100 years. But we've done more than 100 years worth of damage to Eastern Europe. Feels great. Find it kind of annoying. My king died. Suddenly the heir generated an erratic trait after being a great prime minister for 20 years. I keep getting bad events. Well, at least it amuses me. Oh, finally. The Emirate of Tver are annexing their subjects. They used to have 8, and now they have 7. That's a good sign. So Voikir now joined us. Did they self-integrate? This needs to be larger. There needs to be more space, or even like a double level of these, because now I've lost sight of the integration map mode. Also, where was Voikir? It's here. And it did not integrate because... Wait, why not? Majority Mongolian, majority Mongolian, majority Mongolian. They're even quite happy for some ungodly reason. Madness. Anyway, I believe I was trying to colonize this place. We're working on it, admittedly slowly. Yeah, let's let all of them come together here. Begin a new life in the colonies. That population of mine is skyrocketing. I am very happy to report. And I believe next up I was trying to make my dye places before I got sidetracked by my significant lack of money. Kazan, you need to make me a bunch of dye because it's high in demand. And I guess I could expand the dye making in Sarai. Don't know if that's worth it. I mean, surely specialization in trade is better than having a bit of it here, a bit of it there. Maybe I'll believe that. Yeah, sure. There's also the temptation to make Kazan into a proper city, and it probably deserves it. I'll get more control, I'll have more space for more buildings. That all sounds agreeable. That's another $1,000 redo or so of investment. And then after that, I will probably start investing in RGOs. Yeah, more raw resources to flood the market with to get everything cheap, make my people happier, and give me more export. Well, it's not really more export unless I have the trade capacity for it, but if it's cheaper here, it makes me more profit when I export it elsewhere. Hey, you got you integrated nicely. What else is left to do here? Just these 2 provinces. Mongolian. Oh, it's going to take a while, but... wait, how long is that going to take? Not unthinkable. There we go, rag paper. I am going to assume that my places automatically change to rag paper. Let's have a look at them. Not the Spinner Guild. Where's my paper makers? Is there a way to expand this? I don't like going here to go here. I want to see just Oh, I see. The largest one is over here to begin with. They are currently on using fibrous crops, but there we go. They knew to change to this. That's not as profitable as I thought. It's because lumber is surprisingly expensive here. Is that lumber just not being brought down from Kazan? Tell me about the lumber. The lumber is being brought down just to maintain a steady price here. If I really wanted to crash the price of lumber to make making paper better, then I could force that lumber out of here. Oh, dear lord, that is some cheap lumber. If I were to export that lumber over to Sarai, it wouldn't be very profitable. Okay, well, I suppose that's no too bad a thing. There've got to be places where lumber is expensive, though. I can't imagine Arabia is full of cheap lumber. Let's get some numbers on that. Samarkand are desperate for lumber. They'd pay so much for lumber. Oh, man. Unfortunately, it's expensive that moving this stuff around proportionally. Is that actually true? The Kazan market is too bleeding big. I'm starting to think I should set up another market. But getting market capacity in the way back and beyond will be tough. It's just when I go up here and I see the market access of 0%, I start thinking maybe I need a new market. It'd be better than letting Perm make that new market. Just eyeing up the possibilities here. Can't believe we're actually thinking about lumber management in an EU game. Yeah, it's like Mayo all over again. Let's eye this up. If I were to export lumber, and I wanted to take it over to... where was it again? Oh, you don't quite have the range to get over there. That is a crying shame. I bet you could have range if I built some roads. But there is no way I'm spending money building a road here just to get my lumber moved. I could do it step by step. I could move it here and then move it there, but that's such a waste of my my trade capacity. Anyway, that allows my scriptorums to get to work, right? Yeah. They're making books. Books are profitable. I'm not keen on losing stability. And I haven't really had to deal with inflation, period, so let's just let that drop on its own. I'll probably forget and then I'll stop minting. I wonder if there's any downside to not minting. Hat! Hat? It says hat, but it's Taman. What? Never mind that, though. I'm curious if you're anybody's subject. Wait, I'm looking at myself here. Tell me about the hat. I think they broke out of Copa. That was my my subject kicking their subject's arse. Beautiful. Anyway, it's time for Casus Belli, Horde expansion. I'm just taking your land. And what about Turgay? Something is broken here. Parliament approved claims on province. Parliament approved a claim here? That must be someone else's parliament, not mine. It might have been the guy got a parliamentary claim on it. Anyway, it will be take dubious claims. This must be somebody else's claim, right? Anyway, I will be able to do Horde expansion on you once the Republic of Zarkol is gone, but I need a border with you first. And that means I do not need my spy network over in Zarkol. Keep the other one, though. Zarkol are liking me for some reason. Okay, good for them. Yeah, even the Kazan market feels too big, but there's no major city up here to make into a marketplace. The problem is Perm control much too vast a landscape here. What I could do is maybe How's the population around here? Just trying to think of a good place to do any kind of market up here. Maybe I just have to live with a big crappy Kazan market. If there's no big city up here, then it's really not that bad that they don't have market access. Transportation, unless that affects happiness or migration attraction. Where's migration attraction? Here we go. Market price of raw goods. Okay, it doesn't seem to affect it. So fine, these people just have crap market access. As long as everything is made in Kazan, it's no big deal. Or so I'll tell myself. Do you plan on eating a guy? People ask this a lot. There's no good reason for me to eat a guy right now. I just keep them around. They very slowly convert this to Mongolian. And then once they're a lovely Mongolian pet, I will eat them. And that will probably take a while. So hopefully by then I have boosts to the rate of annexation. Those chieftain insurgents are still trying to get a case on me. Maybe I should give them a cheeky little, a little bribe. Yeah, okay. Cease your havering and get off of my, my insurgency list. That should get rid of them. At the turn of the month. You bastards. There are still a few of them hanging around different places that want to rise up. They're in Ryazan, Polavia, and Khazari. Now, who in the world knows where Khazari is? Ryazan, at least, is an obvious one. It was Ryazan, right? Yeah, Ryazan. Is it this province here? Yeah, that's Zobli-Wotsits. And what's the other one? Wait, where's Zobli-Wotsits? Eyes peeled? Anything else glowing here? Don't tell me it's some faraway province. Yeah, there are 11 people in Khazari that need to be taken care of. Oh, it's right here, next to Ryazan. How bizarre. Hey, it's easy not to see something when you're not looking for it. I love my golden horde. It's going to be interesting playing as another horde, which I won't do immediately, but in due time I'm going to want to pick up some small crappy horde and see what I can do with them. Golden horde have a lot of problems, but at least they have land to work with. If you're playing as one of these small crappy hordes, right? First, you've got to go to all the effort of uniting this land, and it's not like this land is any less diverse than what we have up here. Well, that's not necessarily true, right? At least down here it's in the Islamic world, whereas here it's just been, are you Tengri, are you Sunni, are you Orthodox, are you Jewish, are you some other weird little fractured religion? Who's to say? I can't believe these chieftains are squeezing more money out of me. Alright, is that enough to kick you out of here? Come on. You say there's no support, but I don't believe you. Somewhere called Karniki is claiming that they're unhappy. I said I like this this rebel thing more. I'm not so sure about it. This practice of having so many different rebels breathing down your neck is unpleasant, but maybe that's just a golden horde thing. Because we have so many disparate cultures that I refuse to accept. Not to mention a pretty bad market. Or pretty bad markets. There we go, that killed them off. Good job, soldiers. Now come on home and merge back in Sarai. Do we still have those Hussites from Bohemia? If we have Hussites, they would appear here, right? Now, anybody who's a foreign religion is usually happy because of my dhimmi. Hussites, 0.1% of our population here. They're slaves somewhere, and there's no chance that they're not slaves. If I really want to know about them, I can go people here, I can search for Moravian Hussites, and they're all over in Ryazan. Every last one of them got taken over to Ryazan. And there they are. Next to the Zhongguangs and the Greek Orthodox. So if I wanted to emancipate these people, I actually could. If I felt like I had too many slaves. I mean, there is this slave uprising, right? If there was any one particular culture that was overly represented in my prisons, I mean, in my slave camps, then I could do something about it. I mean, what is Erzia? What the hell is Erzia? Whatever there are a lot of them. Same with the Mari Maris. So if I really wanted them kicked out, and they all seem particularly unhappy, I could accept them and then remove them. They would all lose a lot of satisfaction for a long time, though. I think like 5 years at least. And I would pay a small sum. I think I'd pay 10 prestige and a small amount of stability. Hey, stability is still going down. Maybe I do need to pay for it. I think something else, some kind of investment got stripped away. Nah, better just to do a lump sum payment when it's low rather than constantly bleed money on it. Yeah, the Golden Slave Uprising's been a thing for forever, though. That's a good question, right? Maybe let's take a look at our people. So we can search for slaves. We can sort by different cultures. Actually, we can sort by populations. There are 42,000 Pontic slaves. 38,000 Greek slaves. Is that specifically only Greeks in one location, though? I mean, can I search for Greek slaves? Yeah, we took rather a lot of Greek slaves, but they're disparate. Who were the other slave types we were looking for? If I could sort by population of entire groupings, that would be handy, but I'm not sure I can see that. It's impressive that we actually have a collection of all of them, though. I suppose I should ask myself, where do I plan on taking slaves from in the future? Because I could emancipate a culture if I think I'm not going to be taking more of them down the line. I don't think I'll be taking more Greeks. And the Greeks are all down here, and I don't plan on fighting the Turks. And the Turks should also be doing away with the Greeks. So emancipation of the Greek is a possibility. Hungarian? Well, there aren't that many of them, are there? How many Hungarian slaves do I have? 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 odd thousand. That's not a small amount. Hey, WTF, don't be racist against the Czechs. No, I will. I must. I wonder if I'll have the opportunity to beat their ass today, though. Not if I keep pausing for lengthy times looking at the amount of people that I need to oppress. How many Pontics are there even? I mean, how many Pontics do I really think I'll be taking? If there's anybody that I should be letting out, I think it is the Greeks. Don't have that many Hungarians, just 70k. I don't think it's worth the cost of emancipating them right now. It's not like I need the population. One small issue is that they don't tend to move. Even though I emancipated all these Muscovites, they just hang around in Sarai, smelling the roses. That's annoying, though, not having my capital be Mongolian. I'd like these Muscovites to sod off, but they're all peasants. Ah, they are migrating, though. They are getting the heck out of there, which is what I want them to do. No longer be there. And maybe as they migrate, they can also assimilate. Or is that asking too much from these Russians? After losing to Bohemia and China, you're too spooked to invade Turks? No, they're my ally. Why would I invade my ally? Not spooked about anything. I am just making an army so that I can go on a rampage. Is this province even considerable for converting to Mongolian? Seems like a lot of work. Also, I thought that was a weird Russian letter. Gosh, I'm running out of places to culturally enrich. Everything that I'd want to do now is too far outside of my control to reasonably convert to Mongolian. Is that actually true? In that case, what could I keep on doing? I love the integration that I have going here, but I don't know about that. Still don't like those Kazanis, but what's a man to do? We have Mongolian around here. I need to think what my cabinet man can do. This assimilation is now done. Assimilating Kaffa is a long job. Could you also help assimilate Kaffa, by the way? No, you can't. You can't have somebody do the same place twice. He's thinking. All right, forget assimilation then. What else can you do? Hey, Jake, I really wanted the Horde to get into the HRE, but he checked the door. That'll haunt the Horde for a long time. Not a long time. It's not long until we get our army sorted out. We're doing the research for it as we speak. I'm just trying to think what could possibly be done. I could see about converting the Muscovites in my capital, but that's not such a big deal that we care, is it? There is province control, which brings up control to aid existing cultural enrichment. And there is the fact that I have not yet assimilated this little province up here. How long will it take to assimilate? Wait, wrong one. It's not assimilate, it's something else. Integrate. It's the only place left to integrate. You think it'll be done in 3 years? Oh, that's good. That means this thing has been integrating itself. Very handy. I guess power projection. Yes, I'm actually getting better cultural tradition than the Muscovites. Remember when that was a problem? The Muscovites had like 50% bonus over us. Strange how enslaving a culture suddenly makes them so much less relevant. Of course, if they were relevant, they probably wouldn't have gotten enslaved in the first place. Can you buy slaves from Constantinople? I'm not aware of being able to buy slaves. I can enslave prisoners of war and then sell them back off. And I can make slave trade goods and then sell them off. But anything beyond that, I'm not so sure about. Yeah, there was increased control by 10%. And I don't think that's so good unless I'm desperate to convert somewhere. Alright, I got that sweet money and I still want more trade capacity. But once I have more trade capacity, I will strongly be considering RGO expansion. Bit of a shame that that's as much as I can do for Kazan unless I want to build marketplaces. But Caravanserai just seem significantly better. Frankly, overpowered building. Continue to make Kaffa my little money printer of trade. I think that's a little bit outside of it, is it? No, it's not. Can I build here, actually? Is that inside my country? I know it's outside my market, but is it my country? It is inside my country. And it's inside the Kiev market. That's probably still worth doing. Wait, it won't let me. Is that because it's outside of the region? Yeah, okay. I got hopeful there, but of course it's not inside the Caravanserai region, so what can a man do? He cannot spend all of his money in case he needs it for later. Trade income. We're not losing any money on trades, are we? Again, we've learned a valuable lesson today. Losing money on trade gains you money. Rush of merchants, burger trade capacity. I don't need trade advantage. Make my burgers actually do some trades for me as well. I wonder how the burger trade money works. I guess they make money. I don't know if we get to tax it though, because it looks like we just tax based on where they are. Ignore the starving provinces. That always happens on completion of a colony. Gosh, a lot of estate constructions. Even the nobility are helping me out here by building a spinner guild. Sandpit Burger Mansion. All those burgers. This is bad, by the way. It's just straight up bad. Burgers get power, burgers eat more food. Both of those are bad things. Speaking of food, I want to make sure that all my places have positive food. I'm struggling to see negative food. Inside my country, that is. Hello. Ryazan is getting hungry. Ryazan will get a lot less hungry if I feed them more wool. And livestock. Wool is better than livestock, but when in doubt, have both. Anywhere else going hungry? Actually, in my new colonies, Conda? Is Conda finished? It is. Fur is a little bit of food. And I think a little bit of food is going to have to do you, if only I had some money. Wait, a need for money? I know someone who can solve that. And for once it's not Georgia, no. I think I need to let Hungary chill out a bit. I've been squeezing my subjects a little bit too much, and now they're getting a little bit uppity about it. But that's okay, there are always more subjects to squeeze, because I'm an equal opportunity squeezer. Timmy, for example. I took Timmy's trade power, right? Yeah. And yet he's still happy enough to give me hundreds of ducats. He's a nice guy. Serbia's sitting on too much debt, it seems, to help me out. Why aren't you minting? Because I had inflation, and I still have inflation. But I will likely forget it, so instead I will do some minting with a little bit to reduce inflation. There we go. And yeah, I was wanting to use that money to actually have some food in this province. If a province just doesn't have RGOs for food, I guess it's always going to be negative on food, and you just have to accept that it's going to cost to import there. But we make plenty from selling food. If there's one thing that our place can do, it's... Wait, why is buying food there? Because it's winter, right? Maybe I need to have places store more food so they stop buying it up. But yeah, occasionally having to flip to buying food during winter is a bit of a drag. Not a big deal, though. What was that? Anything that works me towards my... Yeah, here we go. It's organized recruitment. Then we can drill our armies, get armories, and have men-at-arms. Once I have men-at-arms, I build men-at-arms and I kill Bohemia. And that, you know, I'll put the promise down. We're doing that today. I know we've already been streaming for 6 hours, and all we've done is get our arse kicked. But trust me, it's all part of a greater plan. If only I had more fish. No, it's okay, it's okay. It's just provincially they gotta buy food in the market at your cost, and it always feels like buying food is much more expensive than the money you make from selling the food. Which is weird, but I'll accept it, because I mean, we have so much extra food, why do we ever have to pay? Should we order some pizza salad, Jake? Probably not. Be bad for the diet. I only allow myself 1,600 calories a day. Although, to be fair, all I've had is some muesli with yogurt. Coming in at 400 calories. This is a non-heathenous son, at least. But there's no one who wants to marry him. I'll hold on to him for later, then. Maybe all the food gets turned into cheddar chads. I think they stopped doing the cheddar chad. Maybe I should go to... Maybe I'll go to McDonald's and check tomorrow, right? I'm sure I can squeeze out only 1,600 calories from a McDonald's meal. Get myself ready for the weekly one-shot, which I don't know what it's going to be. I haven't had any space in my head for other games other than just EU. Surprising, I know. God, I love my caravanserai. I guess not all of them work immediately. That's the thing. I keep expecting my trade income to go boom when the caravanserai are done. But they do need to get employment, don't they? Yeah, employed laborers. Do I have to pay for these, by the way? Yeah, I do. Ooh, I didn't think about that. Oh no, 68 caravanserai are almost costing me a ducat. How will my trade income ever cover for that? Concerning. Expanding gathering costs for clay, sand, salt, medication, pearls, amber, and fish. I should call this and max out all these RGOs with that going, shouldn't I? Unless there's something else that's worth expanding. Forestry is just lumber. Clergy, support state. Yeah, I think I will do gathering industries. I'll save up about 2 grand or so and do as much of that as possible. Maybe more than 2 grand. With all the war losses, it seems like you prepared for the one-shot today. Just getting the losses out of the system. What can I say? The Chinese are just too strong. Do we actually have anybody from China tuning in? It would be a very big surprise. What the heck is that? Who told me how to get my hands on saffron? Did I miraculously get trade access to Delhi? Tell me more. Non-local owned trades. I am shoving saffron into Delhi's face. Where's that saffron coming from? Obviously Samarkand, but where's Samarkand getting it? Do they make it? Tell me about saffron. Import, 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 import. Wait, I'm importing saffron from the from Astrakhan? That doesn't sound right. Astrakhan is importing it from Ray and Bursa and Sarai. Where is the saffron actually coming from? I don't want my people to get a taste for saffron and then I can't actually get some for myself. I need to find RGO for saffron. Well, I'll be. I spy with my little eye an exploitable source of... Oh my god, my subject just doesn't quite own this. And they're mining that saffron mine as deep as they can. Was there anywhere else that has saffron that I could possibly get my grubby, hoardy hands on? Whoa, they got saffron over in France? Yeah, I'll tell you, there's one really bad thing about being up in the Urals. Your trade goods blow. Probably makers in Persia or Anatolia, exporting to your market for that sweet trade dosh. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm picking it up from there and exporting it elsewhere, so there are other places that you can make even more money off of it. And it's very, very cheap to move around. That's cool. I would have thought that maybe Samarkand had that, but Samarkand has silk. He's already maxing out the silk from there, though. Tell me about silk. There's actually a reasonable excess of glut of it, but I trust that my own trades know what they're doing here. It feels like the goods are just moving around. Everybody gets to sniff the saffron and away it goes. Oh well, that's putting that trade capacity to what I can only assume is good use. But I would make more money from it all if I just had more crown power. And I really regret this cabinet member who refuses to die because he's not from the right place. I could switch him out, of course, but then I'd have to spend 5 stability, which I don't want to. You sell to you sell to Delhi. It just goes around and around. Why not just go straight to Delhi? These people don't know what they're doing, but I suppose they're the one making tons of money. That's not the guy I want fired. He's doing a great job. Horde unity, as long as it doesn't go so low that it causes me another succession crisis, is okay. I'm asking about the cost of court factor, because I'm curious if the cost of court automatically decreases once your legitimacy maxes out. It does. Once you've spent up to the maximum, it goes down to enough to maintain that. And it has no other effect that I'm aware of other than just keeping your legitimacy or equivalent high. And I suppose there's no point in not spending maximum because I want my legitimacy as high as possible. Of course it's not legitimacy, but close enough. So yeah, good of it to automatically balance out. Hey, Georgia have really forgiven us about making them Sunni. Wait, what? They have a peasant civil war. It seems the peasants don't really appreciate being Sunni. But they're breaking away, and they are also forced to be Sunni. I think Georgia can handle this on their own. Mostly because I'm pretty sure I can't get involved anyway, can I? I mean, you'd think there's join war for my subject, but there isn't. Traders surpass nobility in the parliament. The traders are getting a worrying amount of power. There's going to be a moment where I have to rip out the stability of my nation again because I've made the traders too powerful. Because now they're going to be the ones eating up my crown land. Because yeah, as we end up with more and more of these places filled with burghers making me tons of money through books and whatnot, then they are going to have so much power here. But for the time being, it's symbiotic. They make me money and they keep those annoying nobilities out of my face. And hey, they ensure that we make loads of money through trade, don't they? That's scriptorum. I'm still happy about having more books made. Check the books in the market. That's under goods, of course, right? How are we doing on the book situation? The demands are probably for export, right? Yeah. We make the books, we export them. They're relatively cheap because we make a bunch of them over here. And in Kazan, yeah, they sell for better money. I like it. Didn't get a chance to suppress some peasants? How disappointing. Yeah, library. I needed the books for the library, didn't I? I know I'm passing off building up my RGOs again, but I do want a library. Wherever I can. Astrakhan never had one to begin with. It very much needs to be in my owned provinces. I don't know why this defaults to asking you to build in subjects and stuff. Hey, Kazan can finally have a library. Now, if only I could get one in Ishmael, Kaffa, and Saladia. But once again, they want books. Books in the Kaffa market. It's not too difficult for me to just go and build them a scriptorum. Books, build, scriptorum. Wait, we already have a scriptorum. And yet there is not enough books in the Kaffa market. They're pulling my legs, so they are. Maybe it's not staffed. Or maybe it just really is not enough books. Here we go. We got all the books. We make the books. And then they have no books because everybody's reading them. So they need more books. The books could come from here, or I could just build more books over here. And frankly, I have no problem just building more. Where's my scriptorum? Scriptorum. How much does it cost to build this? 43. All right, you know what? Reading is fun. And it's not like we have any shortage of paper and things. Right? Oh, we have plenty of it. The burgers are exporting my paper. Why do they think it's so worth exporting in Kaffa? Kaffa's got to have better things to export than paper. Give that paper for all my books. The poor of Astrakhan. City grows, old amenities and walls, once supported, decay. Established view of the new WAC for development. Hampered growth. Nah, come on. I'd happily pay money if it makes my people happier. Yeah, very notably making less money since the trade transformation. Cost of court, though, is being a huge money sink, though. All right. Speaking of people having to sink, the Republic of Jarkal. I should have moved my army in position ahead of time, shouldn't I? Absolutely should have. Also, I forgot to merge these under my crown individual. And that's actually going to significantly boost my crown power, isn't it? Can't imagine I need the entire bleeding army sent over there, though. Couldn't I just split off a small number of you? I have not kept count of how many I just split off. And then take, maybe not all, but enough of the wagons. And then give you another good crown individual. Oh, that is a great general. Excellent. All right, head on over. There's killing to be done. Can't imagine I even need to pay my army much for it, but I suppose I'd better. Yeah, they're thankfully very fast to move around my country. All right. Ottomans, you want to join me? It's Horde expansion time. What is this? Declaring war with good relations. I see. Well, I'm going to eliminate you from existence anyway, so I suppose you can enjoy having an insult. Why is this the default? I think Grugi added that one in EU4. I don't like adding... There's a word for it. It's like idiosyncrasies or something like that. You know, a word that just does not make sense in the setting that you've found yourself in. That constant problem we had with that dragon game. Idiosyncrasies, is that the one? Sounds about right. It's horse archers, they'll do with it easy. Horse archers OP, they were OP, but now that people actually have men-at-arms that can stand up to us, It is significantly less OP. Anyway, Horde expansion. Prepare to no longer exist. How many provinces do you even have? It's like Jarkov and then not much else. Idiosyncrasies. Anachronism. That sounds a lot more like the correct word. I mean, do they even have an army to throw at me? I'm convinced that they probably don't. And if they do, they're trying to make it over here, and they will try and fail. Weird that I don't have view of this area, though. Is it the deep forests that are hurting? I feel bad killing them, right? I don't want these pops dead, these good, strong Mongolian pops. Guess who forgot to balance his army? Easily done. Don't know where he's going to go, though. He's got nowhere to go. Anachronism means an out-of-time thing, such as a model Tesla car in a Victoria-era setting. Then that sounds about right. Where is that lad running to? Notably, I'm not enslaving these people. Wait, that's because it's going to my colony again? Why? Why does this keep happening? I really think it's a different continent thing. Like, it's not all that bad. But still, this land needs to be my land. Right, where's capital? We just took capital and now it's ours. We took this capital, it's ours. Control doesn't propagate unless it's taken over by me, so I don't know why it moves over the occupation. There's a capital up there. Otherwise, you're working on this. A sad Highland Wanderer song. I'm a little bit curious if I am going to take any slaves from this. It's just Mongols here, right? Isn't saying slavery is bad? Anachronism as well, then? Bad for the economy. Is that so bad to say? Okay, good on you. Some of my loyal subjects still attempting to help me out. As well they should. This went to my control. No, it didn't. It went to Omsk. What? This is beyond bizarre the way this stuff operates. And yeah, we didn't enslave any of this. Okay. I'm afraid you will simply cease to be. Give me all your land, give me all your money, and there's really nothing else to concern ourselves with, is there? Nope. Just fare thee well. Dong. And now we've got this lovely Mongol land. There is some stuff up there which is notably not Mongol, but that's okay. Turgay, you need to go next. I will just do Horde expansion as ever. It's a good CB. And we don't need these spies to work for us. Should I just keep you guys posted over here? Yeah, go on then. Just hang around. There's no need to pay this army. And yeah, there you go, Scipio. Cost of the court has defaulted down to just enough to hold it at 0, which is great. More money in my coffers without me having to micromanage. Oh, that's right, we're actually going to need to integrate this land. What did I make that cabinet member do, anyway? Integrate Kasimov. But that's almost done. Also, instant cores. No need to integrate. Wait a second, I didn't count on that. So if it's already your culture, you just instantly get the core? Or was it because I had cores on them before? Don't know. Not sure I have an answer to that. But if that's the case, then the control is actually going to go up to where we need it to be. Yeah, maximum control 15. Wait, maybe it's because it's overseas. There's so much I don't know. So much I wish I knew. And of course, the wiki was only born a few days ago, so you can't go there for all your answers. Kind of reminds me of back in the days of playing EU3, right? There wasn't a lot of hardcore players going on. There were a few, and there were certainly people better than me. Fronstar comes to mind. But you come in like a wrecking ball, and you discover all these cool things and interactions. Now now there's a lot more interest in these kinds of games, so the information is out there. But when the game is freshly released, it's not out there yet. Control is nice. Didn't I want to get away from mysticism? Mysticism and jurisprudence are just both good, so I'm not really caring one way or the other. Did you ever figure out how to view separatism? Nope. If there is something that shows the separatism in a province, it still evades me. And I would still like to know where it is as well. RGO's missing employees. I'm well aware. But look at that. That only means 10 years until they get all the people they need. Basically, that's 10 years of gaining something that you wouldn't otherwise gain. It is good to make your peasants work for you. At least I'm going to claim that it is. Right. Let's actually try and gather industries. It'll be difficult to pass this in Parliament, but I can try. And then our clay, sand, salt, medicine, pearls, amber, and fish can be expanded. Wait, do I actually want to do any of that? Clay, sand, and salt sound good. I don't have pearls, and fish is bad. But none of the other ones are really doable, are they? Yeah, it's all good stuff. Except that it's unlikely to pass. Very unlikely to pass. Oh, or we could tear down those burger mansions. For some reason, the Alema are unhappy that I tear down the burger mansions. But yeah, those burger mansions gotta go. Tear them down. I don't even care if this passes or fails. Yeah, I was just talking about how much we don't like the burger mansions. Tear down the spiritual retreats as well. The Alema will really not like that. Spiritual retreat. Clergy power, clergy food. Clergy gets screwed, man. Tear them down. I'll wait and see how the Parliament support... Nah, let's do it anyway. Screw these guys. Oh, wow. This isn't going to pass. That's a shame. Very, very hard to get stuff passed in Parliament. However, if the burghers do manage to get 20% estate power, then I'll be able to become a much better Parliament, I think. Estate Parliament overall. What are the two buttons near the map modes? One with a golden horde symbol. Oh, this one? This is the Tatar yoke. I think I broke this. The moment I killed Muscovy, I've been unable to assign a new payee. So, the Grand Prince of Vladimir, who doesn't exist, is receiving all of this stuff. I mean, is Smolensk actually paying that money to nothing, I wonder? Money and manpower. I don't get it. Even Tver is paying into nothing. It's weird. There should be a way for me to assign a new payee, but no. This whole system just broke the moment I killed Muscovy, and killing Muscovy was always going to happen. Russian money going to nothing is just corruption. It's nothing special. And the other button is my international organization, which is a defensive league with the Ottomans. It's a pretty good overall thing. You know, Golden Horde should have reached out for this long ago. Find the most upstart Beylik, form some kind of Muslim wall against Christian incursion. Might have stopped the Orthodox growth across Siberia. But nope, the Golden Horde did not have my grand foresight and rulership, so they died slowly and painfully. Anyway, Turgen need to die next, and I need to work on my RGOs. So, can we remember the list of RGOs that we're able to expand? And I might just expand as much as I can, right? I know that one of them was Sand. Not Sand Pit, Sand the RGO. And of course, wait, can I do this cheaply for others? If I were to do it for Lübeck, what? Eastern European knockoff Hansa, Lübeck, right here. No? No, it does not get a reduced cost. What about here, though? Ah, the water's getting in my way. What about you? Yes, it is. It is reduced. Although it's good to do somewhere that have good access to lumber. Oh, well, not that it matters anyway. So we just turbo max the sand? The sand economy? I mean, how much is sand even worth around here? It has a base value of virtually nothing. Lisboa, Tunis, and all these other people want sand. The idea of exporting sand to the Mamluks, now that is something. Funnily enough, Astrakhan is a little lacking in the sand department. Maybe I should build up sand over in Rhin. Someday the Astrakhan market might... it's not going to move into there. How are you guys on sand over there? How am I in Sarai for sand? This is an alphabetical order. All the way down to Sarai. Why is Sarai not here? What? What is this ordering? I don't know what I'm looking at here. Anyway, sand is slightly overproduced. The point, though, isn't about what's overproduced and not. The point is this is the cheapest opportunity I'm going to get for a good long time to actually just build up all these RGOs. And if it gets the people working, then maybe I should just do it. Although it's not without expenses, is it? I don't have a lot of sand pits, so maybe it's all the better to be doing it like this. And just to be sure... Yeah, I don't get the reduction in cost here. It's definitely within my own country. Okay, what were the other places that benefit from this? Salt is a big one. Salt is just a great trade good all around, so we should just max that out across the board. Always a good demand for salt, right? Tell me about salt. Massive value. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. And I've got great access to salt on top of that. I want more salt here. Not possible. Oh, right, I don't own that one. We also don't own this one. Oh, dear. Oh, well. I'll just become king of the salt. Do I own this one at least? Yeah, there we go. And I'm already done, by the way. That's as much as I can afford unless I punch my subjects for more. How about clay while we're thinking about it? How does clay perform in the markets? Be nice if there was some kind of map, like just give me a heat map on how this good is performing in various markets. But of all the markets I know, almost none of them have a lack of clay, and I bet clay is a pain in the arse to move around, yeah. So I shouldn't make lots of clay with a view towards exporting it. It's just more for roads, right? I'm pretty sure clay is a big deal for making roads. Masons, the salt collectors. We won't be doing that, though. Porcelain. Oh, yeah, pottery. There's always a good place for pottery, isn't there? Potter. It's not worth quite as much as I thought. What are the other things that we could exploit from this? Are any of these things worth my time? Medicine, pearls, amber, and fish. Now, amber would be great, but I'm quite certain I've checked for amber. And I'm sorry to say that we don't have amber. Kiev does. Kiev's got a good amount of amber. Good amount of amber, you say? Amber's highly in demand, surely. Oh yeah, everybody's exporting that sweet, sweet amber. If only I had more power over the Kiev market. I know a few ways to do that. One is to remove Kiev. I could also take some of Kiev's trade power, but it's not like they're drowning in it. I have plenty through my caravanserais. If you want amber, head to the Baltic coast. Yeah, this is the amount of expansion we've done in 100 years. Don't think I'm just going to go bomb and enjoy all that. However, trade is certainly an easy way to get hold of stuff, as long as you have the trade power. And I have been building up my caravanserai religiously. And these guys give me fat stacks of trade power, which is making me... Oh, we're in the triple digits. When trade overcomes diplomacy, then the extra cost of all this stuff won't matter so much. Why in the world is Diplo spending so high? Economic base has pretty much tripled. So it seems like if you want to spend a lot on Diplo, it's very, very costly. Hang on. Massive brainwave. What if I get to a situation where I don't need all this Diplo spending? Because that's just money that could be in my pocket. Diplo capacity goes up by 50%, but we already have big boosts to Diplo capacity, don't we? Also, because we're so incredibly strong, these other guys, even Hungary's only half a point here. Whoa. So what if we made an extra lots of money? Well, some people would hate me. But once we're done with the disloyalty, there's a lot of money that could be saved. You know, 90 ducats dues a month is no small thing. The other thought is, yes, more tributaries. We will reassess once Bohemia is under our thumb, and Bohemia will soon be under our thumb. Army is a third done, then it's men-at-arms, then we build a big army and we go and smash. Did we check what we actually needed for men-at-arms, by the way? Did we check that tools, leather, and weapons are all good in our capital? I might have to build the armory on my capital just so I can build units there again. That doesn't rely on me not being Muscovite. Sarai Market. Tools are fine. Tools could be finer. Leather is fine, and weapons are not fine. And that's not because of exports. So we want some weaponsmiths. I did spend all of my money, of course, but we'll have more money soon. More weaponsmiths, please, even if I can't afford it. Loan just doesn't seem worth it, right? I get that money in a few months. What kind of weird man would take loans in this game? I don't like loans in general, but maybe I should consider looking into how to use them. Just never liked them in EU4. They were just so easy. Just take loans, make army, kill somebody to get the money to pay the loans to take bigger loans. It was unbelievably exploitable, which might sound weird from a man who loves his exploits, but I just rubbed me the wrong way, especially because in EU3, loans were so punishing. So taking them was absolutely painful. I like the pain. Feels good. Loans seem very not worth... Yeah, that's the thing. Seems. Lots of things seem one way, and then somebody comes in and just shows you how it's absolutely done. Jigglypuff seems like a bad Smash Brothers character. Seems. It was the weaponsmiths I was just looking at. Yes, more weaponsmiths, please. Get me more weapons in the capital. I'm keen to build up more things around here, so there's always jobs for my my people to do. I want people to migrate to these cities. I keep forgetting about you down here, Zamyani. Zamyani are all these people looking for employment, and I'm not giving it to them. I mean, for example, I could make you do more tools around here. Tools don't really make the fat stacks of cash, though. Saltpeter, right. I was aware that saltpeter was something I was going to need more of. I can also increase the marketplace, although that makes the burgers stronger. Still good to have, though. And what could laborers be spending their time doing? Bog iron smelter. That makes iron? Egads. Uses coal to make iron. There's a bridge. We can only have one of those. And then there's a clay pit. Why would we ever want a clay pit here? Whose mad bad idea was this? We have loads of clay. Yeah, no wonder this building is unprofitable. I'd shut it down if... Well, actually, I'll shut it down anyway. Get out of here. Clay pit. All these people thinking. Always soldiers. A nice thing about building these things is we're always going to have room for pops to promote over here. And I wonder if these slaves actually promote. Yeah, I don't think the slaves do promote. I should strongly consider emancipating Astrakani slaves. Yeah, I mean, that's probably part of the reason that they're so unhappy, but I'm going to make the Astrakani all very unhappy when that's done. What's so great going on here? My colony loves me. Yeah, colony loves me. Siege is nice. You mean lowering crown power makes the burghers trade more? Just clarifying, I didn't consider that. I think them having more influence makes them get more money to do more things, but I'm unsure about that. Ooh, crown power is back up where it should be, 30%. Okay, we are not passing this one in Parliament. There seem to be disproportionately bad events for Parliament, which feels quite bad. I do not like to think about Vicky 3 parliaments when playing this game. Alright, but I gotta say, our economy is kicking off here. Okay, I can deign to give them 10 ducats in the hope that this could pass someday, but I don't think it's going to be happening. There is the other idea that I could maybe, just maybe, convert these remaining Tengri guys. Because they are continuing to be a royal pain in my bits, but maybe so, maybe no. I don't like thinking about EU4 parliaments. Those were oh yeah, they absolutely were. When were parliaments introduced? Were they introduced when I was there? It feels like that was like one of the things that was introduced right around when I joined. Alright, our niece can party. Nobody wants to marry my kids, do they? Doesn't let me rotate between them, Ah well. Could you accept cultures to free them and then stop accepting them? Yes. There'd be a small stability cost, there'd be 10 prestige cost, but perhaps most costly, all those pops would hate me. They'd lose 50% satisfaction, and then that would very slowly trickle away. So it's good to do if I have stability and prestige to spare, and there's a lot of people I want to emancipate, especially people that I don't think I would be enslaving any more of. And the Astrakani are certainly on that list. I got these Astrakani slaves working down here, but at least the slaves work the RGO. It's not all bad. Didn't I run out of money when I was trying to expand some more salt mining? I'm not sure there's anywhere that I could still expand salt within my realm. I'm searching and finding nothing, like I'm playing Urban Dead. Long may it shamble on in people's memories. I really don't think there's any money to be made in fish. There's no way, right? Tell me about fish inside my own provinces, of course. What? There we go, right at the bottom. Apparently some people would make money. Oh, of course, over here. Yeah, you know what? Just screw it. Make all the fish. Collapse the fish market of Astrakhan. And while we're at it, you know, cheeky little bit of fish up top. I can't afford to expand there, but hey, give my people jobs. Jobs are nice. Why would you ever want to free the slaves? Well, for a real answer, regular slaves suck at promoting, converting. In fact, I'm pretty sure they cannot be converted. I think there's a bug in the game that stops you from actually converting them. Despite having the law that forces their conversion, they never convert religion, even if you put one of your council members on it. That aside, they'll be able to migrate, they'll be able to promote. You know, they're just more usable. And they have more needs, and more needs means more value for putting things into the market. So yeah, there are... And slaves, in fact, are bad. I wish slaves were good, but slaves are bad. You wanted to build more weapons, Jake. Didn't I already put down the weaponsmith? I feel like I did. Yeah, see, peasants can migrate, but these slaves absolutely cannot. Hungarian Catholic slaves. The Muscovites are going away. There used to be more than 100,000 Muscovites here. Okay, goodbye stability. Like I said, I'll just dump cash into stability. Oh, we made it! So it's the top 7 who are great powers. Do we get a great power map mode so we can see where we are in the world? Great Yuan is great. France is a great power. The Duchy of Luxembourg. Hold on, that means that Bohemia are no longer HRE. Why not? I think I see why not. They got this old quine on the throne. And little baby face is next in line. Hopefully you are... Oh god, you're old. Well, I hope you die quickly and you get this young, questionably handsome individual to live for a long time as the HRE guy. So I can have an easier time bullying Bohemia. Bohemia lost their HRE last stream, yeah, but they got it back and kicked my arse. I still don't have my men-at-arms, though. Alright, interesting. What does this mean for me, though? The rest of the world shall tremble at the sound of our might, and the glory of the Golden Horde shall soar above the horizons far and wide. Okay, good, but what does that mean? Never been a great power in this game. Great power means power projection. Ooh, prestige is good. Diplomatic capacity is amazing. I mean, it would be if I didn't already have loads of diplo capacity. To the point where I could actually consider changing my diplomatic traditions. Costs 20 stability to change that out. But I don't know what I would change it out to. Trade range is nice. Parliament base support and plutocracy is nice. Defensive is clearly better than offensive. Garrison size, maintenance, and these other things I can't even have. There must be some of these that you unlock over time. I guess for now I won't spend the stability changing it, but plutocratic ethos certainly at this point feels better than Diplo traditions because now we just have so much Diplo capacity. That does mean that we could go on a rampage and make a whole lot more tributaries. You know, Lithuania's looking mighty tasty. Actually, that's it, of course. What am I thinking? We now have, or we will soon have access to gunpowder for, well, not gunpowder, but the men-at-arms. We make the men-at-arms, and we just go slaughtering. Right? We eat Lithuania. Lithuania, I think, will bring in Poland as a friend. We tributize Bohemia. We take round 2 with the Chinese, maybe. The problem is just expanding land-wise doesn't help us out too much. Oh my gosh, I just had another brilliant thought. Because I want these colonies gone anyway. Hey, I now own this market. That's cool. If I want these colonies gone anyway, what I could do is... Lithuania, I think, have this attachment to the hip with Poland, don't they? No, they've found a new friend of Wolgast. They're better than Poland, it seems. Tell me more about war with Lithuania. Brings in a bunch of Hubides. But yeah, we can get that Lithuania subjugation. Poland are friends with Austria. Wait, what? Why? But yeah, we could go on a new rampage. What about Teutonic Order? Are they still making fat stacks of cash? Basically, we could go and enslave a whole new wave of Europeans because our relative might is just so high. And it's not like the money we make from our tributaries is falling off. It's rising. I feel like you never got this amount of money from even tributary subjects in EU4. Correct me if I'm wrong. But this money is disgusting, and the fact that I can periodically punch them for more is so good. There's also... Wait, tell me that's not Sweden. Okay, we need to fix the Russian problem, and it is a Russian problem. How do we go about dealing with that? The issue is I don't have a border to do Horde expansion with them. Tributaries were laughable. Waste of time in EU4. I have a hard time arguing that. There's still that tin province I want. But yeah, we need to put Sweden in their place as well. Is there still a strait across here? Coastal, forest, climate is continental, sure. This doesn't look like a strait, does it? It looks far too large to be a strait. Maybe we have to walk around Sweden. Don't know how we handle the subjugation of Sweden. If I don't have the boats to get there. Can you march into Terra Incognita in this game? Roads are expensive as heck. Yes, I'm well aware. That's why I don't build many of them. I invest in my army. Of course, there are other ways to get up to Sweden. But yeah, at the very least, I think these people need to be brought into the fold. And we expand. Yeah, come on. We get back to our roots. People haven't known the horror of the Golden Horde for far too long. Did I research that armory, by the way? No, armory is next. Build armory, build men-at-arms, get killing. You can use spies to steal maps for the Sweden war. Now you're thinking. Oops, wrong thing. Let's build a spy network. Hold on, I hope steal maps isn't locked behind tech. Covert action, steal maps. No, and we only need 40. Alright, cool. Very cool. I would love to be able to make them my rival. Where is even the rival screen? Parliament, laws, military. You know, I only ever know to access it from the things up here, the little curtain bits. Diplomacy makes somewhat sense. Known countries, known organizations, current relations, managed subjects. Ah, click this button to select rivals. Our capitals are not close enough. Okay, great. So we have to stick with Poland, the Byzantine Empire, and Albania as our mighty rivals. The rival system is all kinds of broken. I think I saw, yeah, I was watching the Blobber, he played Khmer, and then Ming, or Great Yuan was his rival, and just curb stomped him. What could he have even done? Imagine building an actual fleet. Yeah, I don't want to imagine. Our fleet's just there for show and to take care of the occasional pirate. Wait, are they even managing that? No, because I mothballed you, didn't I? Maybe I could unmothball you. The heck's the mothball button? I keep losing it. Not gathering food, not distributing food, repair, build to navy, make available for hire, army, navy. I don't know. Wait, did I not ever mothball you? I bet they got unmothballed for war. Yeah, I'm willing to believe that's what happens. They've been sitting here doing not much for ages. In that case, please patrol the seas. The Black Seas. And with that in mind, I guess I can build up a bit more of a navy. Is Kaffa the best place for it? Alright, I don't know. These things cost money. And upkeep. What's even the point in them? Just my little navy can deal with the pirates, right? They'll slowly take care of them. Hey, Tuma got integrated. Hold on, integrated? They got cored because it's Ryazani. Right, I'm beginning to understand. If it's your culture, you can insta-core it. If it's not your culture, you need to integrate. And these are hopefully colonies, which is why they're not yet integrated. Yep, exactly that. Alright, we're beginning to understand things. A terrifying prospect, but it's happening. Yeah, 50% of your culture turns it to core. That one turned to core because it was an accepted culture. But that also means that I have a cabinet member that needs to do something else. What did I want my cabinet doing? There's not much... Oh, I did want to see if I were to assimilate Pops to Mongolian on my capital. How fast would you get that done? I mean, we've got full control here. I can't believe the Muscovite cultural tradition is stronger than my influence. But you're doing 40 a month. I can't help but feel that's going to be very, very, very slow. How many months would it be at 40 to do 100,000 of these guys? Yeah, a lot, like 2,000 months. Those Muscovites are going to be a problem unless they kindly bugger off out of my capital. But we knew this was a problem when taking slaves. We just didn't expect it to destroy our military building. That is something to really watch out for if you're playing a Horde. That's interesting. I mean, assimilate Pops is the main thing I use my cabinet for. We don't need to settle tribesmen. Stability investment is actually a good amount of money these days, but there are some things money can't buy, and those are what I should invest in. This diplomatic endeavors was good when I was trying desperately to keep my subjects in line. 200 years? I don't want to spend 200 years slaughtering Muscovites. Or do I? It's more about assimilation right now. Keep those cores going. I suppose we have to go further and further out in terms of control. This would be next in line. Unless I want to go out here. Which I really don't. Control's pretty bad out there. Well, the Astracanis need to be dealt with. Go on. Yeah, Jings, the Astracani are far too much of a majority out here. Could I aid it by building some road down here? It's kind of weird that you get all the way to Astrakhan and then everything just kind of melts away. Maybe a road from Astrakhan down here would be useful. Roads continue to be expensive as heck, as somebody so politely put in chat. But maybe, just maybe... See, the control is really nice coming downstream from the river here. But maybe what I need is a road that comes along... Ah, geez, it's so hard to see where the river is now. Where is that river? The river is here. Do you count as being along the river, by the way? We can check that with proximity to capital, right? These all look like... Ah, Christ, the water's in the way. Yeah, this is downstream along river, river, river. Land focus is reducing this as well for what it's worth. River, river, river. So I should go from here and kind of go this way to get a little bit of control around here. Although that's still going to hurt given the... yeah, the integration, the lack of satisfaction. But yeah, I'm gonna try my hand roading my way here. We'll do it like so. I'll spend a staggering $500 dues on it, but let's see if I can't finally get these people a bit more integrated. Wait for the Parliament talk for 20% off roads. I don't want that Parliament talk because it forces centralization, and believe it or not, I don't like centralization. Decentralization keeps my subjects in line without me having to pay for it. Although that's less relevant now that we have a staggeringly good trade economy. And it is staggeringly good. I mean, holy hell. I love saffron. Maybe the real trick to giga money is if I get my arse over here, I can get some fancy Southeast Asian trade coming along. I just don't like the fact that I have to chain the trade. I just want my... Wait, no, if my traders were present down there, then they could choose where to distribute it. There's also American trade to be thinking about. I might be able to get over to Golden, California, and that would be fitting. Yeah, I'm reinventing the Silk Road. Well, Timmy failed to take care of it, so I have to be the new custodian. Anyway, I have access to an armory at the very least, and since I can't seem to build my really good cultural building here, I will need to rely on armory. You can have many armories. Do I want many armories? My manpower situation is not too bad, but it does cost to maintain an army. So maybe we just max out the armory here. Well, I can't afford it, but we get more soldiers, and more soldiers is good. Armories are expensive. Ah, screw it, just build me like 4 armories there. And then we will have men-at-arms, and then I will have men-at-arms, and then, oh, with any luck, we'll have slave raid efficiency increased. Razing and destruction of cities are a part of warfare. In the past, our warriors would go on a rampage, destroying and looting every item they could find. Killing those who stood in their way, while it strengthened their morale, their actions were far from economical. With this approach, we sure at least enslave those capable of work, instead of blindly beheading them for the skull throne. Split loyalties there, that's for sure. I mean, a little bit of control in some places I don't even know about, sure. Provincial governors. Not terribly happy with that, what's happening up in Nizhny Novgorod. But if I were to have a vassal up here, who would it be? I don't know what the full cost of subjugating Nizhny Novgorod, or proper Novgorod, would be. Maybe after Sweden's done with them, it's going to be considerably cheaper. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a no CB war, but why no CB when you can CB? And of course I can CB into Vyatka and then just go and annex as much of this as I want. I should probably consider that. The thing is, I'm going to be busy with Bohemia for a while, so maybe deal with them first. Call into... The Ottomans are fighting against who? Silly. Isn't Silly in Italian? Well, maybe once, but right now they're just there. Sure, I'll join you. I still wish this was a pop-up. Like, I will easily miss that, that thing in the top. JJ going for the real high-hanging fruit on that joke. He tries his best. I really just want these Tengri Zealots to rise up, but I gotta keep in mind, although this list is annoyingly long, most of them aren't really doing anything. Raising by 0.03 per month. And yeah, a lot of them are just Gingawa now. Oh god, the insurgents are still at it. I do not know what has ruffled these feathers. It still says from an event. Heaven help me what that event was. Oh man, I'm licking my lips at the thought of making that army and going to Bohemia. Maybe we should prepare ourselves. Let's build up the spy network in Bohemia. Especially while they're not Holy Roman Emperor. The army is all together under the reign of the crown. Although it says I have... Oh, it's the navy that lacks a commander. I wonder, if I put the crown in charge of the entire navy, what's going to happen? Am I actually going to get another boon towards my crown power? We should find out. Come on, there's got to be... I want, like, the most lackluster crown man I can find. Well, not you. You're not even available. That's what happens when you don't filter by crown. Wish I had now. You're actually not bad, but whatever. Put you in command. Is that going to change anything here? Was that Borjin Sukhbatar for having 100% control of the navy? I think you're actually giving me 25% more. Sukhbatar. Wow. Oh, that's amazing. Yes, the crown power of commanding 100% of the navy is that strong. That is a reason to have a navy, period. Oh, and you know what crown power means? More trade money. Oh, life is good. See, all these little tricks. You pick them up, you utilize them. And that's the kind of stuff you need to know to make those minor countries work. Really taking me back. Don't be silly is an EU4 achievement. Paradox went there first. I will claim that I was not in charge of adding that one. The way we did achievements was it was usually done towards the end of development because then we knew the mechanics, we knew everything that was in. You know, sometimes you have to slaughter your darlings and they don't make it into the game or the DLC. And I would just open it up to the whole team. You know, if anybody wants to add an achievement, go for it. I don't... well, I'd never point fingers, right? But it's definitely not the kind of joke I'd make. Don't be silly. But yeah, no finger pointing here. It's very tempting to start establishing more colonies. It's not that much of an expense. And the idea of 20% faster expansion is quite tantalizing. Yeah, you could have 20% more cabinet power for the low cost of the very expensive assigning head of parliament. Head of cabinet, rather. Better to do it with somebody young and not going to die soon. 26 is quite young. Oh, it's a flat 300. Alright then, sure. Hurts my Horde unity, so it also comes with the cost of court for a few months. But I gotta say, it feels good having a big, strong crown. 35% for a nation this huge. Sorry, did I say 35%? I meant 40. Life is good. Life is really good. Curiously, while I'm hoarding all this crown power for myself, we couldn't... Yeah, that probably is going to translate to enough money to pay that off thanks to trade income. Could we, by chance, build ourselves more... A library is not the one I was thinking of, but is there any room for more libraries? Yeah, I can finally get the one in Ishmael. And that ate all the books. Every book in the Kaffa market just got eaten there. How much does it cost to build one of these things? It uses 2 books. We ate both the books of the Kaffa market. All the other places that I could build them are... Did I take over some towns here? Wow, these are towns. Not only that, they're core towns. Could be relevant. What's certainly relevant is this place can have marketplaces. Because we can't build the cool things, can we? The Caravassarai. Yeah, no caravanserai to be had here. It's not in the right region. So if I want trade power here... Now granted, I already have decent trade power here. I'm sure I'm already using it. Let's see, 13. 13's okay, but if I want more, then I should be building marketplaces in all these areas. I'm getting sidetracked here. This is not what I was wanted to do. I wanted the crown power building. That's as many as you can have. There we go. More is more. It empowers the nobility, but that's okay. Sarai can actually have even more marketplaces, but I'm more than a little concerned about just how much power I'll be giving to the burghers by doing this. Yeah. The caravanserai is a higher priority than marketplaces right now. But no, the real building I'm thinking of is... Not the library. No, stop thinking about the library. Don't think about the trade office either. What in the world is it? I thought it was a government building. Yeah, the counting house. Why does it say I only have one counting house? No, it's only one can be built. I could build it in Tana for more trade, for more government power there. Probably worth it, right? It's not like Tana has no control. I think it's time to reincorporate Turgay to the Golden Horde. Turgay. Oh, right, them, yes. But I'm waiting on my Horde expansion, Cassus. And actually, I will happily get rid of more of these guys to reintegrate them through war. I'm disappointed by Sarisu's lack of conversion from the Uzbeks. Although I suppose their capital is taken care of. How populated are these? Annoyingly populated. Who's done a better job? There's Sari Bulaks. Omsk is still a bit all over the place. I mean, why are they not doing more cultural enrichment? I mean, come on, there's hardly any people there. And unlike me, you have control of the region. They know how to disappoint me. They're building roads? Well, I never. How much money do you make, by the way? Omsk actually have some real base tax now. The others less so. But Omsk is doing all right. Anyway, Turgay comes part. These aren't things that I need to integrate as a matter of particular speed. It's more a case of... if I'm in a bad war, they're useful for me to get rid of. Or if I want somebody out of a war, like Poland helping Lithuania, for example. Country gives money to... Yeah, I wish it would tell me how much I make out of that. Oh, Vosporo, right. We've been working long and hard on cultural enrichment here. If we got Vosporo, then it's just Soldaya left to go, but Soldaya has a big job. Maybe I should just accept that Soldaya is not going to be a core? Because otherwise that's a long job. With only control of 10, yeah, Soldaya is just not happening. We should move on. But where? We've done such a good job at cultural enrichment for the core of our country. What's even left to do? There is assimilation here. There's an argument that the assimilation is going to be way too slow, especially in Kok-Usun. Because it's only 30 a month, and there are a lot of these guys to do. Except you won't win. Never give up, never surrender. If I'd never surrendered, we'd still be in those wars, unless they force us out. Colonize for a bigger map name. I'm trying to connect things up, but who would have thought you didn't get all of Siberia colonized inside a couple of decades? I think you need some roads south in order to culturally enrich. We're building some roads south, but roads only can propagate so far. Because, you know, you get 100... where is it? Here's the capital. You got 100, and then every province is a minus 40, minus 40, minus 4. Oh, it's 0 now. The roads take it down to minus 20, minus 20, minus 20, minus 20, so you can go 4 provinces away. Rivers are only minus 10, so you can go quite a long way down river, although it's only it's minus 30 up river. So the idea is we go down the river and then we spread out with roads, or I build out some of these roads a bit more, but it's already done 1, 2, 3, and then bleh. So it's really hard to propagate until we get better quality roads. I mean, that's not to say we couldn't build out the roads a bit better right now, but this is downriver as well. There is an idea that I could build roads out from here for better control, but the payoff is minimal. Really, right now, I only want added control for the main corridor of my high-value towns, or if it'll help me integrate provinces, and we've already integrated practically all of this. This is just a pain in the bum because, yeah, control is fine, but it's one province and there are a lot of them, and it's not even that many people. I don't think it's worth my my conversion guy's time. So that doesn't answer what my parliament is, what my council is meant to do. What's the problem with this province? Crimeans. I find it near possible to fathom what control gain which road will bring. Yeah, it's really hard. You got to analyze each province and go, bad example. Give me a province here. This is integration. No wonder I'm on the wrong thing. Yeah, you look at a province and you go, okay, well, it's gone down and down and down. So we know 100 minus this, so there's still 60 left to go. We know it would be minus 40 if we went like this. So if I build a road, it's going to be minus 20 instead. But wait, it's coming along here cheaper, and we're building this road for this reason. Yeah, I know, it's a lot to consider. But it's a big question, like, really difficult. If you were sitting down, if you were the UX designer of the game, how would you present that information? Because the system is great. The system's amazing, even. But there's a difference between having an amazing system and having a well-explained system. Anyway, that was a lot of talking and not a lot of actually doing anything. What am I doing? Not an easy question to answer. I'm curious about the propagation down to here, right? From Irk to here is a reduction. I'm sorely tempted to build a road down here as well. Of course, that costs a bundle of money. But it gets me control in a place that severely lacks control. That is to say, zero control. Yeah, it's tough. You need the control to convert, to integrate. But yeah, Kaffa is just a sunk cost fallacy for you to be dealing with. Yeah, it is hard to find a lot of information, but you know, information was hard in EU3 and information was hard in EU4. The more we play of it, the more we come to understand it. Do I want to convert religion? That's something I've been avoiding doing for a while because it's something that just passively happens. Is the fact that it's orthodoxy in Sarai heavy, is that a problem? Is there anywhere that I actually need to convert? There are the Catholics in Kaffa. Oh wow, they... The Catholics aren't an issue, right? Because Catholics and Orthodox belong to the Dhimmi, and the Dhimmi always love me because I don't tax them. So I don't see a reason to force my religion. My religion will just passively be converting. So what in the world do I make? Oh, right. The golden slaves are always a problem. So if I need something perennially dealt with, let's kill off the golden slaves. Someday that uprising is going to stop, right? Would your fleet help with spreading ocean-based control to your main city coast? I think so, but it's just not enough control here to propagate. If we look at... Also, I'm a land-based nation, so the naval stuff is severely gimped there. And I don't want to change away from land-based. Yeah, so we go through here. Proximity through the port... Oh god, it's a tooltip issue again. Yeah, here we go. Proximity through port is still minus 40. Is there anything that can be done about that? Maritime presence reduces proximity. Although I am patrolling the area, my maritime presence is quite pathetic. I can improve that with my navy, and I can improve it with buildings. Fishing villages, funnily enough, give maritime presence. Wait. Do they? Do they really? To be fair, the fishing village isn't even staffed over there. And this fishing village is disabled. Probably because it's not getting subsidies to enable it. I don't mind having these subsidized, you know. Better ports also help. Yeah. Do I even have ports? I think I only have wharfs. And I always have a hard time finding them. Yeah, you there. The wharf gives trade capacity, harbour capacity, and it's actually an amount of it. But the wharf can only be built in towns and cities. So outside of there, it's fishing village or bust. And yeah, for some reason, all my fishing villages are not being subsidized. I actually want them operating, as painful as it may be. They don't make money, that's for sure, because fish is just such an unprofitable trade good. What's this? Kaffa needs books. Yeah, but we knew Kaffa needs books. Kaffa's trying to make books. Go, Scriptorium, go. Make more books. Once you get coastal forts, they help with propagation. Be interesting playing as a naval nation after doing all of this. Spy network's going in Sweden, and it's going considerably faster than... Oh, hang on. Didn't I research my men-at-arms? I must have imagined it. No, we unlocked the armory, and I built the armory. How many places can an armory be built in, by the way? If I wanted to go and build more arms... Armory is for towns and cities only, and I imagine the best place to put it is right on my capital. Can recruit regiments here. I like recruiting in my capital anyway. Besides, that's where all my goods are, so it's cheaper to make. You can make cannons, Jake. Cannons! Yeah, oh, that's right. I made some cannons, but I didn't make enough. If I'm going to be attacking Bohemia, I want a whole lot of cannons. That's right, I think I got distracted from my cannon making because my thing got torn down here. Well, it's going to be expensive, but let's have a bunch of them. How many cannons do we reckon we want? I'm thinking 20. And I'm thinking 20 cannons is an expense that my darling children shouldn't let me field alone. Bulgaria, don't you think I should be richer? A little, richer. How about you, Hungary? Yes. Sorry, Timurit. I don't do credit. Really shouldn't do that to them too often if I'm taking their trade ability. Kiev has always got some dosh for me. They're doing almost better than Hungary, which is terrifying. Hungary and Serbia are duking it out. Good to see my little subjects thriving on a bit of healthy competition. Alright, very good. The Sultanate of Georgia can keep their money for now. They're going to need it to handle all the conversions. Oh, look at... Is that majority Sunni already? Aw, see, the Georgians always wanted to follow the one true faith. Good lord, it really is. How do they manage that? Maybe they're just really, really religion-focused. Look at this here. Yeah, they're focusing their council on converting. Oh, that's amazing. How's their control? Okay, they're going to struggle to convert this, but this is good. This is very good. And we got Yashkul. Is that conversion that I'm doing? Yes, it is. It's part of Dardealing. Excellent. Now that you have cannons, I've noticed that only full regiments of cannons seem to count towards sieges, so be sure to consolidate the cannon regiments when they take losses. That can't be true, because the moment we arrived with our cannons in the previous war, they'd already taken damage. I think it just counts the total strength of the cannons and puts it towards it, the same way EU4 does. Migrating away from here, I can only assume that's because there are other job opportunities. Does that mean Bolshaya? Wait, where the heck is Bolshaya? Why are you going here? What possible job could you be looking for in Bolshaya? There's no work to... Wait, there's a settlement there? Why is there a settlement here? That's just causing people to move here and not do anything. Settlements massively increase migration attraction, but why would I want anyone in Bolshaya? I don't want people living there. Livestock is nothing special. Control is good, but no, let's get rid of that. Unless there's some hidden meaning here. Yeah, migrating to Bolshaya just means you're away from my beloved control. Yeah, no thanks to that. Where else do we have these settlements? I swear, somebody other than me must have built that settlement. I'm not a settlement builder. Looks like there are no other settlements around here. Okay. So yeah, settlements cause migration attraction, which I think we have a map mode for. People can migrate within a market. So maybe you can steal people from another market by doing that. It gets deleted automatically after some time. Okay, interesting. But yeah, given how much my population is growing, I don't think I have to worry about migration out of my country. Quite happy seeing that population though, but I don't like the fact that some people like France and Hungary are performing as well. Jake is actively avoiding his settlement building long play. Yes, I am. Do you plan on changing your capital? I thought about it. It would be a very, very good idea to move Sarai away. I could put it into Tana, or even better, I could take Theodoro and move it there. Because I could propagate the waters, and that would give me a lot of good reasons to expand here. But we're going to keep it in Sarai. I want to remain the Golden Horde. So we remain Sunni, we remain Mongolian, we remain in Sarai. I mean, hell, even Astrakhan would be a much better capital because we could propagate power across the waters here. But no, we will not. I don't mind losing Horde unity. Well, unless it causes civil war like it did earlier. You would benefit from paying for some stability. Yeah, but it's not paying a little bit. It's paying a ridiculously large amount. I'm only going to pay for stability when it's very low. Because stability, like 22, that's fine. Going all the way up just means it degrades more, and it really doesn't do much for either of these. Promotion is nice, but it's not a big deal. They will promote eventually, is my opinion. Yeah, remain true to our roots, but not our road routes. We severely lack those. Pretty much having to redirect the silk trade to force it to go through Sarai. Such are the difficulties I face. Right, Turgay is going to be dying really soon. My army has been paid this whole time for some reason. Don't know why. Oh, that's right, I got called into the war with the Otto-Turks, and that caused it to increase. Not within what I was looking for. Right, we're still making those Hofneisses. How many did I say I wanted? I think I want about 20, right? In that case, should I go over here and be making more? We have 7 right now. We're making 6 here. Make 4 more there. And then I also want... let me think. Give ourselves a nice clean... Apparently I got 47. Oh, that's right. I got more over there. In that case, it's time for... Wow, we haven't researched men-at-arms. I keep thinking it's time for them, but they're not quite ready yet. Too excited at the prospect of killing Czechs. Golden Colony actually managed to get some nobles right off the bat. We wouldn't happen to have any Czechs in chat right now, would we? Cheeky wee Czechs, hoarding their silver. Don't worry, we'll bring the best-fashioned chains for you to come back to Sarai in. And, you know, you'll be in the dungeon next to, 99,000 Muscovites. Wait, no, we emancipated them. Hungarians, even better. I know a thing or two about Hungarians. Right, time for you to die. Like I said, the Chinese did me a favor by releasing these off of me. Don't even need to insult them. Good. Bwom. And maybe Nagai can do me a favor and get involved as well. I think a clever thing to do is really separate and... Oh god, not this again. Occupied by me, please. Wonder if there's a setting I'm missing somewhere that's causing these to be taken by somebody else. One can only imagine. And while we're at it, this is just... wait, cannot select all locations? Maybe because I don't have the capital. Well, that's about to change. Out of interest, what does it take for Horde to modernize? Yes, a passing interest that we would definitely not even consider. We could form Mongolia, but I think that keeps us as a Horde. Not that we would do that. Like I said, remain true to what we are. This is here, reform into a monarchy. Modern problems of today cannot be solved as long as the succession of the state is too much in peril. Takes 15 years. Country gets shut down. chieftains are surprisingly happy. I suppose that's because they're getting enshrined. And then we lose all certain aspects of the government type. Policies, laws, buildings. Ugh. We would need the capital to be our dominant culture. That's already a huge problem. We'd need to be at peace. Otherwise, we could do everything. Not in a union. All subjects are loyal. But this, this destroys your country, so you could be like just like everyone else. Why would I ever even consider that? Also, I think 2 of my charters finished at the same time there. I would like Ponil and Kishva done just to keep with connecting everything. I'm not targeting places for any specific goods. I'm also... am I causing Muscovites to move over? Because I'm constantly expelling people from my capital over here. A quick check of the cultures around here. No, I think it is truly just Mongolians that we're taking from our home. That's weird. I feel like you could take some undesirable characters and fling them off to the colonies, but if you did that, then the colonial system wouldn't work because it requires majority of your culture up there. Anyway, I'm looking forward to connecting it up. Bigger connection, bigger name. Nagai and Perm will constantly be in the way of that, though, won't they? And I can't seize province. Oh well, then we'll just have big second Golden Horde on the map. Surely that's just as good. And again, we have to switch occupation, or else it won't spread for us. The many millions. I can become an empire when I have a total population of... Ooh, what is it again? 10 million. Yeah, 10 million sounds about right. Becoming an empire sounds about right as well. The Mongolian part of that population I'd get by if that were in the region of, I think, 5 million, but 5 million Mongolians is a tough call. I'll be having this if you don't mind. Thanks for administrating my colonies, fools. Isn't the Golden Horde an empire already? No, you start kingdom rank. Which very much stands to reason. Oh, you better believe what I just saw. Also, what was that about Belo Ozero? There was a pop-up just now. And it's not the Dominion of Oda. What is this? The Institution of Renaissance was promoted in far, far away. You gained a core. I'm assuming that was from a colony, but I could have sworn it said Belo Ozero there. Yeah, there's no way. Must have been on one of these places then. Anyone figured out what functionally happens when your entire army gets destroyed? Is it a game over state? I don't think it's a game over, but I certainly have not figured it out. Okay, right, they accept that this war cannot be won, and they're willing to submit. That means I don't have to kill these people, which is good, because killing them is just goodbye pop. And these pop belong to the Golden Horde. Yoink. Lovely. It doesn't say something like Golden Horde Asia. Mixed feelings about that one. So here's the question. Is this stuff going to just self-integrate? Whether it does or it does not, I want everybody back in Sarai in preparation for the oncoming war. And you better believe I saw that I have access to them. How long does it take to make men-at-arms? Still unsure about this maximum strength number. How many more men a regiment has, thus increasing its manpower cost? Higher amount of manpower, but with the same frontage, is more effective. Does that mean my horse archers are getting stomped by men-at-arms because of frontage issues? They have a maximum strength of 100, but I don't know if that includes this plus 50. But it really feels like when they're toe-to-toe with other men-at-arms, they are getting squished. And that strength damage taken is probably a big part of it. Anyway, how long does it take to recruit them? 40 days. How long for horse archers? 58. And cannons? 77. Alright, well, let's just get going with the men-at-arms. They'll form the backbone of my army. Where can I all be making units anyway? Can't click too fast on this. It negates your clicks for some reason. What was that, 15? Probably want at least 20. Hopefully they get well balanced. nice golden horde. Sure enough, this doesn't become integrated because it's the wrong culture. And control over there is going to be tough. Or do we? Oh, right, sorry. We get all the cores. Why, though? Why did we get a core on Uzbek land? I abandoned the Uzbeks as a culture long ago. And yet it remains a core. The Uzbeks don't share a culture group with the Mongols. Very strange. Why? Just why do I get that core? Is it an overseas thing again? God knows. Whatever, I'll accept it though. Absolutely accept that. I am actually briefly contemplating the absorption of Nagai right now. They are growing in numbers of Mongolians, and they have some areas that would be quite close for control for my capital. And they don't really pull their weight in anything. On the other hand, I suppose there's no rush for it, is there? No, far from it. Other than bigger name. Yeah, there is bigger name, but that's also more places that I need to spread my institutions to. We still do not have the Renaissance. And we want our Renaissance fair, right? It's only known by 6% of our population. That is sad. How do you annex subjects? Oh, really easy. You right-click on them and you go start annexation. We expect the annexation to last until 1484. Yeah, so I'd want some tech to speed that up before I even consider it. Bigger name, not enough of a reason. There are too many downsides to having all this low control land, which would not be a core, because it's not majority Mongolian. This stuff is a core, although don't ask me why the Uzbeki stuff became a core. And I don't want to accept Nagai people either. I'd take over this market, but... Wait, I have no trade capacity in that market. Their market has nothing of value, surely. Yeah, their market is lacking damn near everything. What they have is livestock, and I have livestock coming out my ears. Does it cost anything to annex? No, although in doing so I'll make some other people unhappy. All the subjects get a reduction in opinion, I get antagonism, and it costs me... I suppose it costs diplomats. And currently I spend quite a bit of diplomats. Oh, more diplomats for being a great power? Life is good. And I still retain great power despite being number 8. Madness. Right, I want to make sure nobody's going to jump me while I'm fighting here. For some reason, commoners want to rise up against me. But barely with any progress. So we're going to continue making money, making the army, and killing. Yeah, killing sounds good. Get everybody together here so I've got a good idea in my army size. Can you integrate the Nagai market into your capital market if you control it? As in trade conquest. There are a few things there. Hold that thought. Money is nice, but let's grow these. If I were at war with Nagai, let's say they weren't my subject, I could fight them and I could seize control of this market and move it over to one of my provinces if I also had a province in that market. Notably, I do, so I could force them to move the market over to one of my provinces. I think I need to have at least a town, but I'm not certain about that. Alternatively, what you can do is wait, they made this into a city. No wonder it's difficult to integrate them. Not even that good of a city. You can own the province and destroy the market. There is a button for that somewhere. I always forget where it bleeding is, though. Maybe in market view. Here we go. Yeah, you can destroy markets. Costs a lot of stability and 10 prestige. And I think it's a bad idea in general. I think the best thing to have is a lot of small markets. Because like I said before, one big market means that places struggle on market access. Kursk is a good example. They only have 47% market access. So even if I make nice things like tools, I only actually operate at 47% efficiency. You know what could be done about that? I could actually make a market in Kursk. Kiev is huge. It's an idea, but I don't think I will. Market access probably improves a lot with tech. I don't know. I don't know all the techs. After all, I've only played this game for 100 years, and it's a very long game. Feels good, though. I want my army merged together so that my my crown power is as high can be. And my crown power is pretty bloody high. 39%. That's right. Building spy network is all well and good, but I actually need my Casus Belli on them. Why can I not create a Casus Belli on Bohemia? Oh, I can. Why did that button look depressed? I guess it was just sad. Right. Take 2, Bohemia Blob. You are still not the Holy Roman Emperor because your decrepit old queen is still holding strong. But you have a massive regular army. I think I need to keep building mine. Like, a lot. But I do want them to be my tributary. I also want to do the same to Sweden. You keep Casus Belli for 5 years. Well, let's just do it. Surely it won't take 5 years to subjugate Bohemia. Wait, that wasn't what I wanted it for. I wanted to steal maps. Ah, crumbs. Whoops. I have made a fool of myself. Oh well, maybe I can still steal the maps. I wanted to steal the map before going to war, not after. More cores, Your Majesty. Smashing into countries with bigger armies historically has gone well for you. Yes, it went extremely well against Poland, it went extremely well against Hungary, it went extremely well against the Chinese and the Bohemians. I profiteered in every one of those wars. You're gonna take another L. Well, the worrying thing is, you might be right. How's that cultural enrichment going, by the way? You're struggling on these 2 provinces, as I expect you would. Those Astracanes do not want to give up their territory without a fight because of severe lack of control. That said, did we improve control? We built a road to surely improve max control. Is it going up? It is very slightly going up, but proximity to capital barely changed. Just contemplating if there is another revolt put down. See these Tengri Zealots? I could spend some time completely removing them, but then... is that even worth it? I mean, they're largely dying off. They're largely getting happier as well. See when this event thing goes away? However long that takes, I think they'll peter out on their own. Cracking down. Just such a great way to say it. Actually, they're doing the wrong thing, right? You should be assimilating. You're a god of diplomacy. And you should be doing the crackdown. Just do something else entirely. You instead are going to be doing the rebel crackdown on the Golden Snores. And then you should be doing assimilation, because you're much better at it. That Mongolian percentage has gone up a whole lot. When we started out, Mongolian was, what, like 7% of our population? And now, despite all the slaves we've taken, it's 30% of our population. Feels great. Does killing rebel troops destroy your pops? Yes. Yes, yes, and more yes. So I'd rather not fight them if I can. Pops are good. Pops make me an empire. Probably. Am I going to need more cannons? How many did I end up making and how many do I think I want? Knowing that I can't actually replenish them, but at least we know that unlike the mercs, I'm sure there was a but there, but I forgot what it was. Why are they together in the list with the cannons? Anyway, how many cannons do I even have? Can I see at a glance? Artillery, 13. How many do I want? It's really hard to tell how many I'm going to need for a siege. Does anybody know? It mentions their bombard ability with regards to a siege, but I'm not entirely sure how that works. It's also worth noting that I'm still making some. I got one more coming here. I got 3 more coming here. That's at 16, 17, 18, 19. You're doing more men-at-arms, which I do want a slightly more of. I feel like I'm Rome getting ready to fight Hannibal. Except when Rome made the biggest, baddest army they ever could to fight Hannibal, how did that go again? Kind of thing that still inspires military leaders today. Maybe check a fortification overview to get some siege info there. Yeah, that's an idea. Typical Bohemian forts. Fort level 2. Understaffed, but that's because of fort... I assume that's because of how much they're paying, right? They're so freaking defensive. It's disgusting. I don't know. I don't know where I'd see it. Rome made a big bad army and got crushed like 3 times in a row. Let's not bring up the number 3 here, because this is our 3rd big war that we are gearing up for as we speak. I'm guessing from your tone it was a resounding success. People just love to twist the knife. See, when I have success after success after success, it's like, oh, you know, it was easy, right? Oh, anyone could have done that. Oh, that wasn't so great. Or, oh, come on, you know. Who's the fake guy? Did you make that wee Chinese kid in the corner play this time? When I lose an incredibly difficult fight, suddenly it's, oh, my, jeez. Oh, losing. Oh, you know, no dinner for you. Murder being a streamer, I'm telling you. It's not like this pain is bad enough. Also, what is not painful is that I'm making even more money with all this. The transformation of the economy has actually worked out really well for me, despite these expenses. Horde Unity? I'm already maxed out on that. Wait, gain Horde Unity or gain Horde Unity? Be Mystic or be the other thing? If I could choose now, I'd like to be Jurisprudent, but I suppose Army Morale is good for me. It's just research is really, really, really good for me. But since we're already enshrined in mysticism, we're going to keep it that way. I don't know of a quick way to switch it. It's not like a death of a ruler like in EU4 would change it a lot. What was that clang for? Hopefully I can make a rival out of Bohemia or something. Whoa! Okay. Dawn of a new age is here. France have been proclaimed as the economic hegemon. France are the naval hegemon. We are the military hegemon. Whoa, soldiers as a workforce. I can violate someone's sovereignty. So I can just take someone's food access. Also, war score cost down. Cool. France are the diplomatic hegemon. We are... Amazing. Absolutely amazing. How in God's name are we the cultural hegemon? Yeah, how? So we won 2 hegemons and France won 3. Oh, good sign. But where does one see hegemon? We have a big decision to make here, but I'm just going to postpone that for a while whilst I try and find hegemony. Europedia, tell me about hegemons. Great power. Good thing I made it to great power just in time. It's not a button at the bottom. It's not an icon at the top. Unless it's one of these new things. Does that mean you can assimilate Muscovites easier? I think it will. I'm not sure if that was the stuff that's defensive or offensive. Diplomacy, relations. Diplomacy, relations. Hey! I was wondering why this was so empty for a long time. Right as I built up my army. Wait, regulars? Bohemia has more regulars than me. Well, not more, but he has a lot. Yeah, how in the world was this not counted in the hegemony? Is it because they've got that lassie as a ruler? It's because he's not a great power, of course. Aha. Well, feels good being strong. Income from trade and tax. God, Kingdom of France are rich. They'll make an excellent tributary when we get to them. The issue is that I would need to be able to have some kind of enclave to support my units from. I don't know how I would get that when I'm not a very naval power. Yeah, I'm never going to be naval hegemon. Or am I? Oh, it has to be a heavy ship. I thought maybe my little Black Sea flotilla could count towards that. Not that these are particularly useful. This sounds really good. Diplomatic reputation takes over it, but I'd need to leapfrog them. What's a diplomatic corps? Cabinet action that allows... Whoa, nice diplo capacity. I don't know how I meant to get such a huge amount of diplomatic reputation. I've done a lot to invest in it, and it's not enough. Influence country, what does this do? Improves opinion and trust. Cool. Improve relations also cool, but I think I got the hegemonies that matter. Force change court language. I can force another country to change its court language. That would make my language better for a lot of reasons, right? Yeah, we could empower the language power of our... wait, how do I do this? Is this a war thing or a diplomatic thing? Because if I'm able to make my weird language... I think we speak whatever Mongolians speak. Where do we even check that? Court language is Mongolian. The language power is 10,000? That's half as strong as Arabic. Is that making my nobility happy? No, I don't know how strong a language has to be for nobility to be happy. But if I forced others to speak my language in court, it might become strong enough for the nobility to be happy. Interesting thing to consider. Watch out, you're tied with Yuan for cultural hegemony. Yeah, you're right, we are tied. Cultural influence. Isn't that because we're all Mongols around here? Koktemur aren't Mongol, are they? Anyway, they'd have to overtake me. Hopefully they don't. Is tradition the defensive one or the offensive one? Ah, that's a shame, that's the defensive one. It should mean that any Mongol lands that are outside of my control are unlikely to be, or less likely to be converted away, which is currently an issue in China. What is assimilate area, though? As a cultural hegemon, we can promote our culture over a larger area. So instead of a province, we can do it in an area. Areas are significantly larger. The difference is that the impact is much smaller, right? Because if we do this assimilation... yeah, oh, wait a minute. It's 20 on this. No, wrong one. What's the other assimilate? Yeah, it's twice as fast to do it in a province. But an area is huge. And maybe we could do both. I wonder if I could stroll into somewhere like Magyar and do that. Crumbs, that area map mode's going to be useful, isn't it? And yet again, another bit of another space that I don't have on this thing. I don't think it's worth it. But it might make up for the impact on control if I could do it over a vast area, especially if I see a significantly... I mean, look at the Tambov here. Better to do it somewhere that's completely undone, like Samara. Should I try it in Samara? Sure. Assimilate Mongolian stuff in... Wait, that was province again. What are you currently doing, by the way? Darjeeling. Yeah, it's just 2 provinces that we're working on here. Hang on, what's the area down here? Yeah, it's just Crimea, not a big deal. Yeah, I think I'll give it a go with Samara. So instead we will assimilate the area of Samara to Mongolian. It only gets done to our culture. Going to be interesting to see if any of this manages to get done, because it's very slow due to lack of control. Very, very slow, but it's over such a wide area. Yeah, 12 doesn't sound much, but that's 12 times however much. Alright, that's a really nice thing to get access to. I'm happy with that. Feels good being the best. Forced change. Modifier. That doesn't feel like a modifier. It feels like something I would force somebody to do either diplomatically or through a subject or through war. Who's to say? Let's find out. All diplomatic actions. Okay. Wasn't I able to do that anyway, though? Change court language. Force change court language feels like an at-war thing, though. Let's try it with somebody independent. Let's take Austria, for example. Force change court language. There it is. Needs a bunch of favors, though. Wait a second. Ottomans? Oh, wow. Force the Ottomans to speak Mongolian. I gotta use these favors for something. Mongolian becomes a new court language. I can't use it again for 10 years. The Ottomans have started to use Mongolian as a court language at our request. This should grease the wheels of diplomacy. And that should cause our court language to be seen as more powerful by our nobles, right? It might take a little bit for this to update, but 10,980. Let's try and remember that number. Can anyone just type that in chat so it's easier to get back? 10,980. Anyway, I think we've looked at all the hegemony stuff that we have access to, right? This wasn't anything too new. Well, I'm a little curious about soldiers as workforce. Oh, that improves construction speed. That could be very useful if I'm doing a large-scale operation in a city. Sovereignties for food and war score cost is just good because we already get plenty of reductions to that. Right, I have decisions to make. I don't know what all these things do, so let's go through them and figure out. Cabinet efficiency, pop conversion speed. That's just in general, right? Is that a flat 10 to all of my provinces? Because that sounds amazing. Especially since we're still so diverse in terms of religion. Pop conversion speed and advance. What does this do? Establishing missionary expeditions ensure a population worship one true faith. I'm assuming this is just a modifier to my whole country, but I'm unsure. Building cost goes down. Hire mercenary. Oh, screw that. Screw mercenaries. Speed of integration. Colonial. Ooh, hang on. We do that. We do colonize a fair chunk. Trade capacity is a bit good. That is really quite good. This is whatever. And this is whatever. All in all, quite nice. Exploration. Oh, man. I've heard exploration is a drag. I haven't tried it myself. If you're going to keep your military as top dog, you're really going to want to invest in it. It just needs the largest army, right? And we have by far the largest army. Not only that, we have more than enough manpower to sustain it. And we can build more armories to continue to sustain it. I can also build more of those special cultural army buildings. Colonial range, nah. Trade range, ooh, that is nice. Colonial migration. Wait, isn't that something we got over here as well? Colonial ventures. Could have sworn I saw that here anyway. Yeah, monthly colonial migration or monthly colonial migration. It's the same amount, so whatever. I guess it's just military doesn't get it. More, oh man, that sounds nice. Monthly diplomats up. Colonial range up with exploration casus belli. Counter-espionage up. I'm not sold on this, frankly. What about this? Army morale is nice. Generals or whatever. Combat speed, army tradition, navy, maintenance, galley power, yeah, and yeah. These are all problems that could be solved by just having a bigger army, and I don't care about antagonism. And I think admin spoke to me a lot more than Diplo. The only thing Diplo had that was really interesting to me was 50% trade range. The idea of getting my trade groove going on down in Southeast Asia and bringing that stuff back for big ducats sounds good. But I think it's got to be admin focus here, right? There was also speed of integration here, wasn't there? And I just love the idea that we could straight up have flat 10 pop conversion speed. Of course, it gets subtracted monumentally by lack of control. A humongous army made of paper mache. Hey, just because I upped my paper production. Yes, these are things you research. So if we go into our advances here in the Age of Discovery, of which we can do none of it because none of the things have been discovered. We haven't discovered New World. 2% chance that these happen each month, though. We never got a university, so we won't have printing press. But there's a reasonable chance that I could get pike and shot. Egypt, Paris, Alexandria, Egypt, Poland, Prague, Milano. Oh, come on. What about me? Why in the world wouldn't this want to appear in my lands? I have professional armies, I think. Oh, Lord, I lost army tradition. I'm good for everything except that army tradition. How can I very quickly get some army tradition? By fighting a war, I suppose. Sarai is a city. You can tell by the wee pentagon here. Better do some fighting, I guess. Well, we're off to do that, but we still have to wait a wee bit. That's a shame. I really wanted to spawn an institution in my lands rather than have to wait for it to spread over, which takes forever. Where is it, by the way? We're looking for army tradition. Here it is. Battles, sieges. I bet I chucked this away in an event going, oh, I don't need army tradition. Can you spawn the printing press? No, I'm quite certain I can't because I don't have a university. Nowhere can have it, actually, so maybe we have a chance. There's no way we're getting this, though. Does paying for the armies increase it? How about drilling? I am paying for the armies. Drilling's an interesting one. We don't have access. No, we recently got army drill, didn't we? No, that's Scorch Earth. Don't be pressing that. That gains monthly experience, which frankly we might want. The ideal expensive way to ensure a soldier is fighting fit. All right, go and figure that out. But I don't think that's going to help this. The average army experience increases it. Oh, that's interesting, and potentially useful. Get over there and get drilled. Yeah, very unlikely we're going to get that unless we magically get an event that helps us. I don't want to intervene against Poland. There are all these buildings missing goods, dyes and whatnot. I really wish this was just automatically taken care of. I do not want to have to figure those out. It's weird how in testing this never came up. Normally when things are really annoying in the game, we would find them and sort them. Of course, one person's annoying is somebody else's whatever. Alright, well, at least we do a ton of trading, and we have a ton of access to trading power. So it's not outside of the realms of possibility that we can bring over institutions. I'm curious about the cost of these, does it say? Yeah, so it becomes more expensive. In fact, it looks like the cost has gone down. Ah, when it's an earlier age, it becomes cheaper. What about the really early age? We don't have anything relating to meritocracy. It's still -8 for previous age. Literacy sounds nice. Tax efficiency is nice. There's a lot of nice things here. We have a lot of catch-up to do. I just wish there were ways to really rocket up research progress. Average literacy is hard to do. That said, How is our literacy? That's on par. Wait, it's superior to most of Europe's. How are they so bad? I mean, I got tongue-chewing, paint-drinking slaves down in my basement here in Sarai, and they're better educated than Europe. Nobody's building universities. I don't think anybody has access to universities. Wait, why wouldn't they? They've had Renaissance all this time. And Renaissance gets you university, right? Right? Where's university? University is... well, it's a fair bit away from me. But I dream of the day where I actually get Renaissance. Exactly, they're in the basement and bored, so they're reading crappy fanfics. Yeah, all of them written by my... yeah, even my cities are distinctly better read than even Rome. Wow. I'm really building up a golden age for the Golden Horde. Can't wait to get my arse kicked by... oh, no. The ruler of my navy. That's going to affect my crown power. Can't be having this. More useless crown individuals, please. As useless as we can do. You're young and I won't have to care about you for a long time. But you have military skills, so I might want you in cabinet. Get to it. Maintain that crown power of mine. And it is some damn good crown power. 40%. We haven't had to worry about unhappy estates in a long, long time. The traders are even slightly losing power, which is good, because they're bound to get more and more of it. I just love seeing this. Remember when the chieftains had half of our entire nation at their beck and call? Well, I've finally managed to move away from aristocracy and destroyed most of their privileges. It's tempting to get rid of this, by the way. Get rid of this serfdom push and kill even more of their power. But then they would always be unhappy, and I still need them to be a little bit happy. Maybe I should tax them just a bit. What about the Alema? I think the Alema get off a little bit too easy, don't you? Yeah, the Alema should be paying taxes as well. We tax the traders and the commoners as much as we can. And Dhimmi, I don't believe in taxing, because they're so rebellious, I want them happy. There's nobody to tax in the tribes, so leave them be. Screw the lords. Well, happy lords do give me a nice bonus to prestige. Maybe that's worth not taxing them. Yeah, it's probably worth more than the tiny amount of money that they can give me. Happy... oh god. No, never mind. Never mind. Never tax the Alema. They improve research. Whew. Could I maybe extend a heartfelt privilege to them? Spiritualism. Do I even care about that? Agenda impact for clergy actually sounds good. How do we feel about spiritualism? I want a halfway house between spiritualist and the other thing, because they both hurt each other in terms of assimilation. And given the choice, I would rather have more humanist. Tolerance of true faith is good for my Sunnis, of course, but yeah, that cultural assimilation is more painful than the other one. So yeah, I don't think I want spiritualism. Don't want centralization. Don't want to be belligerent. I want cultural capacity. Are you even converting people? Just passively, and yeah, it's agonizingly slow, but they are being converted. Lowering the levy size and being conciliatory is quite good. Stability investment is whatever. Just pay for it, you know? Nah, I don't think there are any... Hold on. All estates are satisfied if I drop taxes. But if they're happier, then I can tax them more. Nah, forget it. I think we have all of the privileges that we need. It's just a question of what we want to do our own crown reforms with. Aha, Chagatai. I still have no intention of attacking the Chagatai Horde, so I might as well make good with a marriage here. Our ruler's son. Promising idea. Well, try and find somebody that is Sunni, right? Last time we married a non-Sunni, it didn't work out so well. This isn't even worth the prestige it gives. Ugh, to that. That said, I need you to marry and make babies anyway. Don't I have other children that need to be seen to? I don't want any unwed children. They'll bring shame upon the house. That's a little bit too young. So's that. Please tell me... Oh god, they're all being these shamanists. That means they will not be eligible. I really wonder what I can do about that. I mean, how do I... No, I never bothered to give them proper education, did I? A shrewd, balanced individual, but, you know, couldn't I give them, like, change their religion education? That's disgusting. I better keep that in mind. I do not marry heathens. Doesn't work out for you. Alright, alright. I do not want to believe belligerent. I don't believe that. No, I really do. Because being conciliatory gives you more loyalty in subjects, and better cabinet, and hey, if you want that hegemony, diplomatic reputation. Right, that's a lot of blabbing and looking at new things. I think we can finally unpause and get going. Trying to still build up my massive army. My massive conciliatory army. Uh-oh. Maintaining my army is suddenly becoming a big deal. In that case, I definitely am going to need that. What is that building that we really like that gives loads of manpower? A special one for special people? The Kurul thingamajigger. Hey, I can have a lot of them. Good lord. But we decided that because of manpower things, we want it in places that have control, don't we? So building them out here actually just doesn't do what we look for. That is a shame. In that case, we need the armory. Yep. Armories are us. Available levels, no. Okay, well, what if they're... What if we don't care about any of that? Alright, and we could do it anywhere. Then I do care about it. I keep forgetting it defaults to showing certain markets. As many as I can in Sarai. As many as I can over here, although it's only one because I'm out of money. Can I do something about that money situation? Could Hungary do something about my money situation? Hey, Hungary's flag changed. What's up with that? There was an irrelevant country here that got integrated. Maybe that's part of it. I don't have the diplomats. What a shame. Oh, well. You were only looking at that market. You can build the fancy ones in your high control land. Ah, okay. Well, when I have money again, we'll have to look into that. At least we are slightly positive on manpower, but I don't think we'll be for much longer. Is the drilling costing me manpower, I wonder? The royal house changed. I mean, that's a cool touch, isn't it? Oh god, Anjos. Oh, thank god, they're de Valois. Yeah, drilling costs a lot of manpower. Well, it's in my desperate attempt to get some army tradition, but it couldn't be bad to get this in the run-up for the war. Stop mentioning the war. You started it. I invaded the Sudeten land this time. Get them over there, get them drilled. Did you check the language power after the Ottomans? No, it was 10 something, I've forgotten the number. People put it in chat though, which was very handy. Check our country, law. Ooh, the power did go up. 10,980 has become 11,404. Pretty good. Powerful court language, noble estate satisfaction up. I knew it. Oh, I knew I was too good. And yet again, it's been confirmed. Now the Ottomans are really confused because I have to speak Mongolian in the courts. Oh, it's good being the Golden Horde. And we're almost in EU4 time frame. What does court language do? Yeah, there are various effects of court language. When I first saw it, I thought, why is this ever relevant? But yeah, there's relevance. Common language keeps the common people happy. Capital market language keeps the trade capacity up. And the nobles are happy about this. I swear there's something that makes other people happy as well, but I'm not willing to change it. It doesn't tell you what these effects are, sadly. You just have to click and hope. But yeah, Arabic is powerful, so that would keep the nobility happy, but then the common people wouldn't know what's going on, would they? I don't think they would. Force your language on your subjects. Yeah, isn't that something I can do? I mean, I could make... What's Nagai's court language? Do we even see that? Court language is Kipchak. Now, this was something I could do through my subjects, and I never considered it previously. There's enforced culture, but I've already done that. Change court language. They don't like me for 50 years if I do that. It decays, though. Yeah, so I could force even more people. Like, I could make that the court language over in Russia as well. But there's no real point now. If it's already powerful, then what's the point in propagating it further? I don't think there is one. Yeah, maybe there is, but I don't know what it would be. I really think this is enough to destroy Bohemia with. And, you know, the sooner I go and destroy Bohemia, the sooner I... Wait, it's Sweden's flag changed. But Hungary's also changed. What is with that? Is that because of a union that they've made or something? Church panel, Norwegian... Ah, Norway. Yeah, Sweden, Norway. The Norwegian Union. Well, I thought they started with that. New age, new flags. Ah, that makes even better sense. Anyone else got new flags? Do I get a new flag? No, I like that flag, though, and I have it as well. Well, do I have that one, or do I have the old Horde flag? Let me see. It's not hanging up at the moment. I'll have to double check. Alright, do I almost have the army that I've been looking for? We're still making a couple more cannons. And once we have that... Well, I mean, we have time until this Tributary War is at the ready anyway. And there's no new thing to do. Protests? Jurisprudence away from mysticism. Bent to social... I do not bend the knee. The traders are always happy, so I have no problem making them a little bit less happy. Unrest for 12 years in a bunch of places, though. And there's no way I've found where unrest is. And also, unrest, or is it separatism, or is it what? Levy. So I don't care about levy size, do I? Also, the Alama would be happier, and I like happy Alama. All right, fair enough. Eat your compensation. I don't even know what the event was about. Wasn't reading it. Sweden starts with a union with Norway, and it's a pain to mess up Sweden to play as an independent Finland. Norway picks up the slack. There's no way to end that alliance. All right, looks like we did not get this. It became in Vasul, so no pike and shot for me. And of course, it's as far bloody away as we could be. I don't think I have the trade range to bring Parisian stuff over here. But let's just hope we deal with Bohemia before we have to deal with pike and shot out of them. Oh well, good for them. Very sad, no institution for me. And I think we were in with a good shot if we just didn't have a complete lack of army tradition. That's a shame, I should have thought about staying on top of that. Based on your diplo spending, how much does one diplomat cost? Be about 3.3 months worth of diplo spending. Get to subtract that from siphoning money. So you're looking at the fact that my diplomatic spending is through the roof, and I don't disagree. I was willing to drop that when... wait, how much does that actually give? Diplo spending is quite a lot of them. When my subjects were happy enough with me. Here it is, I got distracted by that stuff. So yeah, I could actually drop it. These guys wouldn't be too unhappy. And drop it down a fair bit and make quite a lot of added money. Yeah, I want more of these for vast manpower in my good control land, but are they extremely expensive or something? Yeah, quite expensive. Army tradition? Yeah, fight. I think you get more from losing than winning, though. Kind of a shame. I've got 5 years to wrap up the Bohemia War so that I can go and war with Sweden. Wait. How am I even going to get to Sweden? can I just... violate sovereignty? Hostile? There's violate sovereignty. Creates military and food access. So yeah, I can just tell them to stuff it and I walk right through their lands. And I could do that through Novgorod. And then just go and attack Sweden. The problem is, I really shouldn't be making this this Casus Belli, right? I'm not in a position to deal with Sweden unless I steal their map first and then find I can walk around here. That said, putting the Swedes to bed does seem tempting, doesn't it? Yeah, go on. We're meant to be the feared horde. Let's actually act like it. Yeah, I'm trying to steal maps, but I need a lot of spy network for that. I just really hope that Sweden is connected here. Anybody played the game for 100 years and found out if Sweden tends to connect itself up through... What's this place called again? It's not quite Uppsala. A bit further than that, actually. Right, what are we working on around here? Not Age of Discovery stuff. Wait a second. Yeah, I can't do any Age of Discovery stuff until I have the institutions. That could end up being a problem. I'm going to be stuck in Renaissance and find myself lacking quite badly. Spy network construction. What's an entrepot do? Entrepot is massive amounts of trade capacity to the owner. Very massive. What's the downside? Can only be built in market center. Aha. Good for market attraction, though. Ooh, I like that. Not sure I like it enough, but it is nice. Perhaps I should continue thinking about military-related things. Because the Renaissance is still not here. Reinforcement speed is nice. Recruitment law is whatever. Because I don't use a lot of... Hang on, isn't there one to slacken recruitment? Aristocracy, no thank you. Free subject. Plutocracy is rather nice. It doesn't seem very impactful for where we are, though. And then there's supply carts. I already have access to an auxiliary supply cart, though. I don't think that's too useful for me. There's coastal fort that somebody mentioned. Blocks privateering raids. Much longer to disembark. Does it actually give a fort level, though? It employs soldiers, to be sure, and it's going to cost a fair bit. Entrepot means warehouse in French. I don't know why they didn't translate it. It sounds more cultured that way, though, doesn't it? I want that speed of integration, eventually. Should I go for it now? Gets it out of the way. Looks like fort level 2. Yeah, not sure that's important enough, right? If we don't want to deal with pirates, just have more boats. That's what we'll believe. Alright, couldn't help but notice that manpower issues are real issues now. But now I have a real army. A really real army. They're training hard. But I suppose it doesn't matter that much, does it? I guess there's experience. What does experience even do? Reduces damage taken by a lot. Whoa. There's an idea that I might really want this manpower, but it's not like I can refresh my units until they get home, so I'll let them train. Balance the unit accordingly. And then we'll split up, put people in charge, and then head on over to Bohemia. I don't even mind if my nobility get in charge of that. And no, it's not a real fort. The coastal one? Okay, thanks. According to that screen, the experience is crazy, though. The New World is around, and it is in Seville. Did I ever end up going there? Decay is 1.4% per month. Yeah, this isn't even going to be useful by the time we reach the front lines, so how about we just cancel this? It's costing me way too much. And look at that, what a huge swing in manpower that is. The burghers get land rights. Oh god, it's a privilege for them. Individualism and maximum RGO? No way, Jose. I don't care how unhappy you become, you're not getting that. The My traders already have far, far too many privileges, but it does mean that their happiness is always sky high, so I can always afford to take a hit on them. Chieftains are again attempting to insert. Just 460 nobles hanging around in the corner. Where and why and how do they get to do that to me? How much is Bohemia's tribute? That's a good question. We don't know yet. But with a tax base of 887, I can only imagine it's big. Maybe we can calculate, actually. If we go to the ledger screen, we see that Bohemia makes 454. So they are, compared to Hungary, they are about 3 times as wealthy as Hungary, slightly under 3 times. So we get 3 times that. So they would pay me, ooh, just about all of my diplomacy all over again. So yeah, you can see why I'm quite eager to make the Bohemian tribute. But I need to wait until I have my casus belli anyway. 3% progress per month, 52% to get. So it should be ours in a couple of years. All the while I'm working on stealing maps from Sweden. Hopefully they don't catch me. You let it catch you. And then during that time, I guess I want to work on more military buildings. If I am the military hegemon, I should keep it that way. At this point, though, this is part of the reason I needed to transform my economy. So the reason I kept my economy low was to keep my spending low. But now that the army is a significant part of what I have, and that is not scaled with my economic might, then that is a good reason to transform the economy. So I'm still glad we did it. And the money we make is just, so good. So very good. Gosh, I wish I had more diplomats. Maybe I can drop the loyalist support now. Who am I giving loyalist support to anyway? I think I'm giving it to Hungary, and Hungary are so wimpy that it doesn't matter much now, does it? It might matter. That's the thing, it really might. Same with Timmy. They're essentially at 80, pretty much 90 there. I'd bring them down to 70 and I wouldn't be able to kick them in the face for more money periodically. Is stability spending at 0 intentional? Yes, because stability spending is expensive. And I don't really need that stability. I'd rather spend when it's low, as opposed to fighting against degradation. Because yeah, the 22 is pretty much where it stabilizes at. For my country at least, it'll be different for others. Georgia had the support. Wait, Georgia had support, whatchamacallits? That can't be right. I would have done it before I switched them, though, so maybe that's true. Did they? I don't see supporting loyalists there. I'm pretty sure I support loyalists in Hungary. Yeah, there's loyalist support. And I do it in Timurids. Yeah, there it is as well. And from what I see here, they clearly both need it. In fact, all of them are getting... Oh, of course, right? The reason is because of the diplomatic spending thing. So I could drop it. But I would need to do this. Yeah, I completely forgot we dropped that at somebody's beckoning. It's a question of what I'd rather spend. Would I rather do the diplomatic stuff or these this loyalty? Or, you know what? With this conclusion, it is worth spending on diplomatic stuff. Because yes, I have to pay an additional, what is it, like 40 ducats a month? But every so often, with the diplomat that I get, I can go around to my subjects and kick an increasingly large amount of money out of them. So yeah, I think we maximum spend so we can maximum take. And we actually get the benefits of having the additional diplomats to do so. Alright, good. Glad we came to that conclusion. I know the conclusion was just what we started with, but we are more solidified in our view that it's the right thing to do, and that is important. Tver, how are you doing on your subjects? Still on 7, okay. Trade guilds and fraternities. The traders, you know, I said they're always happy, but they are giving me a lot of reasons to keep hurting them. I don't really see the problem. Local guild power for 5 years in exchange for production. The guilds know what they're doing. As long as it's not giving them a privilege, all is well. Also, what's up with the rise of the Turks? Are we seeing the Turks actually rising up much? Apparently, the Ottomans are number 2. Excuse me? The strongest Beylik is the Beylik of Erethids. What? I've backed the wrong horse. Hey, Erethids, you want to speak Mongolian? They absolutely do not want to speak Mongolian. What I wanted to say, Jake, was that each of your diplomats cost about 300 ducats. Siphoning money from your tributaries actually loses you money. Well, that's not true if my diplomats aren't doing anything. Right now, they're pretty busy. But when they're not busy, they absolutely generate money from that. I'd say you're profiteering a little less than 100 ducats in total. Yeah, but there's other effects to it as well. Keeps them all in line. Gets me... What else does this get me? Max diplomats goes up. Now that I didn't know. Loyalty, diplomatic capacity, maximum diplomats, monthly diplomats. I'm happy to pay for it, frankly. Right, sad news. You've died. Maybe if I end up with too many diplomats, I can drop it down, but other than that, nah. You were a cabinet member. Oh, thank goodness we managed to get rid of the noble cabinet minister. The wild animals are doing me a great justice at long last. Now I can appoint a glorious crown member, and I believe we saw a good crown member. 63, 50, 37. What is the job, actually? The job is a diplomatic job. Yeah, I'd far rather favor the crown than anything else here. You're young, which is a pain in the bum. You know what? I'm going to make the old coot go so that when he dies, there might be somebody better to replace him with. In the long run, he loses money. The benefit is the immediate cash in hand at the cost of slowly paying it back over time. Yeah, but it's also the real world cost of not having to worry about these loyalties so much. Also, being able to bank more diplomats if I want to do a lot at once, I think it's better. Yeah, also it feels good to steal their dosh. Even though, again, that is manual stuff, isn't it? Is it time to start moving our army over? We're going to have this CB in a year. And it's February now, so I want to cross while the mountains are crossable. I don't think the maintenance actually matters until I'm there, but even so, let's just pay ahead of time. How is the army going to be organized on this invasion into Bohemia? I think I want an army that has all of the cannons, because we're probably going to be focusing one siege at a time, given how agonizingly defensive he is and how many units he has. So we'll have one army that has all of the cannons and a good army, and then all of the rest of the backup is going to be nearby to jump on the situation. What are they building here? Cathedrals? I don't get to build those, do I? No, I don't think so. Get temples, though. Having a general now rather than sending them into the war later on? I know it's unthinkable, isn't it? And we can do it here when it's nice and fast to get a better general in. That said, we have a really good crown general here. I just wonder if we could have better. Create a new unit, move over all the cannons, move over, I suppose, a little bit of auxiliaries. I still haven't figured out what auxiliaries do. If anybody has a good explanation as to why you want auxiliaries, I'm all ears. I mean, maybe the fact that they store more food? Because they carry 1 food, whereas my horse archers carry 0.2, so I guess it's good for going in deep. Is there any other reason other than holding on to food? Because they still cost upkeep and stuff, don't they? Anyway, that's all my cannons. There's some auxiliaries, and then we want some core infantry and horse archer. It's like 10 of you, and then, I don't know, like 10 horse archers, maybe 20. That's half my army. If they come around and slap the weaker half, I could really feel the burn there. A think that's a bit too much to have in this one. Especially the 20 horse archers. Let's make it 10, 5 and 10. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. So you be in charge of that. And the smaller army gets... Whew, that's not bad. The babbling buffoon, but he's a hardy warrior. Wait, lower tradition for the guys that are going to be sieging? That sounds reasonable. That sounds very reasonable. 56 though. What if he dies when he's out there? It's going to be a hassle to replace him. But he's so good. 41 is far more likely to live long. Let's believe that he's going to live long enough to see our glory through. So yeah, the backup troops get my glorious crown guy, because he's still pretty damn good at what he does. Balance the units. Balance the units. And then march. Maybe not with this map mode, though. The supply limit is there, huh? Maybe go somewhere with a assumedly larger supply limit. Hey, we're going around! Wait, did Halik not extend far enough for me to avoid the mountains in the past? I could have sworn Halik was always rather large. Why do we march through here like a fool? Like a babbling buffoon? Oh well, be that as it may, there are levies to raise. I don't want to raise all my levies. Now, that might make for a mistake, but oh well. How do I raise all these levies in the area? Is that a thing I can do? Because it still looks like it's looking at individual provinces. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. I want everywhere done. Control click won't do it. Or do I just, like, click all over them? Now you click through in winter so they go around. Ah, yeah, that's kind of clever. I don't want to take away the people from my relatively high control land now, do I? So the capital can remain fine. These guys will rise up and join. Clicking and dragging and capturing lots of units at once is a very painful experience in this. I mean, not to mention it lags like heck. Maybe these guys should go under the command of the non-sieging army. That's you. So I would dare to say that you guys should all collect in here so that the general has time to reorganize the army. Because from what I've noticed, the general seems to take quite a lot of extra time to reorganize his army. Correct section chance. The chance of a unit late in a battle joins their... Wait, they can join the wrong section? That's quite funny. That was very funny. No, please don't do that. Rather meager levies from the boonies. Yeah, well, there's a ton of levies to be had from here, but I don't want to rise up my useful pops. Delay one of the armies to avoid attrition. Let them be a province apart. Yeah, that's the plan here. Although, is that really going to be a problem? I mean, they got enough food for the journey, and they'll pick up food as they go, because I have food access through my subject. Beautiful. Oh, wait. Unit weight is huge. Unit weight is indeed huge. And that is far more than the supply limits that I'm going to have around here. I supply 27, that's supply 22, that's supply 23 or so. And yeah, your unit weight's pretty sizable as well. Maybe they are going to starve along their walk. Yeah, eating too much horse. It's a big army. Do the regiments affect weight? Maybe you should consolidate things. I don't think you can consolidate levies. Why even care about attrition deaths? They're peasants. Yeah, but they are actually my peasants. If they die, we lose the population. But I don't want to separate them. Well, maybe I do. Maybe I want to separate the peasant levies into a separate army that can stand around. And then we have a bit of a trio, and you can always jump and help each other. The problem is, as is often the case, fort locking. If I get locked in a fort place and I can't assist each other, then that's a problem. A big problem. Yeah, that Steppe Horde militia really adds to the numbers here, don't they? Hope you asked your tribute for food access when you're walking through on the way. I'm pretty sure these guys give implicit food access, but let's check. Yeah, they give implicit food access as my subject. Hey, who are these guys and why are you not doing anything? Well, you're a little late to the party, so I guess you can just stay at home. I surely won't lose a fight to lacking 500 units. With so much current land, would there be any way to speed up pop growth a lot? A lot? I'm not sure about a lot, but I also don't think I need more pop growth right now. I mean, where am I lacking pops? The issue with not having employees is a promotion issue, not a pop issue. And they'll be done easy enough anyway. Yeah, it won't take that long, even in my unpleasant areas. There's a burger promotion speed that's -50. I wonder why. Building settlements and towns helps with pop growth. Is that true? Helps with attraction, it gives a slight amount of boost, but why would I even want that? I'm at a loss for why I would. Alright, well, you know what? It's good that we get experience dealing with massive armies. Let's see just how bad the effect on attrition is. See, it's April, May, right? The ground is full of good things to eat, and we're mostly horses. The horses can eat whatever. Rematch is now a core for me. The colonization efforts continue unabated. Golden Horde is more of a stewed meat, kind of polity instead of a burger. Good lord, how's it 11:15? Right. We do this war, and Jake's going to need his din-dins, because I haven't eaten since Breckers. And Breckers was only 400 calories worth of muesli and Greek yogurt. Using my last tin of maple syrup, I added a splash of flavor for it. Getting good maple syrup from Canada is proving difficult because imports into Hungary are unpleasant and a lot of paperwork. I'm not taking attrition on this march, which is rather nice. Maybe supply limit's not such a big deal. Look at that. Unit weight, attrition, not taking attrition. Maybe that's the power of food access, you know? As long as you have food, you're fine. But given the situation, maybe I do want more auxiliaries for more food for my people. You haven't eaten because you've had so many shameful displays. Yesterday, watching the stream, your net income was like plus 40. Now I see plus 200. What happened? We transformed the economy. I think I reached the right point where I wanted to move away from relying on tributary and purposely avoiding tax to suddenly embracing the trade income and making loads of money united. Making more actual money increases everything that scales with the economic base, including stability cost, by the way. So it's not like we make good money when we have to invest in stability, but we don't because we finally stabilized our nation. Instead, we make loads of money and we invest in making more money, and generally that's done through trade. Caravanserais give huge amounts of trade power. And look at that. Delhi just love that saffron. Where am I getting that saffron from? I want to double check now. I'm taking Samarkand saffron and sending it over for big, big bloody bucks. Soon you can make loads of money off of friendly donations and from trade. Exactly. And the friendly donations are superior because you don't get taxed on it for our economic base related costs. Yeah, see, my time in Hungary has not been wasted. I have learnt that avoiding taxes is the right thing to do. Oh no. Oh no. Army dude. Wait, I think I had the wrong way around. Didn't I say I was going to put the... Yeah, I thought I said I was going to put the attrition guy on the cannons, but that's not what happened. Oh, well, looks like we're going to have to wait for the significantly younger individual to join in. Reinforcement speed doesn't matter in hostile territory. Assault ability? That's funny. If only we had someone with siege ability. Does that even exist in this game? Separatism goes down. But what is separatism? Nobody knows. Yeah, the leader of my massive army decided to die in northern Hungary as soon as I mentioned lessons from Hungary. Discipline, combat speed, army movement speed. But the other things have effects as well, right? Or is military the only thing that matters for a general? I assumed that these other stats had a bearing, but maybe it's only military that matters. Well, 16-year-old lad, you're in charge of the army, except it's going to take you until January to get over there. Thankfully, it's going to be until January till we get our casus belli, but look at it, he's just a baby! Who's gonna follow this guy? Alright, hopefully the winters aren't too cold up here. But yeah, what's my general plan here? It's kind of the same as before, except we know that he can counter siege like mad. So if I can actually force a battle, that's great. And ideally we force it in provinces to our benefit. Flatlands being the big boost around here, but it's hills along the way. Hills not so hot. I mean, this place good, but he of course puts his forts in good places. Prague is a wonderful place to be as usual. Oh hey, nice to see you, Bohemia. How's it going? I want to make sure my armies are balanced because I'm going to forget that every time. Now that I know that armies can go to the wrong place in battle. I could 10-1 that guy, couldn't I? Yeah, 20,200. As long as I don't take attrition this winter, but I'm probably going to take attrition this winter. Ah, yeah, he knows. He knows the 10-1 is coming. He knows my motto of always getting my 10-1s. With the money situation and the fact that my manpower is bizarrely positive, I think... who was it who was asking why our money is so high? It's Abel Skewer is wondering why I'm so filthy rich. One word. Which I'm struggling to find. Caravanserai. Caravanserai gives... Why does it not show here of all places? Caravanserai gives trade capacity and trade advantage, and it does not empower the burghers. The downside, of course, is that it can only be built within certain regions, so I am putting it in all of those regions. You can also only have one level, but still good. Hey, what do you mean I never built them over here? Caravanserai, pretty please. Since control does not affect... Why can't I build more? Oh, we've used up all the lumber in the market just doing that. Amazing. Control does not affect your trade power, so you can happily put these in places with low control and still get tons of trade. And the more I have, the more I trade, the more money I get. And the upkeep for a caravanserai is tiny. In fact, we can look at the upkeep. I'll save 1,500 ducats dues for myself. My 68 caravanserais don't even cost me a ducat. And I am quite confident they're making more than that ducat back. It is also lower maintenance than the marketplace, I believe. Well, that is something. Looks like everywhere gets their one thing to help, you know. The Ottomans get their janissaries, I get my caravanserai, and the natives get starvation. No attrition this winter, that's nice. Must be a wild winter. Although winter might just be coming, it's only October. Double check my revolts, make sure nobody's coming and having a go if they think they're hard enough. Nah, I've only faced a couple of revolts, and one of them was totally undeserved anyway. Lacking lumber in Sarajuk. This is the kind of thing that I really wish was, where was it? Sarajuk. How is Sarayuk lacking lumber? I suppose I now have a bit of... Yeah, I'll have a bit of control in that market now, won't I? I would have to export from somewhere like Kazan. Eh, screw it, they can figure out their own lumber problems. Jake gets money and undeserving get no food. Everybody wins. I'm glad we reached an understanding. I'm a little nervous about this war, you know? Bohemia kicked my sorry arse last time. And I put it down to one major thing. They had the tactics advantage. Now they don't have the tactics advantage. And I'm bringing twice as many troops as last time. How much Casus Belli was it to steal Sweden's maps? How much spy network was it? Covert steel map 40. Oh. It's not a big map that you get, but Norland is what I need. Also causes antagonism, that's cool. What else can we learn about? We can't see it because we don't know about it, okay. I suppose that's good. I think steel maps previously would just give you all the maps in EU4. I might be forgetting that. Anyway, what I absolutely need is Norland, because I need to know if I can go up and around here in my fight against Sweden. Where are you, Norland? Here you are. Oh. Oh. Sweden are all over the place. I might keep spying on them and try and get more information about this. But that's good. That means that attacking Sweden and tributizing them is not out of the question. This bothers me greatly, though. Maybe I don't do that. Well, no, I can't take land in a tributary war. It's kind of tempting to break off Finland. Just to have some subjects around here that I can keep around for the long haul rather than... Because I'm looking to integrate this land, no doubt. But I wouldn't want to integrate this. I'm not looking to super blob. I'm looking to super money make. Also, I want to colonize the New World now that I've thought about it. It's a learning campaign, after all. Let's declare war. The Ottomans would get involved again. Do we think the Ottomans could possibly get military access out of their arse this time? It's severely bothersome that they don't get access through my subjects when we're in a war together. And there's nowhere for them to sail over to. I mean, I suppose I could. No harm in it, I suppose. You're bringing in a lot of friends. Like a hell of a lot of friends. Maybe that's... Oh, the Pope? Why is the Pope going to defend you? You have an alliance. Okay. I sincerely doubt the Pope will get involved, but just in case. Let's have the Ottomans on our side. Maybe they can invade the Pope. And this is, of course, a make tributary war. Is WWS at risk for tomorrow? Weekly one... What way to the weekly one-shot? It's the WOS. One doesn't have a W in it, Armandel. Is it at risk? No, it's not at risk. It will be done, but given how late we're playing today, it's probably going to be 2 hours delayed, so until midday. And I don't know what it is yet. But I can't have my stream all week be nothing but EU5, right? That's unthinkable. Let's slip the dogs of war. And the weekly win shot's always at risk. Wham. Excellent. The Ottomans have honoured our treaties. They better. Right, to Brno. To the supporting area next to Brno. I do worry that I'm actually going to take mega attrition here. Also, my 16-year-old general has not yet arrived. What a difference that is. Oh my days. I am very happy now. No more minus 49% siege. We got +5 from the get-go. Always bring your cannons. Oh, that's so much better. Now we can watch paint dry for significantly less time. Yeah, where's my baby-faced Deathbringer? Hey, wait. This religion. Why is the shamanism taken over? This is my mistake. I had no idea that... Wait a minute. Their prepared defense causes me passive attrition. Oh. Oh. Well, we're just going to have to swallow that attrition. Non-enforcement of ordinances. Local nobles get power. Or we... where is Kaffa? Wait, I like Kaffa. The old chiefy boys are unhappy, though. I've always got to consider how the chiefies are. The chieftains are... Yeah. Yeah. The thing about empowering control in Kaffa is I might be able to go back and do some more cultural enrichment, because I couldn't kick them out of Soldaya. And I could do with all the Horde unity I can get. It is discipline in this trying time. Sod the chieftains. Didn't think that would make them actually unhappy, though. No, they're not that unhappy. Yeah, I'm not happy about that prepared defense. That's a lot of attrition. That's like 100 people lost a month, and we're going to be here for a while. Maybe occupying the province will stop it from doing that to me. That got rid of their prepared defense. Good, good. Then that's all the better a place for you to be. The food situation is fine. It's not changing to the negative, at least. Same there. Alright, very good. Did I enslave some people there? I must have clicked through it too fast. Because I want more Moravian slaves back home, and I want to see the bonus of my added research. Was I researching cavalrymen? I was working my way down to something, but I've easily forgotten what. Ah, yes, speed of integration. Once I have speed of integration, what am I even looking for? Pop promotion speed could actually be worth it, given how many people I'm waiting to promote. Let's favor that stuff. I also like my spy networks. The Onderbrot did look good, though. Market attraction and trade capacity, so I'm going to queue that up as well. We should have a lot of money by the time this war's over, for better or for worse. A breach immediately! I love my cannons. I wonder if these forts are going to reinforce, or if we're going to run into the same problem again, where they just don't reinforce unless I submit my very expensive troops to it. Even so, with my offensive approach, they get absolutely destroyed. Come on, normal winter, pass by. It was so nice invading China with no winter. Show the progress how you really cannon. I'm taking it slow, though. Because I don't have view of these provinces, probably due to the hills, I don't trust this to go, wow, double breach. I love my cannons. Although if I lose too many cannons to attrition, then we're going to lose our siegey stuff here. Taming provinces. Army movement speed. Let's try the diplomatic approach instead. Dip rep. Well, I'm not going to steal the hegemon anytime soon, I don't think, unless France get hit badly. Hard to say no to loyalty of my subjects, because during these trying times, I'm definitely going to want some added bonuses off my wee subjects that people say is not cost effective. Maybe they're right. Hungary, tell me how cost effective this is. 444 ducats, you say? Yeah, it's ineffective. I mean, they're probably right, but, you know, how are we meant to argue with this kind of money? Timurids are slacking, though. Need to get to the program. How about Bulgaria? Have they been slacking? A little bit. Good enough. I'm tempted to convert some more countries, by the way. Just give myself a nice insulating layer of Sunniism. I don't know if that has any kind of negative effect for Catholicism, or even any positive effect for me beyond them slightly liking me more once all is said and done, but it just feels like the right thing to do. You have to make your own goals in grand strategy games, after all. You know, some people ask me, what's the point in these games? You make up your own point. If you lack the imagination to come up with these, then maybe it's not the game for you. Yeah, everybody seems to love roads, right? Someone out there, their dream is to make every road everywhere. But that's not just a road in every province. That is a road connecting every province to every other province. So they better have a lot of sand and gravel. Just standing here has already cost me about 1,000 troops, so the 10-to-1 dream is dead. Maybe more than that, right? Didn't I walk in here with about 22,000 troops, and now I've got 18, 19,000. Oh dear. What are you up to? What do you think you're up to? Well, they're up to walking towards me. That's fine. Yeah, you want to do more of that? You've taught my little boy to be ruthless. Yeah, never noticed the ever do that in EU4, did you? Right, just walk into you like that. Looks like you're trying to assemble for something, but whatever. Brno is down. 2,000 Moravians brought back. Not bad. Now, here's the big question. Is this going to reinforce on its own? We're right at the end of the month, so I guess we could find out. But maybe these guys are... maybe we have it set to auto-reinforce. This is something I need to figure out, right? Where is the... where is the thing that enables that? Supply depot? What's a supply depot? Creates a supply depot in the army location so that food can be stored there for nearby allies. I saw that. Auto-refill garrison is not allowed. This unit does not automatically refill any friendly garrisons and forts. Or I can tell them to refill. Let's give it 1 month's tick and see what happens here to the fort. It did not refill. So do I tell them to refill it? I guess I do. And now it's full. Okay. Costly, but not without good reason. Let's get moving along here with the baby-faced boy, and when I know the route is clear, we're going to move on Dasi, what's it? Don't know the name of all these places. Hello, plebes. Should I just go and destroy you? Where are you trying to go, anyway? They're trying to go to, They're trying to go into me. I mean, they're welcome to do so, but why? That does give me the information I need to get over here, though, so let's move on out. Yeah, they got some weird ideas of where to assemble their units. Ooh, they love coming here. Oh, they no longer love coming here. Yeah, love trying to retake Brno, though. Let's make or break this. Our courtier, our ruler's niece. Well, she's our niece. Why is she joining the chieftains? Alright. So an actual fight here, but I couldn't help but notice I still don't have my men-at-arms in the front. It's still my my horse archers taking the front. I guess that's because they have the initiative to get in there, don't they? That's flanking ability. Combat speed. Initiative, yeah, there we go. So they get into position before the enemy, allowing me to do some pretty hefty damage early on. And that is some pretty hefty damage. Yeah, that's not at all like the numbers we were seeing in the previous Hussite War. Smash 'em, lads! Why is this wall taking longer to... Yeah, look at that! Losing all those cannons to attrition, I no longer have a great big bonus to this, so that is quite painful. Somebody suggested that you need to merge your units or else they won't count towards this properly. Maybe they're right. Should we try? Where's Consolidation? Is there such a thing? This looks like consolidate regiments. Merge regiments whenever possible. This army has as many full regiments as possible. You stuck the cannons in the garrison. Oh. Yeah, you're right about that. You're absolutely right about that. Well, let's consolidate anyway. I'm curious if it makes 0 strength garrisons. So we've got 11, 11, 11, 11 for 44 unit. Really, 44? Yeah, 44. Consolidate. We no longer have 44. But this did improve. What? Ow. Okay, so you lose regiments that you're going to have to pay for to remake. But maybe the paying to remake is not any worse than paying to reinforce. Don't know about that one. Learning so much about how to fight in this game. There we go. Battle of Brno, as it should be. Get us over there and keep us eyeing over our friends. Wait, they were bringing in more? No, they were bringing in more and more. Now, steady on. I need to be in a position to save my my allies over there. You can shift-click to keep the regiments around at 0 manpower. That would be better, so I don't have to pay to make them again. Yeah, oh god, how could I forget that? I would shift-click all the time in EU4. Yeah, so around here we have some understrength regiments. Shift-click, keep empty regulars. Hey, there we go. Isn't that so much better? They're going to fight much stronger in the front row without taking up so much space. It's just taking up space. What? You really think you can take us on here? I mean, if you think so, but, my little baby-faced boy is going to come in and show you how fights are won. Please tell me that's not cannons on the front row. That's cannons on the front row. That doesn't seem like a good idea, but, not the... I don't make the decisions on these. Unit strength is still 50 out of 50 for them. So maybe they're able to hold fine. Or maybe that tooltip doesn't update. No, it seems fine. I wonder if it's like EU4 where a failed attack on a fort actually gives siege accumulation. I'm not killing as hard as I can, probably because of all those bleeding cannons on the front row. Also, the bleeding cannons are causing... are losing out there. Okay, so this is pretty bad. Cannons, not good here. Cannons on front row, not performing. I'm losing way more than I deserve to lose in this. Also, this was probably Bohemia's main army, right? Not quite baby. They got a 50-year-old. A 50-year-old buffoon. Tactics are there. Their morale is on par with mine. Their discipline is slightly worse than mine. The cannons in the front row are on Bohemia's side. Oh, so they are. Huh, then why are we having a hard time killing them? But no, I have cannons on my front row as well, and they are also getting killed. These battles can take a fair whack of time, and all the while he's besieging Brno. I'm looking forward to going and putting Brno in its place, but I hope that's the main Bohemian army. It's got a lot of units. 21,000 levies are just hanging around somewhere. Whew. Yeah, I'm outnumbered. If I'm not going to be fighting as effectively as I want like this, then it's going to be a sad day when he actually brings his proper units in. Or at least his bulky units in. This is such a slog. Such a god-awful slog. So the Ottomans are staying at home again? Yeah, I think for some reason allies don't get access through their allies' subjects. Yeah, how do you like it this time, Bohemia? I don't think they like it very much, but I'm glad I brought in the reinforcements. I thought maybe the siegers could take it on their own, but the Bohemians are holding out ridiculously well. And they're bringing in more friends back there, and I'm going to have to double back and deal with that. We've been fighting for weeks. Why won't you die? I'm severely losing morale here as well. My units do not like being involved here. I guess it's a good reason to wait before you uh-oh. And he still gets really fast sieges on me. Is that fight going to be a problem? That's mostly levies, of course. But the thing is, he can reinforce his regulars because he's on home ground. I cannot. Yeah, so about that main army. Still needs to be dealt with. Jesus, how are they holding in this fight? There we go. Only 3 war score for that. Jeez, okay, get out of there. That does not give siege progress. That's concerning. And a significant amount of my regulars died in that. Jeez, the Bohemians are scary to deal with. Do I dare charge into that when I get my morale back? I'm not sure I do, but let's see. That was all of their regulars, to be fair. That's why they were able to fight so well. These are just levies. I think I should let myself get my morale back here and then go and charge on in. Wait a second. Speaking of charging on in, they don't know when to stop. I'm going to lose Brno at this rate. Yeesh. Yeah, your cannons are going to be on the front line again. I don't want them on the front line. Because look at how messed up they got. They're all gone. Well, many of them are gone. Don't know how best to deal with that. I mean, can I get in there before they do? Yeah, maybe that'll help. Although it looks like they decided against that fight. Maybe I should go over here then. That's a 10-1, so it's not a concern. Gonna see if I can murder the levies and then get back in time. But my real concern is that his regulars are going to... Oh god, yeah, that's exactly what's gonna happen. Don't do whatever you're thinking of doing, lads. Crap. Yeah, Brno's gonna fall, and that's a big problem for me. Because it takes way too long to kill these guys with my crummy cannons on the front line. I don't even think my my little boy is in charge of the fight either. God, fighting Bohemia is real cancer. Are these regulars or what? God, these are levies actually. The levies are kicking my arse. And again, I cannot reinforce any of my units because I'm too far from home. How does he have so many more on the attack here than me? Look, my line is... Oh, I did not press the button. I didn't press the organize button, did I? Well, that's gonna hurt. Yeesh, things are going bad. Time to raise all the levies. Did you do the research to upgrade your levies to better ones? There's a research to upgrade my levies. Well, I got peasant levy here. What's the research? Yeah, maybe I should have brought in more of my reinforcements. It's still not out of the question to raise them all and bring them in. There's a research to improve your levies? Is it the recruitment law? No, that just increases levy size. What is frontage? Crosswomen are regulars, aren't they? If there's something to improve my levies, I don't know what it is. Yeah, the Bohemians are holding disgustingly well. And I'm not getting this province taken. In fact, we've made no progress on it. It's not unthinkable to actually raise all my levies, bring them over, and just hold in Brno until my reinforcements arrive. But we'll still get attrition, and my units will not reinforce. In fact, we need 5,000 to reinforce our regulars. Egads. Horrifying. Investing more in this war is likely just going to get me killed. There's a peasant militia state privilege for more combat ability. Oh, is that so? They are holding so disgustingly well, even when I'm flanking them here. Immediate emergency build. Yeah, it won't be useful or ready in time. Okay, well that went horribly badly. I think it's time for you guys to attach to each other. Ignore the siege, because we didn't get any progress even though we did as well as we did there. And I think we should go over here and see if we can smash their regular levies. Although at 2-to-1 size, that might be a real pipe dream. Comes at age 3, I thought it was earlier. Huh. Let's get it organized and reinforced. Organized and reinforced. Maybe reinforced before organize. This has just been a terrible, expensive waste of my everything. Time to have another victory where you get to get colonies to attack. Yeah, fighting in Bohemia is such cancer. I brought a huge army, and his guys were able to hold really well. It's the military focus of this age. Ah, well, I certainly didn't do that. Well, I get a slight bonus attacking into this, but I don't know. Seems risky. Oh, he's decided against it. Wait, the game doesn't think I would win this. It's very likely that we would lose. They have a bigger army with more morale and better quality. They've got levies. To be fair, after all of my regulars died, maybe I am mostly levy as well. Yeah, maybe it's time to cut the losses, as they say. Is there any way for me to get straight to their capital? Apparently I can walk through... Oh, of course, I took this. You think I could take Prague and sit on it, and they wouldn't attack me? That's a Hail Mary if ever there was one, but I'm going to lose this if I don't do something desperate. Wait, you guys need to move to get... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I thought they were moving together. I thought they were attached. I think this army is just going to go and destroy itself. That's a 10-to-1 as well. Well, let's hope that's not happening. Wait, could I, like, create a new regiment and split everyone out there? No, I cannot. Crumbs, I really thought they were attached. Oh, well, these guys are probably dead. Yay! Wow! What? The Golden Horde have won. I'm winning? Good job? Just bringing in some nobodies over there, but yeah, let's actually have you guys connect to each other. And see if I can do some work on the capital. Oh god, there we go again with the cannons on the front. I have 19,000 levies that could be brought in. Let's see if we can do it. The needs of the many. Alright, alright. That's more the kind of victory I'm looking for. Now, for the love of God, could you please attach to each other? I always forget where the button is. Here it is. Attach to unit. So now you will attach to these guys. And we can make our way over to Prague and starve ourselves to death, maybe. Wait. Oh, for God's sake. I don't like you taking this. What's happening? I don't even know what's happening. Do I go and kill you before I move out? I suppose the more of their units I kill, the more I weaken them. And now I'm on my way to bring in my own units back. Maybe there's something to aid us in this war here. Not that I can see. Not yet, at least. Alright, so now... Do I spy cannons on the front row? Good, I don't think I do. I think the cannons did a bombard phase and then pulled back. But yeah, they still get taken war score because I haven't taken their capital. The problem is it's a capital area. However, they still only have one fort there. So it's just take Prague and hold Prague to maybe win. But let's hope those 19,000 levies can make a difference because my regulars are all but dead. And their regulars can reinforce. I have to hope that they somehow don't have any manpower. Alright, get going, lads. I could also wait. I could just wait here for my reinforcements to arrive and then we make one big attack. At least here I have the advantage, and they won't be sieging this behind my back, because they could cut me off from my levies. I think we do just sit here. Sit here and hope that he doesn't have the gumption to attack me. Is this all I have in terms of levies? 6,000, 4,000. These guys as well. Forgive me for expecting more. Oh, there's 2,000 up there. Alright then. Last time I moved them into Hungary, Bohemia used his magical vision to just know where they were and attacked me. Let's hope we can hang around here and not be noticed then. Where did I just send them? It was like Mitz something. Also, hopefully there are no mountains to trap us. Whew, risky wars, huh? There are very large numbers over here that can go and join. Okay, well, I'm up for that. Get over here on the double. It's the colony guys that can wait, though. All of you, all of you, all of you, all of you. Did I miss anybody? Hopefully not. That's what I get for being cocky. I mean, I really thought I'd have the advantage in this war, but, well, he still wants to keep having a go. It's okay if he keeps feeding himself in piecemeal, but I will take attrition here. He reinforces, I do not. He can raise more levies, well, I just did, but, his regulars are a huge problem. At least like this, I'm racking up some much-needed war score, but without the show superiority war goal, it's not quite so hot. So, consolidate, balance, consolidate, balance. Your parliament can give you increased levy size in the same place as you change the laws. Oh yeah. I think I'll pass on that. If I can't make it with all these levies, then maybe I should just admit Czech superiority. Research progress? Don't mind if I do. I mean, tit for tat. Our armies are roughly equal. It's just he has a lot more. He's got a lot more tit than I have tat. Are you joining the Fray Bentos or what? Get over there. Yeah, it's gonna feel like a long wait for those allies. But at least we don't take attrition on occupied land. It's that prepared defense that's worked. We lost like half of our army getting this far. Wait a second. Don't neglect those 10 to 1s when you get the opportunity, and that's an opportunity. So what my saying used to be, always get those 10 to... What? Oh, you rotter. He got in right on time for that one. And it still looks like a good slaughter. Okay, well, good enough, I suppose, but I was hoping for a complete freebie 10 to 1. Can Hungary join? They don't like you? Hungary is my tributary. You can't call tributaries into your wars. Or if you can and I haven't noticed, then that's horrifying. But no, it would be completely imbalanced if tributaries can be brought into wars. The Ottomans are in the war, but they haven't figured out how to get access through my subjects' lands. I still think I can do this, right? I just need to believe. Like Parappa the Rapper, you just gotta believe. Parappa Rapper believes, and that's why he was able to hold his stool in until he got to the bathroom in time. And yeah, I believe my subject, oh, Christ! Are those his regulars? He's up top, isn't he? No, it's his levies again. Oh no, there are regulars in there as well. Rather a lot of them. And he's bringing in a lot more. It would take all of my manpower to reinforce it. I can't help but notice I'm taking losses and he's taking none. Why are my units not in position? Oh dear God, please don't tell me they didn't... What? How did they all deploy to the wrong place? I think I have to back away from this. Yeah, no sense investing in defeat there. Get the hell out of there. I don't know what my army was thinking. Yeah, that's what they get for believing. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, after every single freaking... Wait, what was that? Where did all the units go? I only have prisoners here. Wait, what? What happened? Where'd your awesome general go as well? Where'd the babyface kid go? Did you lose all the cannons? Well, it sure doesn't look like I kept all the cannons. Alright, take a step back. Consider, if you will... Oh, you stopped attaching, huh? Sorry, but you have to come with me. Ten to ones are nice, but I know he has 12,000 units or so hanging around there. It's very likely that we win. We still get the defensive bonus here, but I still think he had... Oh, there's the 12,000. So I could move in here, get my 10 to 1, and then come riding on in. Or I could wait for my levies. But I'm waiting a long time on those levies. And this doesn't give me any particular defensive bonus. All the while, though, his regulars are not reinforcing there. That's got to be worth something. Let me hold steady. Wait. Tver? I appreciate your enthusiasm, Tver, but I don't think you're achieving much there. Well, who am I to say? It's not like I've managed to achieve much in this war other than killing off many, many members of my beloved, glorious Golden Horde. Always get your 10 to 1s. He's leaving there on 17 of the 4th. I'm arriving there on 13 of the 6th. Alright, well that's a 10 to 1 if ever I've seen... Wait, it's not 10 to 1. But it's still a good fight, and we should do everything we can to get good fights. If you really want to win, how about mercs to suicide? Mercs can't be raised in other people's territory, which is horrifying. And I had bad experience with them. You pay a lot of money and you just get nothing. Right, so after that engagement, they haven't magically changed where they should be. Maybe it's something like if you consolidate but don't rebalance, they don't know what they're doing. I don't know, I'm at a loss. It would be nice if Tver came to join me rather than arsing around over there. You can absolutely attach to me, and they are unsupportive. Oh well. Continuing the absolute cancer that is sieging down Bohemia. At least we're winning on the war score side. Balance and consolidate. I don't think we need to after that tiny fight. Although I suppose it doesn't really hurt, does it? There's my balance. There's my consolidate. There's my balance. And here comes my large train of reinforcement levies. But yeah, not having my cannons anymore, that super sucks. Yeah, we're going to wait for the levies, and then we're just going to Hail Mary onto Prague. And then once we've had Prague, just kind of fight him until he submits. It's not a great strategy, but I'm struggling to think of better. We take attrition if we're sieging him down because of his prepared defense. Do you still have any regulars? I got still regulars. He says with astounding confidence. Yeah, there we go, regulars. Not a lot of them, though. God, they've been iced. Yeah, these are all the empty regular sets that I have. Like 7,000 manpower worth of dead regs. And the Siege of Prague would take forever. Yeah, I can see the Bohemian army on its regular hunt for the Red October. Well, you're locked, so I might as well get my 10 to 1. Always get your 10 to 1s. Ooh, especially if it results in grabbing some prisoners. Alright, so we actually managed to snipe some regulars there. Good job. And he's bringing back more regulars. Uh-oh. Oh, this could be the end. He's deciding to attack there. Trying to cut me off from my food supply. He keeps sending little soldiers into Brno, which I suppose is fine. And now we can see all those Bohemians. My reinforcements are like half a year away. Should I attack into that? Does that seem like suicide? Outside of you guys, could the rest of you just merge together and then attach? Then you all move together. Then of course shift, consolidate, and balance. Yeah, the problem is, he just keeps bringing back more, and I'm just going to lose and not have any more to throw at him. You do not want to work on catching them in the plains and the grasslands. Alright, do you not? Yeah, I do, because we fight more effectively in grasslands, but in Brno we have the defensive bonus as well. But yeah, I don't want him cutting off my food supplies, so I should take the fight, probably. But yeah, too many victories and we'll never win. Oh, Crevens! Unexpected. Okay, well the problem is if I win this and I still end up going over here, then that's still bad. Overall, this is just still bad. I wonder if what I should do is just retreat overall. Get all of my levies together and just doomstack through to Brno into his capital. It's a bad war. Yeah, fighting far away from home is tough. Tough as hell. Hold on. There's 11,000 here, 10,000 here, and 12,000 here? He's got a larger army than even I thought. If only it was a ticking war score from show superiority. Yeah, he's got 3 stacks, each the size of mine. It's not good. Yeah, the home advantage is real. And when he's done with this, I wouldn't be surprised if he reinforces that. Time to go all in. I should have gone all in from the start. I should have raised all of my levies for this war. I will admit, I underestimated the Bohemian. Is he coming in for this fight? No, he's not. God knows what he's thinking, though. He could probably win this if he reinforced it. Win the whole war, frankly. How did I get occupation on that? Is that a Bohemian stack in the steppe? Well, I sure hope not. I don't see any. He wouldn't have got in without me noticing. There's a Bohemian stack in Hungary. Well, I'm flanking, but my core is about to die on this one. Work those core muscles, lads. Yeah, we don't have the blue dragon to help us out this time either. Yeesh. I mean, it is good war score, there's no doubt about that, but seeking white peace, let alone getting him as a tributary, just seems utterly unattainable. Especially when he keeps jumping out from places unseen to do damage to me like that. Is this enough to kind of invest in my army? Like send the 9,000 and the 5,000 over? There's also the idea that I really should have brought in another good general here. See you. Why don't we have that really cool little kid again? Maybe he died in battle and I didn't notice. Well, that's the same kid, isn't it? 25th of March. It'll take him a while to get over there. Alright, well, I need the reinforcements and I need them soon. I have to hope that the Bohemian army here doesn't cause me some issues, but they probably will. Well, we can always run away from them and we can join up. I'll have a little bit of time before Brno falls again. Yeah, General Babyface, save my army, which cannot save itself. And I want to make sure that my supply line is functional, so I'll need to recapture this. But all the while, yeah, the attrition is real. And it's really horrible as winter sets in again. But yeah, my idea is just bring everything for a Doom stack onto Pest, or Prague rather, and then hold that. Hold it for dear life. Smolensk. Yeah, have a bad thing happen or get a free CB. Choice of the ages. Alright, get over there. Try to avoid that death stack. I need to keep an eye on my guys, but I could always do the AI's trick. I can, How many more do we have coming here, by the way? Ooh, do they love coming here? Alright, this is the final set of units. Get them over to Lviv. And then you guys go and aid me as additional backup. Go down to Norad. Norad? No, it's Nograd. Norad is from Kamidori? Amayui? Something like that. Always get you 10 to 1s. Jeez, it's so freaking hard to follow the movement of these guys. I wish they would snap. I know it doesn't look so good, but it's easier to follow what is going on when they snap into position like an EU4. 10 to 1 or surprise army? You make the call. Alright, alright. Keep racking up that war score. We've got to get something going on our side. The Doom stack is assembling, but I'm not the only one thinking that. Tricky, tricky. And we're still eating winter attrition. Even the backup's eating the attrition. Get over there and hope that no one's getting in your way for it. I guess you should go to Holic first. I don't want them to retake that. Do I go and assault into them once more? Keep them in their place. Yeah, because I don't want them cutting off food access. I do like the fact that that 12 stack's just kind of hanging around there. That's quite useful. And you guys are going over to Buda, right? And then these are final guys that are moving over to somewhere there. And my army is not, as they might seem, nearby. Anything but. But they are going to reinforce, which could be handy. Alright, now it looks like I have an actual army now. Although the reinforcements have no morale. Hopefully that's not a problem. I'm seeing anything but a problem. Good, get the hell out of here. Oh, of course, the Papal States. Wait, how did the Papal States get up here? How many soldiers does God have? You know, I could probably have a much easier time if the Papal States were not in this war. And it just so happens... wait, that's demanding. It just so happens that there are some things I wouldn't mind losing. Can't keep losing things forever, though. Can I get an actual assessment on how many of these units are ecumenical? A lot of them. Including some mercenaries. I mean, it would have been better to take care of before I just rammed my army into more of them. But yeah, he's still hanging around, and I want the Pope gone here. Does the Pope bring subjects into this as well? Doesn't look like it, but I still want him gone. Getting the Pope out is as easy as dropping one of my subjects. The question is, which one do I want to lose the most? Because I do want to lose them all. I'm trying to reabsorb my lost colonies. Omsk will make everything look better, but Omsk have done a pathetic job of culturally enriching. Are there any RGOs that I must get my hands on? Clay cotton? Cotton cannot be common. Well, certainly not in my lands. And maybe cotton alone is worth going for. Tell me more about cotton. Very good value. Yeah, I guess I could drop Sarisu if it gets the Pope out of this. I should also see what else he wants. You know, if I were to offer you something, what would he want? He wants to force tributize me? That just does not work like that. Clear the peace offer. Yeah, the Pope cannot be bought, it seems. Which subject was it again? Sarisu. Oh yeah, he is thrilled at me dropping Sarisu. If you drop them, Chagatai will go for them. Nah, Chagatai doesn't have the balls, and if they do, I can fight Chagatai. Didn't I marry Chagatai? I hope not. Better double check that. I did not marry Chagatai. Whoa! Chagatai doesn't mess around. 2 million, eh? And they actually have Mongolian culture there as well. Are you actually a Mongolian horde? You are. Might see eye to eye with a few things with the Chagatai horde. And yeah, I do agree they'll probably eat it, but then I can just eat it off of the Chagatai horde. Anyway, it's worth getting the Pope out of this if I think this is a war I can win. Do I think my death stack onto Prague can actually win this bloody war? Because there's no second death stack. No second breakfasts here. I'm already in the gutter for manpower. In fact, I think that means all of my regulars are dead, or near enough. And I certainly don't have cannons to work on this with. Risk all or save none. Bye, Sarisu. Am I still waiting for more units, by the way? Are we all marching together? No, we're not. Because you have not attached. Yeah, get your victory and then hang around for the next reinforcements. What about the final reinforcements? Could they make their way over to Pest or Buda, or are they going to get sniped by the omniscient Bohemians? I don't know. Wait, whoa. They did not attach. There we go. Now we've got them all. Whew. Do not want to make that mistake. They're all heading into Brno, and they're all going to die. It's a question of, do I want to march onto Prague already or wait for reinforcements? I think I need to wait for reinforcements. Because if they come in and cut this off, I either ditch Prague and all the attrition that entails, or not. No, I think we need everybody. Everybody. Keep getting those 10 to 1s, lads. It's winter, of course. More attrition, my favorite. Yeah, hoover them up while we can. I just saw loads of people lost to attrition there. Ouch. Alright, you guys ready to rock and roll? Get up here. Preferably via Holic. Into here, then into there. And I know he's got an army in the shadows. Can't hide that from me. Tell me you're not going through the mountains. No, they're not. These are the mountains. Okay. To allow detachments of the AI. Yeah, but there's also a button that just straight up does it. Are you guys moving? It looks like you're moving, but you're not. Confusing. In that case, let's make sure that we are consolidated and balanced. You are apparently already consolidated. Get balanced. Get balanced. Wait, there's nothing to balance. Wait, what? What is this? Just 0 units everywhere all the time. You are confusing me so much by looking like you're moving. It's putting me off entirely. Okay. Once more into the fray for the Bohemians. Whilst we desperately bring our units in. I mean, I'm still winning, and I'm winning big time, but how many units does Bohemia still have? Oh, whoa, actually. Wow. We're making a dent in the Czech boss. Previous #1 great power in the world, by the way. Let's make sure he stays kicked to the curb. Ooh, shows the army's desire to desert. Please, you're killing me more than the Czechs are. And those Czechs are killing me. Why is there no reinforcement on the flank? Come on, lads. Well, actually, given our leadership, it's mostly lasses, no doubt. Okay, I can feel the tide turning. Continue to massacre the units. Make sure the final reinforcements are at my beck and call. Down in Buda. You get together and we march on Prague. The Praguers will not stand up to what I'm throwing at them. Hey, we can loot gold as we go as well. Right, there you are. Attach. And do we just say to hell with Brno or not? Because marching on Prague is very risky. I will run out of supplies and starve, most likely. As long as I don't have a path of food. Yeah, that is the problem. We are going to starve pretty quickly. What I could do is keep killing him until he has no more units left to throw at me. And as it happens... this is a plateau, which is not great for me to fight in. He's leaving on 1624. We're arriving 15-1. He's arriving 6... Okay, so... I'd be fighting in a not ideal situation there. God damn, his forts are such a massive pain to deal with. It might be that I have to work on this fort before I go for Prague, but I don't know. What are the odds that we just starve to death in Prague, even with the reinforcements? Pretty high, I'd say. Yeah, I'm not catching the 0. They're on Shattered Retreat. It's these guys that are coming in. And I'd rather not take any disadvantageous fights. Think of delicious pizza after you beat them. Oh, no pizza for me at this hour. Have I ever eaten pizza since I came here? I think just a frozen one. I don't make a habit of eating those, but Dr. Oetker ones aren't too bad. Damn you and your bleeding forts. How do we go about this? What about we go for Pisek up to Prague? No, Pisek is covered by that fort. Going straight for the fort, I just feel like it's suicide by starvation. But if I just try and take out the forts, I'm going to be here all day. And we have the same problem of him just sniping Brno. Frankly, you should wait till spring. Spring's right around the corner. We should take... if we take this, it's going to take a year. And I can always detach some units, go and kill if he fights me on Brno, and then come back. But he still has a fairly healthy army. But marching on Prague is just asking for 5% attrition for forever. Because Prague is going to take forever to fall, isn't it? Fort defense plus 18%. Yeah, but there's also the speed of the siege. Maybe that is it. There's also the wait and exhaust his troops more with pointless combat. Can you replenish artillery? No. No, I cannot. And just murder him. Forts are complicated. Well, how about this? He's getting ticking war score from holding that fort. If I take Prague, then everything is fine. But taking Prague is probably going to reduce my numbers by about half. Can you make new regular cannons and bring them over in time? In time, maybe not. And they'd be very, very at risk. I think we go for Prague. It was the original idea, so it's surely the best. Also, while all this is going on, I'm glad my money is okay. I wish I could buy some mercs to solve my problems. But mercs would not solve my problems, because I can't really get them here. Ooh, Ryazan actually outpopulates my capital now. It's all those new Praguers taking up space. That is not where you are. Okay, there we go. Ugh, I knew he'd come straight in for that. Wonder if my units could take that back off your hands. Well, probably not so well if they're disorganized as they are. Uh-oh. I sure hope that's a flat land. It is, a flat grassland. Well, at least we get a positive battle before we go running on in. With my one remaining kind of cannon. And he's still on low morale, so there are a few things we got going for us. God, imagine if we could stack wipe that. Then we would just be cleaning up house. That was some good victory for me, though. Alright, what's the situation in Prague? I'm guessing bad, because one, food is disappearing daily. A siege is going to be slow. Oh well. Believe. Maybe, just maybe, we can believe enough. I don't like having everybody over in Holic. Stay here so I can at least have sight of his army. Alright, take Prague, hold Prague. That's the condition for victory. The 20,000 units that we have here are going to be facing about 5% attrition a month. Every month we get a roll of the dice, and the dice is not rolling in my favor. Because, yeah, that food's going to go away, and that attrition's going to go way up. And his prepared defense is not going to make life easier for me. It'll make it considerably harder. Wait, I still have more units hanging back? Okay. We're throwing everything we can at this guy. It's funny because Bohemia is the natural enemy of the Golden Horde in EU3. So it's kind of like a showdown. 15 years in the waiting. If you do see him coming to Prague, you're going to have... and you're going to lose... You could just force the peace. That is true. At this point, he is quite happy on peace. Whoa! He is willing to pay me for everything, but I'm not willing to just go with that if there's any possibility of forcing the trib. He is sick of this war. And I'm just getting started. Why do I see what looks like a papal delegate over there? I got rid of you. Looks papal, but it's just the bishopric. Emphasis on bishop. Everyone involved is sick of this. Make them dismantle a fort or two. No, because I don't plan on fighting them again. They'll be my tributary. And then I want them to do well, because they're going to pay me loads of money. And everyone's happy, especially me. So no, I want them to have their forts. Although I suppose their forts cost them money, but it doesn't eat into their income. Also, booyah, we actually got progress on the first tick. Whoa. In a way, this is good. But in another more accurate way, get the heck out of there. This is good because if I'm distracting his army from here, he's not coming and ruining my day in Prague. Yeah, let's just make him go on a wild goose chase around Hungary. That's good for me. And what's good for me is good for me. Keep it going south and then along. Hey, maybe I can get him stuck behind some mountains. Somebody mentioned that the AI has cheating vision over everywhere. Oh my god, this is so freaking useless. How am I meant to know where the armies are if they keep teleporting? Yeah, there's the starvation. Attrition in the capital's going to be rough. Yeah, maybe I can get him stuck behind the mountains if I convince him to come all the way back here. That'd be amazing. I bet the AI wouldn't fall for it, but it would be amazing. Breach! Wait a minute. Risk all or save none. If the war really looks like it's going balls up, we have that option. Don't do it. It always says likely to fail. It always says likely to fail. Send. No, I know what failure smells like. My men would splat against the walls, I think. Yeah, well, we're not taking the attrition yet. Somehow we found some food. I don't know where from. You know, we're eating Czechs at this rate. Maybe it's helpful Henry. He's told us where to get some lentil mash and old crusty bread. Come and get me. Oh, Czechs. Cowardly Czechs can't take on a few thousand golden hoarders. Can't believe we got a breach there, though. Ooh, that's good. That's some serious lag that threw my camera away. They're failing on that siege, which is wonderful to see. Alright, now that he's kind of doubled back, time to head on back to Hungary. Do not go through the mountains. Actually, it's June, you're fine. But it is mountains. Whoa, we got progress again. What are these rolls? My capital... wait, Sarisu, didn't I let you go? Are you at war now? Oh, they're still involved in this war. Okay, well, sure. It's all yours. Or I could say no and just screw you, but yeah, actually, screw you. You were just a commodity to get God off my back. The idea that I'm sieging better than the Bohemians is mad, but I'm happy about it. There's no way I'm turning back. If I get fort locked here, that's horrible. Disease outbreak for them! Oh, God is good. What are you going to spend your winnings on, Jake? More roads? What do you mean more roads? The implication being that I already have roads is disgusting. Proportionally, the Emirate of Nagai has made more roads, and Tver is addicted to roads. Tin. Yeah, probably tin. I'm probably going to spend my winnings on manpower buildings, considering my manpower is shot. Come to think of it, are there any more of those beautiful manpower buildings that we could have while we're waiting? Military buildings, the Kuru Latai. Yeah, I can have a ton of them. And I should have a ton of them. God, this would be easier if I could see. It doesn't order it by the amount of stuff that you're getting, but... I check my control map mode. Looks like we've already made the ones up here, huh? They employ a lot, but needs must, and we must need. There we go. Much needed manpower. Save me. I wonder if there's going to be a dip in my population from this war. So many sent off to die in Prague. Oh, God almighty. Okay, we're still making progress on the siege. And he abandoned his of Brno because it was just going to pot with all the disease. Not only that, I've got my army here to distract. While we're at it, let's put a cheeky little general in charge. It'll speed them up if nothing else. Yeah, I wonder why he keeps his army stationed there. What's he thinking? Hold on. He stands in the mountains for some odd reason. That's great. That kept him paralyzed during winter. The Rostovian nobles are no longer in the Tatar yoke. They've been annexed. The whos? Poor Rostov. I mean, they migrated and they just constantly die. Emirate of Tver, how are you doing? Still have 7 subjects. I really want him to integrate those. Someday I'll integrate him. Too many men have been sent off to Prague. They never come back the same. Oh, who would have thought sieging down Bohemia could be so much fun for everyone? It was a big ball call to go straight for Prague, and we are somehow staving off starvation. I mean, we really are just eating our horses at this point. Probably eating the remnants of the cannon division. You think we could win that fight? There's no way, right? No way. Now Rostov are gone? No, the nobles took over. Not that the yoke does anything. The yoke has failed. Still progress. Ooh. That is another distraction. And look who's going into the mountains in winter. Look who's dying over here. Oh god, please tell me it happened. Did it just suddenly become winter and he's stuck there? Looks warm enough. I guess Tver got out in time for whatever reason. Can you tell your vassals to attach their armies to yours? I can tell them that they're able to. And I can tell them to be... There we go. I can tell them to be supportive. Supportive approach to military, helping our units. But they just run off and get themselves killed. Vassals are... Vassal armies are a liability. Better to use scutage. Winter in August is a bit of a stretch, and not where I'm from. Have you ever seen snow in May? I have. I was meant to be going to a friend's birthday party and we were snowed in. How many people live in Prague? Well, fewer when I'm done with them. Okay, we've already lost about 3,500 people in the siege and it hasn't even lasted very long. On the plus side, I have to give myself a promotion tomorrow. Okay, we're making excellent progress on Prague. Undeservedly good. Oh my god, is he actually attaching to me? If you do, we can go and relieve Brno. I can't believe what I'm seeing. But I am seeing it. Let's go and save Brno. Amazing. Of course, it's not amazing if he joins in. I should have waited until winter so he'd be stuck there. I think he knows what I'm up to. Let's double back a bit, give him the reach around. Actually scraping the barrel, yes! I have raised every levy of the Golden Horde for this war. But it's really cool, isn't it, right? How many people are sick of seeing, I don't know, the Mamluk Sultan running around in Sweden? And he can do it forever because what is avian attrition? In this game, fighting wars far from home, it's punishing, as it should be. And you have me and my giant brain is struggling with it. Yeah, I love the changes to war. It's not... Oh my god, that is unbelievably fast. 10,000 Pragues brought over to Chimigtura? Okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, we just doubled the population of Chimigturag with slaves from Prague, but yeah. It's already a core, right? Okay, good. Then we won't lose the core. So, our control will spread here, but there's a bit of a problem. He has these forts that are going to contest that. So I think I actually need to siege them down a touch. I'm going to have you unattach and go over there. There's forts here as well, right? At least I know where the bulk of his army is. So you can also unattach and go here. I need to take the whole area. And go figure the whole area is covered in forts. I'm dealing with bloody Fortney again. Alright, take it all and don't get fort locked. Because if I get fort locked, I'm in huge trouble, of course. Uh-oh. Am I getting caught here? No, but you are. Well, just give him the runaround. Keep his main army away whilst we take these provinces. When I take this, it's going to flip his war score by 11, and it will start ticking up in my favor. Losing Brno is annoying, but maybe not a problem. As long as I'm keeping this main army busy. Actually, I could probably consolidate and go and save Brno. As long as Prague is fine and I don't get fort locked. So we're going to take all of this and then... Nah, just take this and move over to Benisov. I don't want to risk splitting up my armies right now. He sieges so fast because of my offensive ways. Berun is mine, and it's in a fort zone of control, so I imagine it's fine. It's down, it's down, it's down, it's down now. Uh-oh. I'm not quite fort locked, but for some reason I can't get back through. You know, I can see why. No, I can't see why. I should be able to go through this, but maybe get ourselves over to Prague and figure things out from there. The important thing is to hold Prague's area. Brno is extremely expendable. Yeah, Brno is not even worth a percentage. Prague is worth everything. I need that line from the Hungarian guy in... Oh, wow, we took that nice and fast. All right, stick around in Prague. And now, are you sure you can't get over to Brno? Yeah, they're pretty sure. Right, I guess we hold Prague to the last man. He is keen on peace. And he is keen on a peace that makes him lick the golden bits. Garrison in Prague. Do I have anything to give the garrison in Prague? I think it's better that I just stay here because there's no way I'm walking through all this. We just defend Prague. Maybe consider some auxiliary occupations. But it's all forted up, of course. Now, if we hold Prague, we're going to get ticking war score, and he's going to be even more unhappy with the war. Although we could also do active sieges. That further makes people want peace. So I could actually put active sieges on his forts. These are regulars, huh? Where's just irregulars? Split in half, split in half. There should be like a 2,000 load of regulars here. Irregulars. Is 4,000 good enough? Yeah, sure. Clong. Lay some sieges down. Wait, not with 3,000 on you. God, no. Where are my smaller ones? Like 1,000 or so. I want to put the pressure on him so he thinks, oh god, I'm being actively sieged. I want peace now. I think there was a patch to stop him from considering sieges that cannot progress. I think I want that 900 stack. Give it a Peter of P-Sec. Maybe you guys go over to Moist. And then you folk, your job is to hold Prague. Jeez, he really wants a piece of me, doesn't he? The problem is, winter is coming. How do I get out of here? By giving him the reach around? Yeah, get us out of all of this. If he can still match me going over there, then good job to him. What is this? That's my subject at war. Hopefully he doesn't consider that as a real thing. I also hope the Ottomans' existence in this war is also driving his hand a little bit. -9, -8, -7, -5, -3. A bit more on Moist, perhaps? Yes! We're there! There is no reason to push this. Especially when he's close to taking back Brno or even catching my army. We did it. We forced the tributary of Bohemia, and what a cancerous war that was. Show of hands, who didn't think we were winning that one? Especially when we got our ass plastered through attrition going up through them. We could get 5 loans. Yeah. Yeah, I could push them for 2.5 grand. I don't think I will. I make plenty of money as it is. That's like a year worth of money. And Darius thinks we could not have done it. I didn't think so, says Abel. All right, let's get it before he changes his mind. Always think about it, right? Is this actually what I want? That's what I came all the way for, right? Means I can't actually tributize other HRE members, but I don't plan on doing that anyway. I plan on tributizing maybe Lithuania, Poland, Sweden, and the real creme de la creme is maybe someday I can do France, but how I project my power over there, it seems unreasonable, right? We should focus on Asia. France doesn't have trade goods that interest me for it anyway. What more can we get? Let's not get greedy. Yoink. All right, great. Could I very kindly disband my levies? Not raise my levies. Oh, it's not giving me the option because my subject has a war. Is it a war they're going to be okay with? I mean, look, they've got a fairly healthy army. Yeah, they'll be fine. Right. What won't be fine is my manpower. Did I always have 11,000 manpower? Let's make sure our levies can just go home. Luxembourg is the emperor, Jake. Oh, good point. And maybe Bohemia can't be the emperor anymore because he's a subject. Ooh. Okay, maybe our days of subjugating the HRE isn't completely over. Because there are plenty of eye ties that could do with bending the knee. Ah, there's the button for all levies. God, I wish I'd found that aeons ago. This is what remains of my entire standing army, by the way. The reinforcement costs are going to be disastrous, and I better not run into, you know, someone's grandma on the way home, or else we're going to keel over and die. How does one really measure worth here? It's pure entertainment. Yeah, I don't get to watch this, you know. Ah, boy. People don't know the pain I put myself through in these streams. Not just that. Don't want to cling on to past glory here, but there's always this expectation that when it comes to EU, I'm just going to dominate. This is new to me. And it has certainly been dominating me in new and interesting ways. Army maintenance is going to cost a truckload, but don't mind that number. I'm sure it's going to go up. Oh, right, because of their disloyalty. I need to do something about that rapidly, don't I? Yeah, Kingdom of Bohemia, not the happiest kingdom I've ever seen. But whoa, ho, 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 ho. 10,000 Praguers and then some. All right, when we can, we're going to improve relations with them. Jake, we've seen you struggle against Riga. Nobody expects you to dominate. Oi, oi. It is still too soon to bring that up. Who gives you the right? Also, that ended with Riga's total annexation. But yeah, for those missing the context, I was playing with Slavonian Order. Because I think I was showing off a new expansion that was being done. Cossacks, maybe. That wouldn't make any sense. Whatever. And I was like, oh, yeah, Riga. Riga took all of my starting land, pushed me out into the backwards boonies of Lithuania. And the entire campaign became getting revenge on Riga. Did eventually. But the real thing was in that patch, they enormously strengthened OPMs. So he was bringing in like 8, 9, 12k when I was not ready for it at all. But, you know, the context doesn't aid the fact that I was getting my keister kicked in and didn't look good. Not look good at all. Lack of goods. What's happening here? The Sarai market's lacking pottery and dye. Do I need pottery for these? Lack of access to goods. Yeah, but what? Wait, there's actually a lack of lumber around here. And this is why I wish automated trade helped out with demands. I need some lumber over here. In fact, I'm already automatically bringing lumber over. Huh, maybe they're cleverer than I thought. Kazan to Sarai. Alright, well, they'll get built. There's no big deal. Because it's not just the amount, there's actual stockpiles, which I think is really cool, by the way. Stockpiles in marketplaces. Sorry, explain to me how these guys just reinforced. I'm about to flip if it turns out you can reinforce in subjects. Oh my lord, what? Since when? We tried to do this earlier, we got hosed. We're not in a war together or anything, are we? No. The whole reason I was having trouble was I couldn't reinforce in my subjects' lands, but now I can? I think you can reinforce an occupied land too. No, definitely not. Definitely not. When a regiment is below maximum strength, it will tap to reinforce, drawing manpower and ducats from the country. Only regular regiments can reinforce, unless in friendly location. No way. No way. I am willing to troll through all of my VODs, because we tried to do that and failed in the past. Also, while I'm at it, could we not run through mountains in wintertime? Just get your arse all the way back to Sarai. No, they are not in the war. Hungary are not in the war. Maybe it was bugged in the release and they patched it. I didn't notice it in the patch notes. Although, let's not count on the fact that some things get patched and not in the patch notes. Used to get called stealth patches and whatnot. Really, the reason was that it just got fixed and nobody remembered to put it into the change log. Which does happen, you know, sometimes you just stumble upon and go, oh, that's not working. Fixed. Then you get back to what you were doing without remembering the change log. Oh my days, what a war. Get your asses back home now. I'm almost mad about that. Think of I could have gone back and got my cannons. If I'd had my cannons after whipping his arse, I could have taken everything from him. Oh, lordy. Okay, well, let's focus on the positive sides. What a domination. Ooh, France is actually fighting me for hegemon. That's going to be difficult to outdo France on regulars. Hopefully you get a warning if you're about to lose hegemony. Because I have no problem just recruiting units to stay hegemon. You got so lucky. I did. I got obscenely lucky. Siege of Prague minus 49. We could have stuck there for 1 year, making no progress due to status quo. But what do we get? We got supply shortage, breach. Something up to 0. Supply shortage. Defender desert. Dead. It was so good. Also, when did Wallachia just become a little princedom? Cute little Wallachia. What kind of name is Robert? Subjugated by Hungary. Excellent. My subjects get richer. I get richer. Oh, my vassals feel safe. Loyal subjects. The strength of our armies and our generosity to their rights have made our vassals feel safe and protected under our umbrella. To ensure the security of this relationship, they have increased the tribute that they're willing to pay. Can we put a number on that? I like numbers. Loyal Bohemia. Yes. How loyal Bohemia? To the point where they'd give me a grand if they had the money to give me. Oh, man. 4 years is an illustrious date. Oh, so I see. Timmy, if you're so loyal, can you give me all your money? Halich, you tend to be rich, right? Yeah, nothing changing there. Yeah, not that I don't have enough money myself, but more money is better. Kiev? I could go for some Kievs. We could spend it much more wisely. Hungary? It's time, Hungary. Oh. And this will not increase my economic base, so it's just free money. Is it really 77 ducats from Bohemia? Who wants to take an actual guess at what it's going to be? I'm thinking 120. I'm still thinking 120. Come on, for Christmas, Bohemia. Oh, boo, it didn't go as high as I'd like it. I guess disloyalty didn't hurt that much. Still, I'm not going to say no to $84 dues. Of course, they give me manpower as well, don't they? Yeah. Pays half my maintenance right there. Country strength of all countries versus Overlord shot through the roof, but we have now been able to bring that down. Life is good. Life is very good. Yeah, we all know how we can increase it, right? How long until I have a diplomat at the ready? 9th of January. Okay, well, maybe 9th of January will be a very famous day in Czech history. The day nobody had any money ever again. Don't worry. You don't have to join me in wars. We can enable scootage. All you have to do is pay me an additional 25% of those dollary dues. I didn't mean to enslave these people, but okay. And that's the minor tribe of what's their faces, right? And we can't make peace. All right, who are you again? How could I forget? It's my loyal Tarki vassal. Minor tribe of Tarki. There you go. I guess that's all they need for the peace, but I think I have to hand them all over. So what was my guess again? Was it 120 ducats? I like Tarki's stupid flag. Yeah, cool 5 grand in the bank certainly never goes amiss. 105 ducats from Bohemia. And if I can take on Bohemia, I'm quite certain that the likes of Poland, Lithuania will be easy enough to fall. The question is who has some other friends I need to care about. I'm out of diplomats though. Loyalist support, opinion, spy network. Spy network. Oh, that's right, Sweden. I want some more maps. Is this even land, by the way? Isn't this just water? Over here, excuse me. No, because there's Kola here, isn't there? What is this region even called? Well, I guess I better know about it. Northern Karelia. No, we can see Karelia. Here's Karelia. Unless you're telling me there's more Karelia. Which you might be. But yeah, if I know all of Sweden's land, then it's going to be all the easier to destroy Sweden. And our castus for them is running out in 2.5 years. Alright, my poor men need to get home and get some serious R&R. Look at that, they're now not gaining reinforcements. Wait, no, it says they will join. Oh, well, God knows. Something to investigate in due time. Improve opinion, minus 200. I feel so good about that. That was a tough as hell war against Bohemia. And they are cancerous to fight. Oh, that's right. There's another nation that needs to be dealt with. The Republic of Sarayu. I have a 5 or so year truce with them, but we'll take care of that in due time. Wonder what kind of an army Sweden has. Joke nation, joke army. We'll have them down. It was deeply concerning, though, the fact that even their levies were smashing my horse archers. It might finally be time to admit that horse archers are not the way forward. I don't want to admit that, but what is the next upgrade over horse archers, if there even is one? There's armored cavalry, but I don't know, horse archers are so nice. Oh, those are men-at-arms. There's my horse archers. Maybe if they're moving and locked, they can't heal? But they can heal in my own lands, can't they? Wouldn't be unreasonable if that's something that stops them from reinforcing. But it does say every month. Just keep an eye on them as they move through here. They've got a long way to go. Horse gunmen, is such a thing even possible? Okay, maybe that is it. They don't reinforce on the move. I'm willing to believe that. Minor tribe, would you actually mind piecing out? I'm not here for the lark of it. He doesn't want... Oh, it's Frozen Mountain. They can't get in to completely full annex them. That's cute. Sarai and Sarayuk lumber lacking. That's okay. They are... are they? Are they getting their lumber? Maybe the lumber's all getting used up by something else in Sarai. That's existing trade. I want to just see lumber here. Constructing. Constructing is drinking it all up. That's okay, though. I mean, it'll be solved in due time. Hate to bring up roads again. People are talking about roads. Just close around the capital for increased control equals money, not that you lack money. Right, what do you think I have built my roads for? You think it was to run off into Ryazan? Because that was one of the reasons I wanted to do it. The roads can't go that far, though. No, I've already built the roads to increase control. Maybe I can build a few more, get more control down here, but I don't think it's cost-effective to do that as opposed to build up the places where I already do have control. Especially around here, all these laborers with nothing to do. Fiber crop farms would do you well. The medicaments are already as high as they can be. But yeah, if I have people available for employment, then I want to have more jobs. It's just... population still needs to grow here. Kind of surprised that fibrous crops are worth money here. I mean, if you insist, I suppose. Jobs are good, and I can always tear these down later on if we need more. How about you? I always feel like you don't do enough, even though your population is fine. Where's the money? The profit of my Potter Guild is surprisingly bad, and the distiller doesn't make money. But there's always money to be had in tools. I would know, I streamed plenty of them. And I really want to make a lot of fancy cloth. And less fancy cloth for what it's worth. The fact that it moves this is irksome. But yeah, we love spinning cloth around here. Oh wow, the potential profit on cloth spinning is huge. Just make as many as you can then. Cloth into paper, yeah, because the demand for paper is huge. Oh wow, who caused the price of cloth to go way up? That's okay, we'll bring it back down with you. And do you even have the cloth spinner person? No, you have a counting house, which I do also want, funnily enough. There's my spinner guild. Make a whole bunch of those, please. Of course, you're in a different market from the other guy. And unlike the others, there's only 2 cities here. I could make another town. But the control over in Darjeeling isn't very good. Part of the problem are all these bleeding Astrakanis, and I never got around to finishing them off. I mean, with cultural enrichment. Wait, that doesn't make it sound much better either. Love seeing that Mongolian majority and the dying out of the Astrakanis. Whew. Alright. Golden Slave Uprising. I think we've finally done enough of that. Samara. Is that going anywhere here? Clearly we haven't been able to integrate any of it, but I'm curious about the cultural situation. Of course, I never checked how the Mongols were doing before, but I like to believe that it is just growing. I'm going to leave you there as long as you need to get that done, even though you're not very good at it. Yeah, you could be a lot better. The rebel crackdown is largely taken care of, though. So how about you also help me out with some... hang on, where is it? Assimilate area. Oh, hang on. Only one advisor can assimilate area at a time. Ah, the more you learn. Alright, do I finish off Darjeeling, or do I actually try and make my way into more of these places? Control is miserable, but even so, it's not going to get better if I don't annihilate these fools. Although that'd be a nice place to do the whole area of, wouldn't it? I'm gonna hate myself for saying it, but don't you need to eat and go to bed? I was going to get around to that, so nobody needs to blame you for reminding me. I just wanted to set up my country so that when I come back, I'm not going, oh, what's going on? Why is my army half dead and such? Make him go away. He will disappear. Who is this guy? A charismatic creature within the Hussite ranks in Ryazan, espousing views that diverge further from our teachings. Why are we even listening to this guy? A schism within our ranks. I don't think the game expects you to have Hussites over in the steppes. The Ulema are happy. Ooh, half of the Hussites become sunny. Well, it's always sunny in Ryazan. Oh yeah, purge. Absolute purge. And we made peace. Excellent. Everything's good. I think it would be better if I had a good time in Parliament, though. Development, land, farming. Ooh, farming estates. Expand farm. Yes! Oh, think of the money we're going to save on all this expansion. Fund the farming estates. Make it happen. Now, it's not going to pass at this rate. But maybe... Wait, festival grounds? Okay, so the peasants also have something that they can build that just makes them happy. And wait, why are the chieftains less happy about me destroying their little festy grounds? I don't really care about doing that just yet, but I care greatly about this incredibly cheap RGO expanse that I can do. And that's all farming, right? Is it intuitive? Horses, silk, dyes, incense, tea, cocoa, coffee, fiber crops. Well, yeah, okay, great. Tough call, tough call. So I want to look at everywhere, but can I select a good? No, but I can consider which are more in need than others, like all these fibrous crops. Do we just go and do them all? What if I were just to do them all? This won't kick me in the arse, will it? Let's get a basic idea. It's going to cost me 32 each. Maybe not. Depends on the price of wood. Some of them are cheaper, some of them are more expensive. Let's just say 30 times... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15... It looks to be about 25 times 5. So let's just say 150, 300. Let's do it. Boom. Oh god, that was most of my money. Alright, then maybe that was a bit much. Maybe we should focus on some other RGOs. Wait, can I just undo that? Can I control click? Give me back my RGOs. Alright, so let's not do all of them, shall we? I want to have somewhat balanced out approach here. Alright, in that case, how am I going to do it? I guess we just increase by 1 across the board. I mean, that's already a lot of fibrous crops inside my domain. But I find that fibrous crops tend to actually fetch a decent value. I suppose that's why. Look at that, they go for 2. Oh well, all the more reason to be making mad dosh after expanding this. It maxed them all out, that's why. Not a single level to each. Yeah, I know that. But it was still more expensive than I thought. Okay, sod fiber crops. What are some other farming things that we can do? I want to look for stuff that actually has good value here. Not horses, that's for sure. There's no silk and dye inside my area. And this is raw goods anyway. Incense, tea, cocoa, coffee, fiber crops. Wine. We can't export wine. Wait, in there? Wine. I mean, this is my ultimate opportunity to just turbo max them all. Just get them done. Surprisingly cheap RGO to expand. Beyond wine, what else is a good farming thing to do? Elephant, saffron, pepper, cloves, chili, cotton. Cotton? No, I don't have cotton. I don't have sugar or tobacco. Tar. Yeah, there's no tar inside my my domain. Be nice to pin things for... porcelain is an RGO? There's no way, right? Raw goods using farming. Why is porcelain here? It's not a raw good. Unless you're telling me I could build a porcelain building cheaper now. Same with naval supplies. Yeah, could we search for farming? Yeah, there we go. And then we can sort it by trade good, right? Oh man, if honey is part of that, then that's great. Not honey, but beeswax. But isn't beeswax food as well? It's not good, but it's still food. Oh yeah. I have no problem maxing out beeswax. Even though it says there's no profit to be had, I believe in beeswax. Look at that value, 2, and it's used for things. And it's food. Well, that's just all good. Give me all the beeswax. Can't do this because there's not enough lumber. Okay. That actually could be a problem for the other RGO expansions. We already did some fibrous crop stuff. Loads of horses. Yeah, stands to reason I got loads of horses. I certainly don't need more. Even though it tells me... How in the world is there money to be made in horses? How is the market not sank in terms of horses? Legumes are nice. I love legumes. The humble lentil is a legume. Or is it leguime? Not a word you hear said often, is it? Surely the Horde always needs more horses. Maybe after that war, absolutely. Livestock. Livestock is another tanked trade good for me. So ignore that. Just watch my money plummet. That's okay, Bohemia will pick up the slack. So much freaking livestock. Wheat. Wheat's a funny one. Never seem to have enough wheat, even though it... Wait, that's sturdy grains, not wheat. I'll do a one across the board on sturdy grains then. I don't like this element of the parliament, right? This timed modifier to make things cheaper just encourages this kind of rather gamey action. And one thing I really like about this game is that it doesn't feel gamey. It feels like you want to do intuitive actions for intuitive rewards. Yeah, grain is something that I find I'm often lacking. Because strangely enough, there's not a lot of places to grow grain inside my domain. It's more fibrous crops and sturdy grains. And wouldn't you know it, the people have demands for all sorts of things. If it's wheat, I must be coming near the bottom here. I said I don't have much wheat, but I keep on scrolling and finding more wheat. How could this happen? How could this happen to humble little me? I'm still riding a high at beating Bohemia. You know, maybe people don't know this feeling. You know, the feeling of winning. Especially when people are watching and there's a lot on the line. But I'm telling you, it's really good. Wine we already did. I don't think we need even more wool. I think I've trashed the price of wool enough. But still, if I'm making loads of paper, there's always more room for more wool. Okay, for some reason... Okay, tell you what, the rest of it we'll just sort by profit and go from there. In that case, it's just, yeah, just give me the best, right? I trust you to know what's best. Might as well just spend all my money, right? Goodbye, money. Get it done while it's cheap. Another mass expansion. That's more people to put to work, more people to tax, more goods in the market to lower prices for making other goods, and to have stuff for exports. Very good. That's not fair, Jake. Lots of people here whine all the time. But Leguime is definitely wrong. You use lots of horses in your cavalry. You can trade them off to others when you do, and they become cheap for you. Let's have a look at Sarai Market, for example. Tell me about horses. Yeah, horses are nice and cheap, but that's good. That's great for keeping my horse army cheap. Yeah, didn't think of that, did we? Although I wonder, for reinforcements, where do they consider the price? Get me away from here, show me where my army is. Oh, it is there, but it's not there. But it is. But it's not. Yeah, when they reinforce, how do they calculate the cost? Because there's this maintenance, but this has to come from somewhere. Which market do they care about? The market they're in? The market where they're made from? Your capital market? Where? Local market. Okay, so all the more reason to bring them back to Sarai for cheap horses. So I can only imagine that reinforcing out in Prague... Wait, who brought all these horses to Prague? Well, don't answer that. Don't answer that. Okay, very good. Glad we had this talk. Okay, our army is back. The RGOs are built up. The parliament is maybe going to pass. We don't know yet. The country is in an excellent position. I am mind-bogglingly rich. Income 548. How does that compare with the rest of the world? There is one nation making more money than me. We'll have to deal with that. Where's my economic hegemon ability? Actually, don't I have? Isn't there an economic hegemon? Naval, yeah, there's economic. But it's tax and trade, so they don't care about how much money I make off of tributaries. Well, all the more reason to build up the steppes. The idea of the steppes being more profitable than France is just bizarre, but there you go. Point is, that's it. Whew, what a run. 10, almost 11 hours. Jeez, okay. Weekly one-shot's going to be late tomorrow, but it will be happening. And I will take my day off Monday and Tuesday. I'm thinking, just play EU5 all day, every day, but we'll keep the Horde going. The question might be where to go from now. I'm going to continue eating up the tributaries, but what I really want to discover is New World colonization, see how it differs from this. And I want to get my fingers stuck into Southern Asia, maybe with some exploration, if indeed we can do that, even though we didn't take exploration focus. And just generally keep playing and learning the game. There will be times for those ball-bustingly difficult campaigns when I play as, I don't know, Lubeck or Nupe in Africa or whatnot. But for now, I'm still getting a familiarity, but I can say, as people keep asking, the game is fantastic. We'll have more fantastic gaming soon, but until then, for me, it's a cheers and a cheerio.